Hello, how's it going? Hello.
Hi, Michael. Okay,
Welcome.
so
Finally, had a hell of a time waiting for your computer to boot up there, eh? Or something like that.
I'm having a hell of a time. Um, so my camera is working. I'm going to turn it on, but it's not. I had to like unplug my mouse and plug in a new camera, outside camera, um, which sucks because now I'm using the what do you call that mouse on the laptop? Oh, and I'm just like a fish out of water. I can't stand this shit.
That tiny little like
Yeah,
ball mouse in the middle, or
no,
like
it's
the
the
little
flat one, the
that
flat
little
one.
flat, tiny little square.
Yeah.
Yeah, either way, those are a pain in the ass.
Who's here? Jacqueline, Sean, Miguel,
Yeah, Miguel, long time no see. Good to see you.
Wesley. Did I miss anybody? And you know, Black North is new. This is his first time here. Hopefully he'll come on the panel because he's pretty interesting. I got a chance to talk to him yesterday.
Yeah, nice.
And I invited him over. So
I was just
can you add the link
yeah.
in the chat? It's easier for you to do it, I think. And then I'll pin it.
Okay. Oops. Yeah, I was just chatting a little bit um, with Black North there. I
Oh
see
yeah.
the name. I was like, I've never seen you before. Nice to thank you for joining us. So he's explaining what you're just saying. So it's like, oh,
Oh,
great.
okay.
Oh,
Okay,
YouTube
cool.
rejected my comment. I'm going to have to open up the stream and comment as a viewer.
Put it in the private chat. I could grab it from there. I
Yeah.
think.
It's been doing these kinds of nonsense quite a lot lately, preventing us from sharing things in our own chat, treating it like it's spam when it's like the link to the show. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, Black North, you're too kind. He says, of course I'll come to the panel. Had to come check your page. You got class and an awesome mind. I dig it. That was very kind of you. I appreciate that. Um, so I see that you added it. So let me see if I can pin it. Yes. All right, it's there.
Cool.
Come on up, Black North, so I can introduce you to the fam.
Yeah, thank you for giving us someone to talk to.
To our fellow comrades.
Sometimes these shows are, I wouldn't call it quite a flop, but they're not as engaging when people are not so much interested in joining us for discussions. So, but we've had a few little
Wait a
roundtables.
minute. Are you calling us not engaging?
No, I'm saying it's more the point of the Tuesday show is for us to do this discussion, and I find it more lively, and I think the audience probably agrees that it's more interesting when there's a panel like we're looking for, right? But yeah, no, you always gotta be the serious, whatever. You take
I
a
think
moment for
we're
a joke,
I think we're still interesting.
Yeah, we can often have very engaging discussions, just you and I.
We haven't seen Lance for a couple of weeks, Jacqueline says. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, I hope he's
Yeah,
okay.
we haven't seen Lance.
I don't know about a couple of weeks, but at least a week so
No,
far.
it's been like at least 2
Been a
weeks.
couple? Okay.
Well, hopefully he can make it today.
Yeah,
I'd love to
sometimes
talk to him.
people just take a break from the show. They go get interested in other stuff. We only got so much time in the day, so.
That is true.
What's up,
And
XD?
hi, eggs. And maybe he could have also been concerned that Pan was coming.
Mm. Well, yeah, he might have decided to take a break because he's been finding that we're letting up people he's not really happy with, and so he's just thinking, save myself the trouble of watching a great big long show of stuff I don't really like to listen to. So to each their own. But I think that's with the panel like this, it's like a radio call-in show. Like you can't be jumping on like monitoring, censoring who can be on the show too much. Takes away from the spontaneity of it and whatnot.
Mm. Well, I've had an interesting couple of days. I know everybody's going on this roller coaster with our president. I don't want to be on it, but guess we're on it anyway.
Yep. Well, that's ironic that you say roller coaster. I was just last night having a little chat with some random YouTuber that the algorithm spat out at me, and I was using the metaphor of you can't be neutral on the moving train because they were, I guess, a capitalist, and they didn't seem to understand what I was talking about, or would constantly say that it had nothing to do with what he was trying to talk about. To be fair, I did derail his presentation, what he was trying to do the show about, but no need to get into that too much. That's just what I was doing to pass the time last night. So.
I'm pretty kind of happy though, because people are like, more people are just like, we need to get rid of capitalism. Like this is not sustainable. This has got to go. And I'm like, now we talking.
Yes. I fuck with people like that who are like fully recognizing that capitalism is not a good thing at all, and it's actually so bad that we should actually get rid of it. It's something that's probably a possible thing to do, but there's so many people you try and bring up the conversation, and they're like, "What do you mean capitalism's bad? Why are you so against it? I don't understand what you're even going on. Why are you so aggravated, dude? Chill out." It's like,
and this is why I tell you that. Well, one, I was watching this this person talking about, like, historically nobody has ever moved away from capitalism and went straight to communism, and it worked sufficiently. Like even China was like, wait, we got to back this up and do a little democratic socialism first before.
well, it's not just democratic socialism. It's a little bit of the, whether we like it or not, we need a little bit of whatever. We need something we don't want before we can have what we want. You know, like we have to do a little bit of capitalism before we can have our communism. You know,
because the capitalism, well, the argument, his argument was, it helps to build the infrastructure necessary for eventually moving to communism. Can you add that ticker? I'm sorry, I'm going to be asking you to do a lot because
sure,
I cannot really navigate. Add the ticker, because if you add the banner, yeah, you add the banner, our names are gone, and
I just want to remake it a little bit. I don't like the all caps. Feels like we're shouting. Thanks for watching.
Isn't there a different ticker?
I don't know. I don't see one, but welcome, Black North.
Hi there, Black North. Well, he's not here yet.
As long as the bufferings.
Now I got to figure out how I could open some of these things that I wanted to share for us to talk about.
Ethernet.
There he is. Yeah. Crocodile Dundee. There you go.
How are you guys this afternoon?
How are you today?
Not bad, not bad. Not bad.
And how's the girlfriend?
I just put a comment in my phone.
Yes, that's how you were doing.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I don't know her name.
Emily. M.
Hi, M.
Yeah. I just put a chat in there.
Oh, thanks. Let me go look.
I should flip to my backup channel.
There she is.
I think I said last night for the backup channel. Secondary.
Yeah, we're gonna enjoy Black North's. Oh, she's pretty. Oh yeah, we're gonna enjoy him having a combo with us. Peace, Rondo.
No.
John's here.
John Rondo, thanks for joining us.
How the hell am I going to click on? I think you have to like use your index and your middle finger to click on stuff. Yeah, there it is. Okay. I haven't done that in so long. I forgot how to do it.
What's that?
I'm my camera's not working, so I had to, and I don't have enough outlets. USB. I don't have enough USB ports, so I had to remove my mouse.
I was also having camera trouble before I got started. I did my wiping of the browser stuff, daily maintenance, and then I couldn't use my camera access was blocked from the browser I prefer to use, so I'm on my Google Chrome.
I had to get one of these.
Huh.
Like I have two of them. She got me one that's actually.
Oh, that's a USB port.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yes, I have one, but I didn't know where. I couldn't find it.
Get a Bluetooth mouse.
Yeah, she's saying like get a Bluetooth mouse. The thing is, you still need a plug-in for that.
No, yours has the option to do the plug-in for the USB.
Oh, you can do it without a plug-in?
Yes, you can Bluetooth your mouse to your computer.
Than I am. I
also think we should be expecting a lot more tech problems with all this war stuff happening. Like just before we got started, like the StreamYard thing was saying that YouTube's been having problems with APIs, which I don't even really know.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, I guess it's
an application programming interface. So APIs are what different programs that can't talk to each other. Then they write a code for an API to give them a way to communicate back and forth. That's like the layman's term. I mean, layman's approach to explaining it.
But why are they having issues?
Big in tech, so
it just sounds like a pretty technical, like mundane technical thing that they should know full well how to fix. And so I think there's a lot of cyber warfare going on that nobody's been talking about. Or they're not allowed to talk about.
See if I can find this stupid USB thing.
I'm already subbed with my other page. Sweet. I always try to. Now that I started a secondary page for when I go on motorcycle rides, so I'm like trying to sub everyone I know with that account too.
Ugh.
One extra sub doesn't hurt.
Hey, old man Barker. So I used to have a street bike when I was younger.
Yeah?
Oh, really?
But man, I almost got in a wreck, and I never got back on.
It shook you up?
I was like, oh, actually, the only thing is like stopping me from dying is this stupid helmet. Maybe this isn't as fun as I thought it was going to be.
I live in New Hampshire. We don't have to wear helmets.
No.
Oh, wow.
And I don't usually.
Let me see.
Oh, not that kind of helmet. Little SS looking helmet.
Yeah, I was like,
right?
I've seen those.
Yeah, I saw it last night. I was like, oh, not that one. Put the other thing on. You like my hat?
There we go. You got your camera working?
Yeah. It was working.
It's ridiculous. Who wears a cowboy hat in this day and age?
You like my hat?
Hell yeah, dude.
John's saying we didn't get a guest introduction. Yes, my bad. Our bad. As host, we should give you a chance to introduce yourself to the audience.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got any little introduction? We see like a "Don't tread on me" kind of flag behind you there. I'm not sure what kind of conversation you had with Abby last night. How we're more like socialists and stuff over here.
Can we talk about that? I don't think we talked about that.
I am, well, I'd like to say I'm a libertarian, but I'm not. I am an anarchist. Not the chaos people who basically just want to riot and throw fits and like be violent. An actual anarchist where I believe you and I could come to an agreement where if you have a cow, I can get milk, I have chickens, you can get eggs, and we'll figure out ourselves without the government stepping in to tell us what we can and can't do.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I have more of a friendliness towards anarchists. I come
Oh.
from more of like the anarchist communist tradition of socialism as opposed to the Marxist Leninists who tend to be like thinking that anarchists and communists are just completely incompatible and should be enemies essentially. I feel like that's pretty short-sighted. So
yeah, well, I figure like a lot of people they don't like what they're told not to like growing up. Think for yourself is my idea. Like there's always there's pros and cons for everything. And the problem with all these different ideals for for government and society, the problem in the end is people. Greed's always going to exist. That's the problem with socialism. That's the problem with anarchy, and obviously capitalism. Greed is always going to exist.
Yeah, that's why I think there's a lot of heavy focus on technological solutions to human problems. That we're thinking the problem of government is it's not technocratic enough or something, or society there's not enough technological wonders around for us to. But the problems are mostly stem from our human emotional, our lack of emotional intelligence, that kind of like our inability to cooperate and actually find diplomatic solutions to things. Yes. Yeah.
So I did not realize that we have another anarchist. Bad Cookie said once he was an anarchist. I didn't realize he said that. Oban Barker says he's covering anarchists. I'd love to know what that means. And hi, Cajun Spicy. How you doing?
Oh, nice. Another new person.
I don't know if you've ever talked to Black North, if you've ever talked to Creole Nola.
Only a little bit in a chat on my other page.
In the chat, huh? Yeah. I don't think Creole Nola ever comes up, but very always in the chat.
And Nola.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you, Creole. My sister from another mister in Louisiana.
People every week we get new people now. It's great.
That's awesome. Oh, Nola, you ever heard of the band Down? It's Phil Anselmo from Pantera. His band, he's from Louisiana. And so he basically has this it's sludge metal, it's awesome. He owns a small farm, not even a farm. It's just his own little place in the swamps. He makes sludge metal. It's freaking good. It's got a slow groove. It's talented music. And his first album, it was self-titled Down, but they called it Nola because he's from New Orleans. Like my last guitar was named Nola. Like this one right here.
Right. His name is Down, or the album's name is Down. I was looking for it. Oh, I didn't see the guitar. Sorry.
Oh, the band is called Down.
That's interesting.
Sounds like
that was your first guitar, so that's just a piece of it. Okay.
No, this was just one of my most recent guitars. I got angry and smashed it. The video's on my YouTube, actually.
Oh my! I gotta see that. Crash out.
It was a rough winter.
That's where I was sharing the Discord link there a minute ago. I don't know if you noticed, but when you mentioned that you're you like the sludge metal kind of stuff, I'm thinking that's my kind of music. I've been sharing sort of like the minority as far as our fellow people in our Discord. They're more preferred like the rap music, which is good. I like that stuff too, but it'd be nice to have people from all kinds of musical inclinations, making the most out of our music section on our Discord. So
really, yeah. Well, I'm a bit of a mixture of I wanted to be Kurt Cobain, then I wanted to be Phil Anselmo, then I wanted to be freaking 50 Cent. Then I went back to trying to be an acoustic guitarist who sang good songs, and then I switched it up, and I switched it up, and I switched it up, and I switched it up again and again and again.
That's good. You went on a musical journey.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it's supposed to be a journey, right? It's not about the destination. It's about the trip.
Exactly.
It sucks, Wesley. I'm trying to subscribe to your channel, but I can't.
Listening to the video that he just
I need
posted
a
in
house.
the
Who did?
chat, Wesley Donison.
Oh, I just subscribed to his page. I figured I'd check his stuff out later.
I'm gonna have to fix this.
He posted it in the chat.
I basically
That's
just
why.
opened up. I just hit subscribe.
Me too.
I subscribe to everyone who drops a link. Like,
It's actually not bad.
what is it?
Hold on. It's like funk.
Yeah, straight
I
up
like
funk.
it. It's
Hell
fun.
yeah. Nice, dude. Yeah, I've gone back to a lot of acoustic stuff because I don't have all the anger in me I used to have. Well, I still do, but not at the levels I used to have. Where everything's got to be so friggin' heavy and it's full of screaming, metal screaming, like not the high pitched ones, but that kind of stuff. I just kind of chilled out a bit, but I've also found that recently for me it's been more of a lyrical content is important. Like I speak in metaphors a lot. It bothers people. That's kind of a them issue, not a me issue. So
I was into that when I was in my 20s.
Man,
okay,
20.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna see if I can find this stupid thing because otherwise I'm gonna be complaining about this the entire damn night.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Can't see it.
I was just gonna say when you're saying about how
shit.
You can listen to that like really heavy music, and then after a while, it gets a little bit kind of depressing. You get a little burnt out from all the screaming at you. I think that's just that's a normal human thing. Like we're not really meant to listen to that stuff exclusively, and if you are, there's probably an emotional kind of escape, right?
Shout out Ishmael. What's up, bud? But yeah, I know what you're saying. And what it was is, when you're younger though, that angst, you start realizing that the world's not fair. You're like, rah!
Yeah. I think that I'd be less inclined to listen to that kind of stuff if we weren't in such a capitalist, imperialist, dystopia of a society. That's what makes me gravitate to it, I think. So.
I don't know what. I think I just identified with people who were frustrated in general. I don't know.
I'm very political myself, though, personally. So that's just to me, it's like the personification of the imperialist, time in history that we're living through. Yeah. There's the classical music at the time sort of seems fitting for whatever cultural moment they're going through, and then the rock, country music and rock and the hillbilly kind of stuff.
Yeah,
that seems sort of captures the moment that they're in nicely, whatever. And I feel like rap is also a good, it culturally expresses how people sort of see the world as it is, and I really appreciate how people can kind of create a musical atmosphere that's really fitting for just what we're experiencing.
I know what you're saying. That's part of what ended up making me gravitate towards rap in the last few years. I actually rap. I'm okay. I'm not gonna say I'm great, but I'm okay. But I found the lyrical content, like I was saying, ended up mattering a lot more than it did when I was young.
Yeah.
When I was young, it basically was all about what I felt when I listened to it. The lyrics didn't matter so much.
Exactly. Yeah.
As I got older, it's I'm hearing the words, but I'm actually hearing what they're saying.
Yeah.
And that's important. I mean, not to everyone, but to me,
That's why I'm not sure you call it the consciousness rap or whatever. I don't know if you guys want to help me out with the term, but the more revolutionary lyrics of the rap, because that's what turns me off with about a lot of the rap is the lyrics is about
bitches and hoes,
the wrong things. Yeah, bitches and hoes and cars and money. Yeah, and drugs. Yeah.
Well, I'm not anti any of those things.
What?
I'm not anti any of those things, but they're not a priority.
Yeah, they don't need to be glorified in such a way,
I think they do. I just think if that's your only message, you need to expand your horizon. Like, I don't even know. I don't have all the answers.
Well, I just see a political motivation for, like, capitalism wants to reward people who sort of subtly, in their music, sort of support a capitalist worldview. So this attainment of wealth kind of lifestyle, the pimp kind of culture, is sort of perfect for what the capitalists want. So they, I think, make sure it happens that way.
You know what the problem with it is it sells a dream that maybe one day you're going to live in this freaking 30 bedroom freaking mansion that's basically gated in with a freaking giant fence and no one's going to be able to climb over. You'll have 6 cars in your 12-car garage, and half of them are Maseratis. And you're going to have everything you want. And to be rude, there'll be bitches and hoes and a pool, and you're gonna have more gold around your neck than my fucking house costs. Like that sells a dream, and we all want a dream. We all want to believe that someday we're gonna rise above where we're at. In my opinion,
it's just not realistic as far as how many people can actually have that. They want a lot of people chasing a mirage in the desert.
Exactly.
That's where I think there's the two kinds of anarchists. Like, the ones that we can work with are the socialist anarchists, and are the ones that are the anarcho-capitalists are the ones who seem to not really understand what anarchism is about, because it seems like a contradiction for people to be trying to be like a big player, like a big wealthy, mover and shaker, while claiming to be anarchist. It's like, but all that money gives you domination over. It's not such a horizontal thing.
See, I'm more the type that if I spend too much money supporting other people because I'm trying to. My idea of anarchy is you create the world you live in, like karma. I don't believe in karma, but I believe you create the world you live in. So try making a world you want to live in. Be the person you want other people to be towards you. It's a do unto other philosophy,
This is interesting as far as what Abby was saying, I think before you hopped on. Is basically there's a thing called stagism where a lot of the Marxists, the communists, are saying we kind of history has to go through these transitions. So we sort of, capitalism is like a necessary stage before socialism, and then communism, and then, to me, anarchism comes after communism. But other people have a different mentality about this. But so what I'm saying is, some people critique that stagism as, like Abby was saying, it's necessary. A lot of us come to agree with that. History seems to have demonstrating that it's pretty necessary, but possibly there's a situation that has yet to happen, so there is no historical example that would disprove the theory that stages must occur for us to get
I don't believe in anarchistic capitalism at all.
Right.
I think it only exists at the top of the freaking pyramid where they have no rulers. The rest of us, we can't be anarchistic and capitalists, because either you're an anarchist or you're a capitalist when you're not at the top of the pyramid. You have no rulers and you do whatever you want. And if you're really anarchist, like I said, you're not out there trying to hurt people and cause chaos. It means no rulers, I think someone said no rules earlier out there somewhere.
Yeah, no rules, no rulers.
Yeah. There's no leaders, basically no kings, no ruler.
Yeah, I prefer the horizontal organization, because as much as we sort of like the more orthodox Marxists, the communists, are always saying we critique hierarchy in a big rigorous way, how it's all, the capitalist hierarchy is all bad, and then we go around creating all this like explanation for why our hierarchy is good, why we like find a way to defend it while attacking it, speaking out of both sides of our mouth in a way. And so then the anarchists seem to have great points about saying, what makes you think that you're so incorruptible that you can do hierarchy better than they can? And then we look at the historical examples of a lot of these Soviet Union and whatnot, and like Yugoslavia, I guess, like I guess Venezuela, like there's plenty of examples we could get into in detail, but there's this problem about maybe even China, right? With the hierarchy is starting to take over a little bit too much of the focus, not so much the actual theory that
Like I said,
to justify the hierarchy. Yeah.
Like I said, the issue with all these different I think idealistic, basically, because everyone has a positive like intention for what they believe in a style of government or anything like that. The problem in the end is people. I'm not pro socialism. I believe socialism is the ideal way to live as a society, but I don't believe socialism can be done because it's great on paper, but in real life, it's humans implementing it. There's always going to be a human that wants a little bit more than the next man or the next woman or the next one after that or next man after that. And they're always going to basically stack the deck in their favor. It's human nature. Like, I think socialism is ideal, but I don't think it's feasible for us as a species at this moment. We don't have it in us to pull it off.
That's the great question we're kind of finding answered in these next few years. I think with this whole thing about China like doing and BRICS, doing this de-dollarization of the global economy, it is sort of framed by a lot of people as the moment where we're transitioning from a global capitalist economy to like a global socialist economy led by China, who does what they call socialism with Chinese characteristics. And this all rests on taking their word for it and or acting as if any critiques of China's system, like lacking the valid characteristics of socialism, let alone whatever, just like Chinese characteristics aside, whatever. The more important thing is it has to really be the socialism it claims to be for this theory to be bearing out in front of us, right? For us to see that socialism actually is, because a lot of people believe that. Most of the people raised through capitalist education systems, we just have this kind of bias to believe socialism is not possible, right?
Right. So Mouse says that's a capitalism centric opinion. Socialism works in many forms in many places. So and I agree, Mouse. Like it works in many places where it's a homogeneous citizenry. So like very European places, it works there just fine. But then when you start adding different people, then for some reason people can't grasp the concept of all of us being on the same playing field. They have to create a hierarchy of where people are in their value, right? And that's where that kind of socialism will fail because it's not going to work.
You're talking
You're not putting
farm.
everybody on the same value, like with the same equity and things like that. Hi, Lucky. Lucky's here.
What's up, Lucky? Been a little while.
This has to be Cowboy Kitties.
Mouse, whoever Mouse is, I want to say that's why I'm here. I'd love to learn more because I don't know it all. I want to hear what you guys have to say because I'm not going to keep learning and growing if I don't start trying to learn and grow.
I appreciate that.
Wesley says, oh, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Go ahead.
I can't think of a situation where socialism failed because it was undermined and assaulted.
Before it was.
You can't think.
Never let it.
Oh,
actually
before it was undermined and okay, that made more sense because I was like, what? Yeah, and that's a huge issue with Western civilization. Like, if they see socialism succeeding, or even a society that's trying to move to communism, if they see it succeeding, they have to interfere and mess with it because they don't want us American citizens to look at it as a success and say, well, why don't we have that here? Why can't we have that here? So it is a tactic to preserve capitalism. And the only time they give us socialist services is to save capitalism.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, that's that liberal welfare state that gets so heavily criticized by the conservatives. I'm feeling a little bit rough from my bottle of wine from last night, so taking a little break until I got a couple of beers in the fridge, but a little early for me yet. But
Well, I got the non-alcoholic Heinekens. I have. Yeah, oh, it wouldn't matter if it was before 5 o'clock. I'd still drink if I wanted to. I don't believe in those kind of rules. I got Stolichnaya. I've got Mythic Gin. I've never heard of until I saw it. I was like, hey, sweet, that's fucking cool. I should have a bottle of Jameson coming over hopefully later.
Live while you're alive, eh?
Yeah, well, I don't always drink a lot, but when I do, I drink a lot, I think. So,
Why not?
Well,
That's a good question,
I've been
Jack.
everywhere, done everything. So, like, nowadays, I kind of just, I don't know.
Just ease into your old age carefully, you know, or you won't make it. You know?
How old would you say I am?
I'm saying maybe 45.
Dude, that's pretty close. That's 43.
Oh, cool.
You're the only, I look older than I usually do. Damn. Baby, I look older than I usually do.
I'll be 49 next week. Is it next?
That's a tricky
I don't even
question.
know.
Damn, really? I was gonna say 38.
Oh, thank you. I'll take 38.
Like the first thing that's the first thing I thought was like, I can't ask them how old do I look without saying how old they look. Him, I'm 33.
But me, sorry, yeah, I'm 34.
Ha! I was close. You hear that?
Yeah.
Nice, yeah. You're. It's funny. You're closer than most people. Most people tend to think I'm younger than I tend to be.
I was thinking younger actually, but I was like, nope, don't guess young because
I think the beard helps, the goatee.
yeah, definitely.
The age
I'm not very good at pandering. I'm actually just a nice guy, but it comes off as pandering a lot.
Oh yeah.
But I'm also, covered in tattoos, and I'm mean biker, and scary, and whatever else. I don't know.
Well, my
And
uncle
his girlfriend did some of his tattoos. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
A lot of bikers are pretty nice guys. Bunch of softies.
Usually are too, actually.
Yeah.
Well, you know what it is? You want to know what it is? Well, at least in my case, when I was young, like a dreamer, my hero's Evil Knievel. I was a super nice guy. People take advantage of that, and they basically lean into you, and they use you, and they do everything they can to like take from you what the good parts of you that they don't have in themselves. And after a certain amount of time, you start building up a suit of armor. My suit of armor is just tattoos and this bad attitude I have sometimes, and just being general in fist fights and everything you can do to make yourself tougher and stronger and meaner. And then one day you realize the person you were trying to become, to be basically able to defend that nerdy little dorky version of you, all of a sudden you realize, oh shit, I'm him now. I'm the guy I was the guy I was trying to become to protect myself. And then all of a sudden you realize, then the trick part is when you realize what happened to that nice guy. And so you spend the next 10, 15 years trying to rediscover that nice guy. And it sucks. He's still there. It's just a matter of that's when you start doing the things that you would want to do if you were still that nice guy, because that's who you want to be. Only now you're big and tattooed and like look mean as a motherfucker. And and people don't take advantage of you so easily, So you're able to be that nice guy now. Or for me anyways.
That's a good insight. That's interesting you say that.
Very. I used to just tell people I'm nice because I'm supposed to be, but don't push me. Because you will see another side of me. I will crash out. But
Yeah, I think
I'm usually pretty just nice all the time, mostly.
Yeah.
Well, there's you remember that line in, do you guys ever see the movie Legends of the Fall?
I don't know.
It's Brad Pitt, Anthony Quinn. Oh, it's got so many people in it. But at the very beginning, there's an old Indian man, a native man, talking. He's like about his friendship with Colonel Ludlow, who was there for the Trail of Tears. And after that, he basically throws his sword into the ground and basically leaves the military and takes his family, who was very young, out to the middle of nowhere. And he says he's left because he wanted to lose the madness. Like, I was a kid. I came from Alaska, so like there was nothing there when I was a kid. I guess it was a city. I didn't realize that, but like I went in search of the madness. The problem is, if you go looking for blood, you're going to find it. I went looking for madness.
Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe that's why I moved to New York.
Oh no. The truth is, I had to man this all along. I just didn't realize it until I got where I was going. I was like, man, I fit in here. They know me here.
So this is pretty interesting. Oh, wait. It was a mousy comment. He said, "Can you?"
Was it this one?
Yeah.
Food coloring.
So I thought that was pretty interesting. I used to be such a giant asshole. Quitting food coloring changed my life. Now I'm a little kitten.
Red dye.
And
red dye.
yeah, there's a lot of food coloring that is illegal in
Other countries,
It brings
yeah.
out bipolar
most other countries. Like there's a lot of stuff that they feed us that is illegal
Oh yeah.
chemicals.
in most other countries.
There's a lot of like ADHD sort of induced by the food that's not necessarily like a permanent condition. People don't notice that it's more diet related. You know.
Well,
That's a good point. You might have mellowed out with age too. That's what Jacqueline says. Hi, driving me, Macy.
I don't know. My niece is 8. She's affected by red dye.
would you guys mind sharing my link so that, like, you guys can all? I was gonna do this so you guys can all join my panels tonight. It's usually not crazy.
Did you put it in the chat?
Let me see if I can do that.
I think I subscribed last night.
Yeah, you did. I was stoked. I was like, yeah.
Okay.
I thought you were pretty cool. I was like, hell yeah, dude.
Want to do a little cross stream thing? We could join your panel and boost our panel.
Good idea.
If anyone
wants to do that sometime. I really want. I prefer if you guys saw who was on my panel first before you wanted to do a cross stream, because some of them can be real.
Well, you can all.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I allow a lot of people on my panel who aren't necessarily nice people.
That doesn't bother. Well, you already know that doesn't bother me.
Yeah, dude, you held your own last night. You held your own.
You already know that doesn't bother me.
Get him.
Keep expecting everyone to be nice. Like that's not being realistic. You got to learn how to deal with the dirty. You know, get dirty with people spreading the dirt. You know.
Let's see if it shows up. I don't see
we
it.
we just try to keep this channel like we try to maintain some boundaries of this channel. But I do go. I mean, you already know this, Black North. I do go on other channels where they're like, they really come at you.
Oh yeah. I've only been on here online for how long have I been here? 3 months, 3.5 months.
Going on 4.
Going on 4 months. I've only been on YouTube.
December.
December? No, it was the end of December, right? Like, and I basically jumped into the lion's den, not realizing that trolls are trolls, man. Like they get heavy.
Some people are pretty weird about their YouTube, their relationship with YouTube, you know, and I think there's a lot of them are just bots.
I think troll channels will get a lot of subscribers because people want to see drama and see people be beat down, and our channel is not really like that. Our channel is more informational. We're kind of chill over here.
The nice guy in me doesn't like the way I feel inside when we do all that bickering, that Schadenfreude, you know.
Schadenfreude, yeah. I put it in the private chat because obviously I wasn't able to post it in the main chat, so I just put it in the private chat for you guys.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Can you post it for him? So, see, I can't. I think I'm gonna have to take this mic down. I mean, this camera down because I think I value my my mouse more than my face right now.
What?
Because I can't do anything. It's fucking soft.
One of my main things is like I had to learn to stop caring what people I don't know say about me. It's been a long time since I'd actually been in a situation where people were going to run their mouth and say messed up stuff to me. Messed up. And all of a sudden I realized, wait a second. That's right. I remember who I am now. That's right. Yeah, what am I worried about? What am I worried about your opinion, man? Like, I wouldn't.
Go ahead. Finish your statement. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't care what a lot of these people. I wouldn't care what they thought about me if I saw them in the street or I met them in a freaking bar or a store. Why am I worried about what they're saying about me on YouTube? I could like basically reprogram that thing back to the way it was when I built this suit of armor. You know.
Mm-hmm. Mousy is firing shots. None of us are thin skinned. Mousy, oh, Mousy, sorry, not Mousy. None of us are thin skinned except maybe Sugar Cookies, the big crybaby.
Is that
We're just making
is
fun
that
of her.
Mousy?
Bad Cookies is one of our regular, our friends, one of our viewers, longtime viewers, a fellow
And he's-
anarchist.
Is that his nemesis?
well, he's quite the jokester.
Oh. What?
He's quite the jokester, and he teases my girl a lot about being short and stuff and not being able to dance. So she calls them sweet cookies. Oh wait, you know what I should have done? Everything after the question mark is not necessary. That's that is so they can the analytics can do tracking. So this should make it easier for people. If I just do this, here we go.
Is that?
Oh,
That's my
okay.
workhorse one. Did I give him the wrong address?
Hmm?
Give the wrong I think I gave you my secondary account.
Oh, well, let's take that down.
We're in the private chat. That's fine. I don't mind if people subscribe. Yeah, I gave him the secondary account, not the first. Hey,
Well,
subscribe
which
to
one
the
do you
show.
want?
No worries.
But that actually wasn't on purpose, though. It'd be funnier if it was. Yeah, YouTube. I was already on my secondary account. I was on my secondary account when I looked it up.
Does he, John? Bad Cookies will troll you, but not in a mean way. He's not mean with his trolling. He's just a comedian. He's funny.
Who's that?
Bad Cookies.
Well, it's funny we're talking about him when he's not here. Hopefully he'll show up sooner rather than later. He's probably working though, but whatever.
Ishmael Martinez, hello.
I've known Ishmael for some time now. He's one of the first friends I made on here, actually. That's not the whole thing. What the heck?
Oh, see, I don't know Wendy from HLM. HLM is too early for me. I'm rolling over at 9 a.m.
You guys, if you give me moderator status for 2 freaking minutes, I'll post the actual link because I can't get it on my computer. I'm not very good. I'm still learning.
No rush. Tuesdays is our long stream, so we start a little later tonight, so we might not go super late. But we often will start at 3 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central, and we might go for till midnight or 2 in the morning or something.
So I wanted to show some stuff.
Yeah.
Let's find something
Y'all indulge me.
to cover in the meantime. Yeah. I'll just be right back. 1 second.
There we go. That's my freaking link.
I found some good, interesting music on Facebook.
Like what kind?
Oh, thank you, Ishmael. You can troll, but like funny, fun. Like they're trolling. Like a lot of trolls will be like just out and out, over the top mean.
Yeah.
Which I don't mind that, but it's just not for this channel. In fact, I go looking for that sometimes if I'm in the mood.
Me too.
You know, because I gotta keep my skills sharp. You know what I mean? Because they're out there.
Yeah, that blade needs an edge, right?
I think the main problem with trolls, though, is the dehumanization. So there are trolls who are trying, like you're saying, the ones that are just really mean. They're just trying to dehumanize people. They're trying to.
Yeah.
And then there's the problem where the more trolls that are online in general, the more we stop seeing our fellow people as human beings, and we just think of that person's just a troll, and we don't think that's a person behind that screen.
Dude.
Right. Kieran is here.
You know,
I haven't seen you in a while.
I forget that trolls are people too. That's kind of twisted. I didn't think about that until right now when you said that, dude.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah.
No, I'm serious. Like I just think they're assholes. I didn't think about the fact that, you know what? Actually, I do understand. I used to always tell myself when I was about to get in a fight, calm down. I don't know what's going on in their life away from this freaking moment. What are they so angry about? Because I doubt it's something I said or did. There's always more to everything. There's more variables in play than you realize.
Yep. That's
And
where sometimes I'm talking to people in the chat, and I'm not actually trying to troll them, but they start to think that I am. It's like maybe I actually am subconsciously a little bit if I just disagree with them. But for the most part, I'm just trying to talk to people, and if they don't like what I'm saying, all of a sudden I'm a troll.
Yeah. You become a troll when you start basically ripping into them for the basic facts you know about them: race, religion, age, weight. You know what? If you can actually debate with someone about the topic you're speaking about, that's a conversation. Once you start going personal, you're just trolling and being a jerk. However, I'm not gonna say I don't troll and be a jerk sometimes. I try to avoid it, but I'm not perfect either.
What's ironic, we're talking about this at this very moment
there's
with
hope
Pan
for you.
Mulattoism in the back again. We've got
Hi,
a
Pan.
bit of a stalker here.
Why would you call him a stalker?
Well, because he comes back no matter every week. That's just a bit of a joke, I guess. I don't mean it, but I'm saying we had him on and we didn't appreciate, just as you just said.
Unmuted.
I can appreciate if you're talking about the issues we're trying to debate, but if you start to just make it personal attacks, that's what he did. And now he's wanting to come back, and we kind of kicked him off because he wouldn't talk about the issues. He wanted to be declaring checkmate and doing personal attacks.
He was talking about issues. It's just like every time he would say an issue, he would say checkmate.
And he pissed
every time he was losing a debate, it would basically become like, no, I win and you're wrong, and was one of those people.
Kind of when you say checkmate, whatever, after you like, he makes a point, and then rather than allow the audience to sort of be the
process it and talk about it, he was just making a lot of people mad.
I got it. More about victory than understanding.
Maybe
that's a good point. So look, there's hope for you, Michael. Mousy says, shit, I remember when Mastermind had me blocked, and now we're buddies for years, thanks to Gamer and Scoogle. I don't know those two people, but
I don't know. I'd say there would be hope. I'm not willing to change myself to suit them at this point. Like with Mastermind, just because Black North has no idea what we're talking about, but someone we used to work with, used to make like podcasts with. He was Abby's co-host on a different show. What was it called? Civilian Discourse. And then Abby was my co-host on this Noteworthy show. But then after a while, we had some fallings out. And eventually I said some offensive things to him, and then he went.
What'd you say?
Overreacted. I forget exactly. What was it?
Wait. You said offensive things to him and he overreacted?
There was somebody in our chat that he timed out, and I was like getting defensive about, what are you kicking people off of our show for? Fuck off. And then he got really mad that I'm like pulling off F-bombs at him and stuff, right? So, and it just spiraled from there, and I'm like, I don't need to be maintaining friendships with people that aren't really about
that was kind of the wrong approach, don't you think? So you could have just asked him why. Oh, you know what it was? He kicked him off because of a dispute that person was having in another channel, and we were like, that has nothing to do with our channel. So
dragon drama elsewhere.
Well, there's a ongoing legal dispute. He's a moderator on a channel that we're kind of talking about without. It's called Hard Lens Media. Abby mentioned it before. It's on too early for her to catch it. I used to watch it all the time. I just kind of don't really like it anymore. I find the host isn't really the person who I thought he was, in a sense. Like, he's more of he's not a communist. He's against the duopoly, but he's not really. He's kind of a libertarian, but he doesn't really see himself as such. And I'm just finding I got more important things to do than to watch the less serious show like that. It's kind of entertainment more so than education kind of thing, which is more what I'm focused on.
Yeah, it's drama and content rather than quality entertainment or quality.
I I mean, he does. I watch him later sometimes, and he's giving information. I don't know. I watch a lot of different different channels that I might not agree with, but I watch it just to get the perspective that they're coming from. You know.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. I got to get this article I'm writing on the Substack about the LaRouche influence on the communist, like, independent media, like YouTube podcasters and stuff. And that's sort of one of the things that's, like, I don't want to say too much because I want to get the article written so that I don't, I want people to read the article rather than just have me tell too much before I even get it published. So, but
yeah, this is very interesting. Egg says some people are addicted to drama, and this is I find this interesting because I did read Jimmy Dore would talk about how America, or we're, in a sense, we are we're adult children of alcoholics. It's from this book he read, and I read the book before so when he mentioned it, like, my spidey senses went up, and it made a lot of sense to me if you read that book, that the person that is abusing you, whether verbal, mentally, or what have you, sometimes you will put that person on a pedestal because you are desiring for them to be something else.
You seek approval from them because you look up at them. I mean, like, that person's opinion matters to me. I don't know why, but I want to be loved by this person because it's your parent. So you will mentally, like, try to block out the cruelty and create another scenario for yourself or what have you. But also, when he said addicted to drama, when you come out of a family that is drama stricken is a better word, and you get out on your own by yourself, and everything's calm because you're, like, in your own space, you seek out the chaos because it's normal to you. And right? So you need to feel a sense of normalcy, and the chaos is the normalcy. Yo, you don't even know you just rabbit hole into something that I could just dive into for hours. I'm not even gonna lie.
Well, that's why we're here.
And that's what the psychological science is kind of pointing to, that unfortunately maybe the majority of the human response to traumatic situations like that is this strange kind of I guess, what do you call it, like a Stockholm syndrome type of.
Yo, that's just that's what M just said.
Yeah.
Stockholm syndrome.
This is the scary thing about all the psychological conditioning that, like, the Epstein class people have been trying to carry out on everybody. Like, they literally have studied the worst elements of psychology, and they're trying to use it to kind of ruin people so they can break them so they can control them, right?
It also is physiological as well, because you in those scenarios your body, like, gives off certain endorphins or what have you, and you get addicted to them. So you can get addicted to positive endorphins or negative endorphins. So if you're not getting those negative endorphins that your body is used to, you are constantly seeking it, so even your body could feel like it usually feels. You know what I'm saying?
Would you like to hear something that might not sound happy, but it's not as sad as it sounds when I say it?
Sure.
I am the person a lot of people turn to when life goes into turmoil, when everything gets crazy, it's chaotic, and there's stuff falling apart. I'm the person a lot of people turn to because I live here. I am the guy who basically is there for you during the chaotic times. I help you get through those times. And then when everything starts to settle down and they get to go back to being normal, and they want to know yo, come on. I'm back. I don't get to go back. I don't get to go back. I live here. You go back to
So
your normal
then,
life,
so
and
then
I'll wait
that
for you
does something for
to meet
you.
me. What?
That does something for you.
Not really.
It doesn't. So why you always? So why put yourself in a situation all the time?
Well, because I live here and they need me.
When you say I live here, you mean in that
Chaos.
chaos? Okay.
Yeah. They go back to normal and they wonder why I don't get to go back. I don't get to go back. They wonder why I can't come with them when their life goes back to normal. It's like, well, you found me because you were in chaos. I didn't seek you out in normal. You were in chaos and you found me. I helped you get back to normal. But I don't get to go there with you. I stay here where I am me. Otherwise, I'm not me. And it's sad, but
That's
it's the truth.
sad.
Yeah, well, it's not meant to be sound. It's not meant to sound as sad as it sounds. It's oh wait.
Well, it sounds pretty fucking sad.
You went in search of madness. Well, I am the madness. You try to speak of sadness. Well, I've seen and had this. It's a lyric I wrote years and years, like 20 years ago. Like they get to go back to normal. I stay where I am because I don't get to go back to normal. That was, when you're a kid and you develop and you become who you are. I came from one of those families that you were talking about, basically placing someone on a pedestal. My dad will never tell me he's proud of me. I'll die knowing that, and so will he. But guess what? I had to get past that. Obviously, I'm not completely past it, or I would have mentioned it. But it's one of those things. I came from one of those families that no one wants to come from. I did pretty. I did pretty goddamn well from where I came from. The goal is to make sure my kid goes from where I am and goes upwards from there. You know. But yeah.
Well, that reminds me of a thing that I read about like antisocial personality and like agoraphobia and like the neurochemistry. Like I don't know if you know, agoraphobia is like the fear of going outside as opposed to
Yeah.
Okay, some people don't necessarily know, but so it's like the thing that gets flipped about when, like, you get the cortisol, the adrenaline, whatever gets you nervous when you go outside. Eventually, that's like a flip that's happened in your brain where the normal thing for a person is to enjoy the endorphins that come from socializing with people, and then once you get too accustomed to you get the endorphins from maybe interacting with people online alone at home, then it becomes too stressful for you to go in what used to be the normal environment. You become sort of trapped, even though it's lonely and it's not satisfying to stay inside alone. And what you really crave is socialization. As only when you're thinking about it from the inside looking out. Because once you try to go associate and socialize, wherever the stress hormones start to rage inside of you, and you start to think, well, but that's not me, or that's everyone else. It's like, how normal is it for you to associate with the new normal, right?
And for me, it's actually kind of difficult because I'm an extrovert half the time. I'm not actually. I don't know. I'm not actually bipolar, am I?
I don't know. You've never been diagnosed.
Well, I've been diagnosed like a couple times as bipolar.
Yeah,
but
but
I've also had
that's
doctors tell me I'm not bipolar. I've
Yeah.
also been told I have BPD. I've
That's
also
a
been
tricky thing.
What is
very tricky thing.
I'm not so much agoraphobic as I don't want to go out there. There's nothing I want out there except for when I want what's out there. In which case, I'm an extrovert. I'll go play open mic nights. I'll take my guitar out. I'll freaking go out to play open mic night, and I'll just play. And it's for me, it's heaven. It's zen. It's nirvana. It's everything I need in that moment, and it refills my freaking cup, and I get the hell out of there before people start draining it again. Because at the end of the day,
it's so
I'm going to
interesting
drain that cup.
So it's so interesting that you say that because a lot of comedians say that they're very introverted people, but then they get out and perform, and it fills their cup, and then they just go home and stay out of the limelight.
Drain the cup
until it's time for them to perform. Yep.
That's a very good. That's almost defining me right there.
It is. Yeah.
Like it's a definition of me, pretty much. I'm a very social creature, but on my terms where it's serving me to, I can help people, I can do this, I can do that, I'm there for other people. But at the end of the day, close the door, wall it off, where you can put up a freaking bigger wall, maybe a gauntlet, maybe a freaking basically what's it called? The bridge they put in front of castles, a drawbridge,
A moat.
and then
Oh yeah,
an
a
arm up and
drawbridge.
tug all over my moat.
Oh, Mousy says musicians and actors. A lot of them are like that too.
You're a musician too, Mouse?
Yeah, Mouse is
Yes.
long-time musician. He's got lots of stuff. I think we got a thing here, a little Bandcamp thing. Where is it?
Bandcamp
link.
This one time at band camp.
Well, I play guitar. We're not going there.
I'm not seeing it here. That's weird.
Yeah, I think because we had a lot of people's their stuff on here, so we could just pull it up whenever we want to. I found it. Here it is.
There we go.
mousesf.bandcamp.com.
Let me put it on my phone real quick so I can find it.
Oh, Lucky's here, so let me put up his too.
Mouse SF.
Oh, yeah, at bandcamp.com. And that's Lucky's YouTube. Golden Monarch isn't here, but we're gonna put that up too. His Substack.
Yeah, Golden Monarch writes about crypto and Bitcoin a lot. Exclusively, I think, would be maybe the better way to put it.
I'm not gonna check everyone's stuff out right now. I'll check it out later. I'm just basically saving it all to my phone.
Yeah, sorry, we're throwing a whole bunch of links at you, so cool.
Well, I'm just putting them up. So and then at Political Matrix, that's their YouTube. I think that's all we have so far.
How do you spell Dulcinea Effect?
Dulcinea.
EAE. All right.
You probably talked to her before.
There's actually a very good chance I have. I hit the ground running pretty hard. It was hers a YouTube?
Mm-hmm.
YouTube.com. 1 second.
So you're saying you're just new to making a YouTube account and interacting with people, or like watching in general? Like you haven't even.
I've watched YouTube on and off for years, but I had this whole thing where it's like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm blah 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 musician. I don't need to be online, and everything else you tell yourself when you think you're original, and everyone's gonna find you eventually.
I had that kind of a reaction, not so much as a musician, but I've watched YouTube for years, not actually making any account or talking with anybody, just watching things. And actually, when YouTube was all the rage for years and years, I stayed off of it until I finally decided to spend more time on it. And then I kind of got stuck in the web of it.
For me, one day I decided, I was like, you know what? I'm not going to brag. I've got a bunch of music. I'm a guitarist and a lyricist. I'm a lyricist more than anything else. But I'm just sitting here doing nothing with any of the stuff I've created over time. Like, maybe I'll put it on YouTube because someone told me I should put it on YouTube. And I ignored people for years, telling me I should do that. One day I was like, screw it. I'll record a couple of videos and put them online. And I was like, you know what? This is actually a great way for people to actually hear what I put out there. And I can basically hear what other people put out there too. And then I found a few friends on some other pages. I like the 1A audit type thing. And it was like, I met some people that had like-minded views that I have. And it sort of starts to snowball. Next thing you know, it's been a month. I've got 100 freaking videos on my channel. I'm putting up panels. And there's drama, of course, because you're always going to find haters. But the truth is, if you're not getting any haters, then you're not doing everything right. You're going
like Cat Williams said, if you got 10 haters, you need to figure out how you're going to get 10 more.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Now, Wesley, if you're still here, can you put your YouTube up again? Now I have my mouse and I could.
I think he was looking for his. He shared the wrong link at first, although not necessarily wrong, but the secondary channel. Did you manage to find your primary channel link to share?
Oh, that was Black North, but Wesley put up a channel. I can't find it. It's like gone in the comments.
Oh, okay,
I mean, it's not gone, but I can't find it.
it's way up there.
Yeah. So anyway,
I'm still here.
Okay, no worries.
so can I play? Can I? There it is. Thank you. So let me go to the quorum because everything after that question mark you do not need, and it'd just be easier for people to get it if I take that out. So let me do that. Doo-doo-doo.
Are you hungry?
Huh? It won't let me. Oh, there it is. Okay.
I'm trying to find this link.
Wesley, you need a vanity URL.
We got a whole lot of comments already, so it's very hard to find.
Wait, does it say Egberto? Is the channel called Egberto? Is that right?
What's Egberto?
I don't know.
Wesley, can you confirm? Is that you, Egberto?
I see it. There you go. Is this the? There you go. You reshared the link. All right, cool.
Where did I get this from? What is Egberto?
He says yes. Yes, it is. He's super.
Oh, it is him? Oh, okay.
That's his gaming
Then-
handle.
Well, then let me share it.
All right. So are we maybe want to find something a little bit more engaging for the audience? I don't know what we're kind of talking about at the moment now. Just sort of.
All right. So let me share this. I thought this was insane. Not that I want to be talking about Trump all night because there's a lot more interesting things to talk about, but
Who's Trump?
I mean, exactly. Like Charlie who?
Yeah.
Can I find it? Here it is. I think I got to change the. Okay, that works. Okay, it says delusional Trump rants to children about Joe Biden's auto pen and the fake news at the White House Easter roll.
Biden would use the auto pen. We have an auto pen problem. He was incapable of signing things. So they follow him around with this big machine, you know what it's called?
Can we make it any louder?
And he'd have the auto pen sign. He'd take the pen.
All
He's
right.
telling the kids Biden has an auto pen, and the kid said, "What?"
What's
Kid
the
is like what, 5, 6, 7 years old? What? So, okay, that's as loud as I could make it.
The auto pen. He'd have an auto pen problem. He didn't sign.
Oh, maybe if you mute, can you let me mute you? I'm gonna mute the both of you. Yeah, you sound pretty loud in background noise, Nahilo, today. Like maybe your fan is on or something.
Oh, I do. Sorry.
Yep.
That's weird.
Can you mute? Thank you. All right, here we go.
The auto pen. He'd have an auto pen problem. Joe Biden. He didn't sign. He was incapable of signing a thing. So they'd follow him around with this big machine, you know what it's called? An auto pen. And he'd have the auto pen signed for him. He'd take the paper, hand it to his guys, they'd sign it with an auto pen, give it back. Not too good, right? Better to sign.
What?
Okay, that's for the fake news.
I made Air Force.
Who likes the fake news? Does anybody like the fake news?
This is how far the
What? Does anybody like the fake news? What? Doesn't he
Who's
sound? He
letting those
sounds
kids-
crazy.
It's all fake news.
I'm wondering. I'm
kids
like,
there?
are those foster kids? Like, who said, yeah, let me, especially these little black kids right here. Who said, yeah, let my kids come to this? I think they went and grabbed some foster kids or something. Some kids from DCFS.
Oh, you mean like a Division of Children and Youth Facilities or whatever? Or is that
like,
Go find like a foster home or like an orphanage.
right. And just made them look all pretty. Because ain't no way. And the only reason I say that is because there's black kids. That kid looks like Latino. Like, who would bring their child for this?
What is it?
I mean, I know there
office
were.
of the president.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Presidency has fallen under Donald Trump. This is this morning, Monday, April 6th, at the 141st annual White House Easter egg roll, an event for children. And Donald Trump is ranting to a group of kids, the oldest of whom cannot be more than 7, about Joe Biden using an auto pen and the fake news. I mean, this is absolutely pathetic. This poor little child in the blue shirt with the paper plane is trying to show Trump how he made a paper Air Force plane for him, and Trump is completely ignoring him to rant about an auto pen and the fake news. Could you imagine being so petty, so narcissistic, so self-involved that you are trying to seek the validation of 4 to 7-year-old children? Like, that's exactly what he's doing. He's trying to get self-validation from a group of children by criticizing his predecessor. And none of them know what he's talking about. None of them have a clue about what he's talking about. And he is just ranting and going on from the auto pen to the fake news. That is how completely delusional and narcissistic this man is. He does not care about anyone but himself. He can't even take a second to recognize this poor little kid who's trying to show him his paper airplane. He can't stop for 10 seconds to recognize that child. He continues to rant about the auto pen and the fake news. He is a complete narcissist. I mean, this is pathetic. And it just illustrates what a tiny, fragile ego the man has, how completely self-involved he is. The man cares about no one but himself, and he's completely delusional.
Damn.
So, yeah, what do y'all think? That was crazy, right?
I feel like maybe Trump's not hiding it, whereas most presidents try to put off a certain image, baby kissing type thing, you know. Like, Trump is not trying to hide it. I am not a Trump fan, but he also doesn't seem to be faking stuff. It's almost insulting. It's like, dude, at least pretend you give a shit.
I know. At least pretend. You know, all these presidents didn't give a damn about those babies, but at least try. Jeez. I mean, it also shows how detached he was from his own children at that age, because he has no idea how to engage with children of that age.
True.
You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of when they would show those videos of Charlie Kirk talking to his quote unquote kids. And I'm like, why are you talking to these kids about what?
I don't remember that, actually. Oh, you mean at colleges and stuff?
No. His children.
His own children.
His two children.
I don't think I ever saw that stuff. Did I miss anything good?
It looks just like this.
Oh, where he's
The way he's talking to them, he's talking to them about like political stuff and like political theory and all kind of stuff, and it's just like, dude, the kid is clearly like 5. And the way he was, even if you want to talk to your children about politics, you still can at 5, but not like that. You have to bring it down to their
Understanding.
their understanding.
Yeah, I think Trump, the whole thing about Trump's narcissism, I think a lot of people are a little too focused on him as if he's the one who's actually in charge, like he's the leader of the free world or whatever. And it's like throwing up your hands. Oh no, look at how we let this narcissist in control of the most powerful nation on earth. But it's kind of like forgetting the fact that like he's bought by like Miriam Adelson and Peter Thiel or whatever. Like all these capitalists are, like own him, or like the Israeli blackmail and everything. So it's his narcissism is really not as central as like to the like the concept, like the reason why everything is so bad and everything. It's sort of like an easy scapegoat in a way. And the more that we focus on Trump's personality, the less we're actually talking about the bourgeoisie behind him actually making the decisions.
We just don't know who they are. And they
You know
like
who
it
some
that
of them
way.
are. Yeah. I mean, Miriam Adelson is the one, that the Israeli billionaire that is like the one name that comes up the most. But I'm sure there's plenty, a whole circle of them. Yeah.
Love you too.
That's a good point.
I'm not muted.
That's a good point, Rondo. At this point, you shouldn't call them capitalists. You should call them what they are, racketeers.
Dude.
They're just stealing all of our money.
Yeah, I
Everything's
guess that's
a rat now.
Is that what capitalism is? Because that's sort of what I feel like that's one of the things that Marx was right about. Like, this is what capitalism produces. And so then the orthodox Marxist is always like, this is capitalism. This is what you get when you let the capitalist, whatever. And then everyone else who's like not reading any Marx or whatever, any of the communists.
Who's not reading, period.
Yeah. But I think it's all capitalism, and I think existence in particular, or in general, is racketeering. It's all a matter of what you have to fucking provide people with. Because at one point in Harlem, the greatest business there was, provided the most jobs, was running numbers. It was illegal, and the government wanted to shut it down because they weren't getting a cut of it. Most governments.
Yes, it was black people in Harlem started the gambling thing amongst themselves, and they were like, "This is illegal," but you know what? We're going to legalize it for ourselves.
Yeah, exactly. Pay for a permit, and you can do it. Where do I pay for a permit? You pay the government for a permit. That's who you pay. And if you win, guess what? You have to pay taxes on what you won. So you never actually won everything. You have to pay for the right to be existing on this planet. And that's the problem.
In Black North, do you remember when the way it was sold to the American people was, we're going to do the lottery so we can fund education?
Yeah, I remember that.
Where the hell did the money go?
Not towards education.
It never funded education. It
sounded good when they said it, though.
It did. I mean, that's how it got approval because people were like, yeah. Because I know, like, when I was living in Astoria, which is basically Queens, but a neighborhood in Queens. There's this.
You lived in Queens?
I lived in Queens. I lived in Brooklyn, but I settled in Manhattan. But
I was switching my earbuds, and it took me a second to actually hear what you were saying.
I lived in Queens. I lived in Brooklyn, but I settled in Manhattan.
Damn.
For most of my tenure there. But there's this German. What do you call it? It wasn't German. It was like this beer. I forget what they call them now.
Oh, I looked up last night, didn't I? Goddard. I looked up last night for you.
In my purse. What'd you look up last night for me? A beer garden. A beer garden. That's what they call them. But all the proceeds from the beer garden funded the elementary school that it was attached to. Ain't that something?
Oh dang it! Where is it? I looked up
You're
last
saying the
night.
beer garden was attached to the elementary school?
Uh-huh.
Of course.
The elementary school was upstairs. The bar was downstairs.
Why not?
Completely
What's so wrong?
completely funded the school. No, it was fine. They were well funded, obviously.
You can drink and pick up your kids. That's a joke.
At the very least, it kind of normalizes drinking for all these kids. You know? Not that
I
it's
don't
not
think so.
normalizing
I don't think so because the school, the entrance into the school was very separate from the bar. It wasn't like that.
Right.
It was just taking advantage of the full property or what have you.
I guess it could work.
And I mean, it did work. It does work.
And one thing that doesn't seem to work, there's a business called
There it
the
is.
Boozy Barrel, Boozy Bar and Barrel or something. I don't know. It's like a weightlifting gym with like a bar in it. I'm like, doesn't seem like it should be allowed.
Oh, that's a different thing. Damn. I found it for you yesterday when we were talking online. When you were talking about the difference in educations and how our education system had been formed by Germans after World War One.
Oh
found
yeah,
it,
we did talk about that. Yes.
but everyone went off on a rant on that page, and we lost our conversation. So I was never able to actually bring it out.
That's the kind of thing people dismiss like a conspiracy theory almost. It's like, no, actually, that's history. That's how education systems around the world were formed.
Like I was saying yesterday, no one's going to give you the education you need to overthrow them.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. At all. So
they want cogs in the wheel, another brick in the wall.
Mm-hmm. I love Pink Floyd.
Dude, I'm not even going to go off on Pink Floyd.
I just wish the rest of them were like more like Roger Waters, because he's like the only one who's actually political and like caring about Palestinians and stuff.
I'm more of a Syd Barrett fan, if that says anything. Anyone who caught that?
No, I don't. I just know Roger Waters.
Yeah, dude.
All right, so I'm going to share this because this is kind of what I was talking about. I like sharing videos more than articles because it's just like easier for people to. I like to listen and read. If I'm just reading, I don't know. I read very slow, and my mind starts racing, and I have to go back and reread. And I could read an entire page, and then realize, hold on, I didn't retain shit. I was actually thinking about something completely different the entire time I was reading. So it takes me a long time to read sometimes. But anyway, I think
the modern way of consuming information is more video, and people like decry why doesn't anybody read anymore? Maybe the video, when it's done right, the video format, you can get just as much, if not more, information faster. It should be better in a way.
I disagree.
Okay.
I believe that you might get more information from the video in a certain aspect, but reading exercises your brain. It makes your brain use the same part of your brain that it engages when you're on acid or other hallucinogenics. It makes that in your brain work out. It's a muscle. The more you build it, the stronger it's going to get.
Mm-hmm.
I could what she was saying before about basically reading and realizing she hadn't absorbed any of it for years. That was a problem for me. I'd read 2 or 3 pages of a book and I'd be like, I don't know anything I just read, because although I was reading, my brain was going off in other directions. I'd have to go back and reread the pages, and it's like, I don't remember any of this.
That happens a lot with that happens a lot with driving too. Like you could drive, it's like your brain takes over sort of and just does all the work for you. And you're like doing something completely different. There have been times where I got home and I said, holy shit.
How'd I get here?
I got home safe, but I don't really remember the entire ride. And I was the one driving.
So just in response to what Black North was saying, there's, I think that's a really good point about the reading, like trains your brain, or because like there's a lot of studies showing with like AI and stuff about how people there's like the cognitive debt that they're outsourcing to the AI. They're not doing the thinking anymore themselves, so their brain is kind of like, in some parts of it are like atrophying, like the parts that aren't being used anymore, or like, but then like that's a little extreme to put it that way. It's not exactly, but like there's neuroplasticity going on is what I'm saying. Like we got to try not to be a little bit too bleak. We got to try and be open-minded, because the way I like the metaphor that I think is useful is the counterpoint is like before we had writing like with pens and stuff, we had like stone tablets they had to write everything on with chisels. And so we're not sad that they learned how to invent the pen so that they didn't have to develop the neural networks to be a fucking chiseler on a thing of stone. And now we're kind of going through these transitions with all this technology, with the AI and everything. In a way, it's like the leap from stone chiseling to the pen, the pen from to the computer, right?
I also noticed that if I read something, like in school was a breeze for me once I realized how my brain worked. Like I read something, like you have to read a chapter. I would take the time to outline the chapter. So then I would just like reread my outline. Well, my outline was like a conduit for me to recall the entire chapter. So then when the test came, I would ace them because I could remember everything. But if I just read the chapter by itself, I would fail. So anyway, I wanted to read this comment from Rondo before I play this. He says, people who actually don't engage with history, hearing something from history would sound like a conspiracy theory. Is history not just the documentation of conspiracy theories for world domination? Pretty much. So in 20, 30 years from now, all the things that we were saying were conspiracy theories will be vindicated. At least I'd say over 70% of them. Because if you're actually using logic when these people are telling you these things, and you're listening to your intuition and you're letting your ancestors lead you, the shit doesn't add up with what they tell you.
I find that there's a nice little parallel, like echo of Marx's quote there. He's got so many, but the where's that comment now? Because he's saying the history of like all history so far is essentially the history of class struggle. And so the way that Rondo just said that essentially was rewording, saying
I got one.
the history of history up until now is just the history of class struggle, or in put in another way, it's just the documentation of conspiracies for world domination. I just found that
History is written by men who have hanged heroes.
There you go. That's right.
All right, so I'm going to play this, and then I'll catch you guys on the other side.
About to make your fucking depression worse, because I'm finna tell you how the school system in America was fucking invented. Okay, so this motherfucker right here named Horace Mann was hell-bent on finding a new motherfucking system of education for the United States, right? He got his ideas from modern-day Germany, which was called Prussia back then. Many of the first professors to teach at some of these old-ass universities that were the beginning universities in America in the early 1900s were also trained in fucking Prussia. What the fuck was the Prussian school system that everybody liked so much? So check this out. When Napoleon, this dude, when he beat fucking Prussia in 1806, they was pissed off. The Prussian Corps was so fucking hurt and mad that they lost, that they came to the conclusion that the reason we lost is because the soldiers was thinking for themselves and not following fucking orders. I know we a minute in this fucking video, but this is where shit get real hot, spicy ass burning type shit. Listen. So the Prussian Corps came up with a system that taught fucking skills for the new industrial world, such as reading, writing, and arithmetic. They also came up with a strict education system that taught duty, discipline, respect for authority, and the ability to follow orders. The Prussian Corps was aimed to create social obedience in citizens through indoctrination. The goal for them was to ensure that all the Prussian citizens in their fucking spirit knew and believed that the king was just, all his decisions was right, and the need for obedience trumps every fucking thing else. Prussian government wanted to instill loyalty to the government and to the citizens and to prepare young men for the army. And to do this, they felt that the need for independent thinking had to be removed from the masses. It was understood that in order to have an efficient ruling class or policy-making class and a subclass or working class beneath that, critical thinking amongst the people had to be got the fuck rid of. The reason why most Americans don't even know this is the origin of their school system, just like the Prussian citizens didn't know, is because the system was designed in the benefit of the government and not the people that were going to be indoctrinated by it. John Finch, one of the founders of the Prussian system, which is the system that we adopted in America, he said that the schools must fashion the person and fashion him in such a way that he simply cannot will otherwise than what you wish him to will. He was also a fucking white supremacist, an Nazi to be exact. He also said education should aim at destroying free will so that after pupils are thus schooled, they will be incapable throughout the rest of their lives of thinking or acting otherwise than their schoolmasters would have wished. This technique has been perfected. Every government that has been in charge of education for more than one generation will be able to control its subjects securely without the need of arms or policemen. I'm about to make your...
What y'all think about that?
But my kids need to know how to read and write and count and do math and know what science is. How can you ignore everything that guy just said in that video or whatever and just, you know what I mean? Like, focus on the fact that my kid needs to read and write and do math or whatever. It's like voluntarism.
They're trying to create consumers. They want consumers and cogs on the wheel, and they're not going to teach our children any more than they have absolutely have to appease us.
Yeah. I'm saying we need to have voluntary education for our kids. We need to act like it's not going to be the end of the world when we take away the mandatory education system and kids don't learn things they're not interested in, and kids who want to know how to be mathematicians, you know, who want to be authors, writers, you know, like, why is it exactly like this is a big one of those big questions or whatever that the answer depends on your political leaning. It's like, why is it so important to make sure we force kids to learn?
See this guy on the right? Him and his sister.
That looks like Moby with Down syndrome.
No, I think he got in an accident or something. See how he has half a mustache, and his lip. He got in some type of accident, and that's why the left side of his face is like the hairs are charred off.
Right, well, he doesn't look like Moby with Down syndrome. I was just joking.
No, no, he's fine. So it's him and his sister started a podcast with their parents. Their parents are insane. Okay. Now think about what this dude just said. He asked his father, because they blindly follow Trump. They said that the military needs to follow orders because they don't have all the information and they could be putting our lives in danger. And he asked them, because he lives in LA, they think that their kids are just a bunch of communists, and they deserve to die if necessary. They've said this. So he asked, like, if Trump just wanted to like bomb a mall, and I just happen to be going to the mall, you know, shopping or whatever, and he says, bomb that mall, and I get killed, are you okay with that? And his dad was like, yep. He said, are you really, Dad? And the mom was like, well, you don't know why he needed to bomb the mall. Wow.
So real fucked up, whatever. And that's the kind of shit that people like to defend is Well, but people have the right to their free speech. As far as the Nazis should be allowed to believe whatever they want. If you want to be a communist, you should be able to believe whatever you want. It's like, so if you actually let that happen, you understand that what that has resulted in and will continue is them following through on trying to kill us, and then us having to respond in kind. That's what always happens. You're on mute. You're muted there, Black North.
You want to know what the problem with freedom is? You're free to do things I don't like. But if you believe in freedom, you're free to do things I don't like you doing. It's important that we
The only issue
understand that
with complete chaotic anarchic freedom there is like with this genocide stuff. It's like if you kind of extrapolate it, if everyone's free to do what they want, are we saying they're free to do genocides? Because I guess then what happens is then we're free to genocide the genociders, and I guess that's kind of looks exactly what we have right now, right?
I think they're well. We do have laws in place that you're not free to do certain things, but obviously those laws only apply to us and not them, and that's where the problem lies.
Everything rolls in circles and cycles. You guys know the saying, strong men create good times create weak men create hard times create hard men or strong men. The same thing goes with societies. Obviously, like you were saying, anarchy, not the violent bullshit they try to sell on TV and movies, but actual anarchy where we all coexist together and take care of each other, and we find a way to work it all out without having the government to tell us what we have to do. That is the goal, to not be ruled. However, like you're saying, without government and everyone to enforce all those rules, warlords and stuff like that will happen eventually.
That is the contradiction.
But once that actually happens, then you start having governments and systems of power and systems of control again. And that just basically the cycle starts again until you finally actually evolve to the point where you're able to do it again,
Yeah.
It's just, it'll never end until it ends.
This is where I think Marx has a different view of history being linear, and the more conservative, like the classical conception of history is this cyclical, I think it's called anarcyclosis. That's something I've heard a lot of people sort of, when you do enough of this kind of discussions and research, you kind of pick up on the main themes, right? So
hi Cobra.
Is the way to bridge it, because maybe things aren't quite as linear as Marx is saying, and maybe things aren't quite as circular as they're saying. So the way that I kind of sublate that idea or get to a higher understanding is the spiral metaphor, in which you're doing both linear and circular. That's the way that the Earth moves through space, right? We tend to think of it as in just like going around the sun like this, but the sun is also moving through space. And so while we go in circles, we're also moving on a trajectory. And so we don't have to argue about history is a cycle. No, history is a line. It's both. It can be.
It's all exists. It's all inclusive. Yeah. Dude, I'm a fan of Sagan and freaking Huggins, man.
I gotta go get something to eat.
Don't tell nobody though. I won't look as cool.
I gotta get.
Wait, before you go get something to eat, let me take a potty break.
Okay, sure.
I'll be right back.
I was saying a while back to people, because everyone, I know I'm a welder, and I've done a lot of steel work and shit like that. I worked in a lot of shops, so I have a lot of friends who are Trump fans, and I'm not a fan, but I'm not. It's not my place to tell them what to believe or anything like that. I'm a metalhead and I rap and I do stuff like that. So I have a lot of friends who are also, liberal leaning. You know that freaking that Foursquare graph, if you took all those questions to tell you where you landed on the map, basically on this Foursquare between authoritarian and just basically complete liberalism, and then basically Republican to conservatives compared to, I land right dead center, halfway down to the bottom. Like that's where I sit. But I basically used to get in arguments with them. I've actually lost some friends because I said Republicans and Democrats are all socialists who can't agree on how to spend the people's money. And like, what do you mean? It's like, well, you like having kickbacks for tax breaks and everything like that for hiring minorities, don't you? Well, yeah, like that's not coming from you. That's coming from the people. Democrats basically will argue about socialism being the best way to do things, but only the way they want it to be done. And I think everyone keeps forgetting that we're all in this together, man. I'm not worried about the race a person is. I'm not worried about the human race. We're failing ourselves by fighting amongst ourselves.
This is the hardest part about trying to actually get some real revolution going is whether you like it or not, you can't be too like purist about it. You're not going to get anywhere if we're going to only work with the people we like on the left that are perfect the way that we like them, and not going to go talk to those people on the right that are really obnoxious and stupid and annoying, and then the people on the right feel the same way. And that's a lot of people like to. I feel like it's a right-wing talking point, whatever, in my bias, but the whole thing about it's not the left versus the right, it's the top versus the bottom, you know? There is some truth to that, but this is in that like grid that you're talking about, that two-dimensional grid. I think what would be helpful is if we could try and come up with like a 3D political map, which would kind of give a little bit more definition as to, yes, people are on the left and the right, but they're on a different kind of left and a different kind of right. There's like more dimensions to this.
The third dimension of it would be whether you care about yourself or people. Where do you land that way?
That's my typical definition of a socialist or whatever. At the core, whether you call yourself one or not, if you care about people instead of yourself more, you're basically a socialist at heart. You know?
I'd cared more about people until I had a kid. Now it's like, no offense to all of you, but my kid's gonna eat. I don't care about that. Wait. I'm not gonna say this correctly, so I'm not gonna say it. You know what I'm saying, though. You understand what I kind of implying, right?
What you're trying to say, and that's what I think about that a lot. In that, this is sort of what I think is wrong a little bit with the West, that they are so individualistic in a way. They are willing. They love their kids so much. They will do anything. They will let anything else die to let their children live. And that if that means letting the whole world die so that my kids can live, you kind of lost some kind of nobility there. It's not really the right actual philosophy to have. It's not really the love you think it is. Like,
I apologize, but if the world starts burning, my son and I are going to roast marshmallows.
No, exactly. So I'm touching on something here.
I said that one time and someone was like, whoa, that's dark. I'm like, yeah, I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can go fix yourself something to eat now.
Yeah, thanks.
My kid's the only thing I've actually done correctly in my life. Oh, I've done a lot of cool shit, but he's the one thing I've actually.
And you said he's like 16, right? 16?
In a few months, yeah.
If I remember correctly? Okay.
Yeah. He's a wonderful, smelly little shit. He basically has brought me every day when he gets home from school. He brings me whatever paperwork he has from school, like basically like, yo, check it out. Here's my test. And it's always like a good score. I'm like, yeah. And I didn't get that kind of support when I was a kid. Because I told you I came from a fucked up family. But dude, every time my son comes through this room, if you actually see me on panels now and then, you'll see basically a kid wearing all black with long blonde hair walk behind me, go to the fridge, grab whatever the hell is the laziest thing he can possibly eat.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to it, basically walk back behind me, and you'll see me do this. You'll see me do this. He fist bumps me, keeps walking, and you'll hear him say, "Love you."
That's wonderful.
Before we were basically, his mom passed away a few years back. She was horrible, so don't say you're sorry. But like before that, we were trying to figure out how we'd be able to stay together. Basically, him and myself. And the last thing she said to me before she passed away was, "My son will never live with you over my dead fucking body." Last words she said to me. And then 2 months later, yeah. But so I drive. Basically, I drive every Friday. I drive up 5 hours to get him 3 hours back, depending on the weather, you know. and then we'd have a day together, and I'd drive him. I do the trip again. So I basically spent 15 hours a week driving, just have one day with him. And so when he was here, like every time one of us left the room, it was, I love you more. No, I love you more. And then basically one of us would be like, look at the other one, go, I love you more. And it was like, oh shit. In that moment, you knew they did. But it was like, that never changed. Like, so now to this day, every time one of us leaves the room, we're like, love you. I don't know. I don't know if it's programmed in our brains or what, but it's like, it matters.
That's sweet. I had to force my dad to tell me he loved me.
What?
I had to force him to.
Really?
I had to threaten him that I wouldn't talk to him anymore. I'm not talking. Stop calling me. If you can't tell me you love me, then why are you calling me?
We've never had an issue saying that to each other. Like, we spent years.
My dad was kind of hard.
Yeah.
He was kind of like, I'd come home with a Dad, I got a 97 on this test. Why didn't you get 100?
Really?
Yeah. My dad was pretty harsh. But my dad went to a Catholic boarding school his whole life, so he was different.
That was ingrained in his DNA at that point, man. That strictness and toughness had been like seeping into his bones.
Oh, Bad Cookies is here.
He has several degrees. Who?
Bad Cookies.
Bad Cookies? What's happening?
Our jokester is here.
My dad has several degrees. I think he's got 2 PhDs. Basically in environmental engineering and one in biology, specializing in entomology. My dad discovered 2 species of bees in Alaska that no one had ever found before. He's got lower degrees, like, I don't know if they're associates or bachelors or what they are, in freaking botany and chemistry and everything. My dad's an intellectual. He's the smartest man I've ever met in my life. And that's not me being biased. He's got the same IQ of whatever Stephen Hawking has. My dad is a genius. He's also a miserable cocksucker, but he's a biologist. So I failed biology on purpose.
To get his attention?
To upset him. No, just to upset him. I was like, because he was a jerk. And then I had to take it again, and I failed it a second time on purpose. And that didn't go over well.
I bet it did.
He stood there. I'm sitting at the kitchen table, and he puts the report card down. He's like, I'm going to act it out as well as I can, pantomime. He was like, puts the report card down next to me and goes, you failed biology. Again. Slammed his hand down, like basically like his finger hit the kitchen table so hard it shook the room. He's like, I'm a fucking biologist. Yeah, he went to Catholic school and he was raised too.
Oh, okay. See, it's something about that. And a boarding school, it's like that has to do a number on you.
I had to try to fail biology. I knew all the answers. I was raised by a biologist.
I know.
Like, I had to try to do it. Like, it's ridiculous.
And he didn't even figure it out.
I figured it out years later when I told him. He was like, It makes sense now. Why would you do that to me? I'm like, it wasn't about you, man. That's the problem. It wasn't about you.
Because I was about to say biology was pretty easy.
Yeah.
Like,
I know, I'm actually more intelligent than I play myself off as. It's easier to let people think less of you and then do better than they expect. You know?
My mom was also a scientist. She was a electron microscopist.
I don't actually know what that is.
It's when so she would come home with well, let me explain what it is first. So she would take images of different organisms that were like small enough to put like hundreds of thousands of them on a pin top.
Yeah.
And blow them up so they could be studied.
So mostly imaging, or?
Yeah, she had a dark lab and everything. Like, when I was young, I would go to her lab after school, and she taught me how to go into the dark lab and develop all these images. I just thought it was fun. I didn't realize I was doing her damn work for her.
Child labor going
I
on.
used to get to play with the liquid nitrogen tanks. It was pretty cool. And she would come home with all these styrofoam, big styrofoam blocks full of different insects, like pinned to it. And I used to go in her office at home, and I would just stare at them. Because when you never, who really gets a chance to look at insects that up close? And I just remember thinking how beautiful they were, like how it was just a work of art. And like, how was this created? Like all the colors and the intricacies in their bodies. It was just so amazing to me. That was pretty cool. My dad never went to college because he worked and paid for my mom to get her bachelor's, her master's, and she almost got her PhD, but I can't remember what happened. But I think she was at the dissertation part, and something happened in our family, and she wasn't able to get it. But he sacrificed his education so she can get hers. But he was brilliant. Oh my God, he was so smart.
See, my mother, she actually worked several jobs while my dad was going to school for too long. Like, he didn't need to have all those degrees he had. And in the end, all he did was go work for OSHA and British Petroleum, Exxon, and like all the companies that basically do the oil work. But what is, my dad was interested in education. He didn't want to teach. He wanted to basically keep growing mentally forever. But at one point, finally, we retired.
But at her expense. It sounds like
to some extent, hell yeah.
It sounds like a Jewish men, Hasidic Jews studying the Torah all damn day, and their wives go to work. That's what it's giving.
My folks, I've got all these horror stories I can tell you about my childhood, but I'm not going to. What I can tell you now is, like, now that I'm an adult, I understand that they did the best they could with what they knew.
They knew,
but they didn't know very much. They came from families worse than mine. They did better. So I'm sitting here going, you know what? I'm going to do better than that. It's the goal, right?
That's the goal.
Yeah.
So I wanted to show. There's so many distractions happening that a lot of people aren't realizing and noticing things. But if you notice, J.D. Vance is crazy silent on everything except like social things. Like he went and did the Charlie Kirk podcast. He shows up for the real frilly stuff and hides his hand for everything else. And I would assume it's because he at some point he's going to have to try to distance himself from the disaster that is Trump. But this happened. What is today? Today is the
8th, 7th,
7th.
7th.
Oh,
7th.
So this happened today. Okay, so now I'm gonna read. Okay, This is from Common Dreams. This is J.D. Vance with the Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, who is considered to be a dictator. Vance campaigns for Orban as polls show Hungary's authoritarian leader in danger of being ousted. They don't want that. So let me just read, okay. Vice President J.D. Vance on Tuesday campaigned on behalf of far-right Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, whom opinion polls show is in danger of losing power in this month's general election. And you see the date here is April 7th, 2026. So this is today. During a speech in the Hungarian capital of Budapest, I've been to Budapest, by the way, Vance heaped praise upon Orban, who has ruled Hungary for 16 years and has wielded the power of the state to shut down independent media outlets while putting political allies in charge of the nation's courts and major businesses. End quote. Viktor Orban has been a great example in charting a course that could lead to a better, more prosperous, and more energy secure Europe, Vance said during a joint news conference with the Hungarian leader. What the U.S. and Hungary represent is the defense of Western civilization. Is that right? Okay. Vance's campaigning for Orban comes as opinion polls suggest that his government is more vulnerable than at any time in more than a decade. According to polling averages compiled by Politico, Fidesz currently trails TISA. I hope I'm saying those right. Its top rival political party by 10 percentage points. Axios reported on Monday that the Trump administration has made defending Orban's grip on power a strategic priority, given that he and his allies have spent the last 2 decades building a template for Christian nationalist rule now embraced by the American right. TISA leader Peter Magua, a one-time Orban ally, slammed Vance's visit in a social media post accusing the U.S. president of improperly meddling in his country's democratic process. Now, this right here just kind of made my spidey senses go up, because you were once an ally for him. So what changed?
Well, there's been like an interesting thing. I don't know if you.
Oh, I didn't know you were back.
Yeah. What's up? I'm back. It's interesting that you're mentioning this because I shared in the Discord a couple weeks ago. There's more tension brewing between Ukraine and Hungary over some pipeline stuff. I think Hungary doesn't, like, there's this pipeline that goes through Ukraine from Russia, I think, or whatever. I'm maybe should call up the resource rather than try and talk about it badly from memory like this or whatever. But
yeah, let me finish reading and you could pull it up.
Trying to force the Hungarians to help the Ukrainians, and the Hungarians have kind of been very much advocate for Russia like the entire time and everything. So seems like they're coming after for some regime change for Orban for not being pro EU and pro US enough or whatever. Go ahead.
Well, Jacqueline says, well, Europe might have been more energy secure if bloody Biden hadn't authorized blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline. They've still never fessed up to that, Jacqueline. They act like we don't know what happened. Who knows what happened? Yeah, okay, sure. No foreign country may interfere in Hungarian elections, wrote Magyar. This is our country. Hungarian history is not written in Washington, Moscow, or Brussels. It is written in Hungary's streets and squares.
It's a nice statement. I don't know how true it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's a lesser of the other evil. I mean, it's kind of giving how J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz were once non-allies of Trump, but now are all up in his ass. So this is like the Uno reverse of that.
I don't know. I suffer whatever. I have a hard time trying to have sympathy for Orban because he's like staunch allies with Israel and Putin.
Oh, I have no sympathy for him.
Right. So they kind of contradicted themselves in enough to support him too. Like it's hard to you gotta say I have solidarity with the working class around the world, but the working class often does some very reactionary things, supports the wrong people and whatnot. So it's a little bit like touching the stove, learn from it. But that's a harsh thing to say when things are going to spiral into conflict, right? It's easy being an armchair fucking critic, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Mark Littau, an affiliated fellow at the Central European University Institute for Advanced Studies, said in an interview with the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft that he doubted Vance's appearance in Budapest would move the needle for Orban. They got to try. Vance doesn't set the campaign trail on fire by any stretch of the imagination. Few Hungarians know who he is. Damn. So it's even speculated that Vance's appearance could hinder Orban's chances. Orban's positions himself as a bastion of geopolitical stability, Wertheim explained. Back in Washington, however, Vance's administration is waging a war on Iran that has predictably destabilized the Middle East and damaged European economies. More and more, America First isn't playing well with European nationalism. Kenneth Roth, former executive director of Human Rights Watch, said that Vance's trip to Hungary seemed like a desperate Hail Mary pass. It speaks to how worried the would-be autocrat Trump is about the likely electoral loss of Viktor Orban, Europe's most notorious autocrat. That Trump sends J.D. Vance to Hungary amid a war in Iran to try to salvage Orban's candidacy. I think that's it. Yep.
See, the part where it said about European, America First isn't really going over well with playing well with European nationalism. This is where,
right here,
if this is like a 4D chess, I mean, the main narrative is how stupid the American administration is, and shouldn't really discount how a lot of what they do is stupidity, and then like they just mask it by claiming that there's some greater plan that you're unaware of, right? But at the same time, I can't help but notice, like, isn't a logical consequence of like doing the America First and then being like really callous towards your allies, knowing the history a lot of these European nations have with fascism and Nazism specifically, with the white supremacy, whatever, by stoking European nationalism by being so America First, they are sort of fanning the flames of fascism in Europe. And that just so happens to kind of put more wind in the sails of the white supremacy system that America is running in general, right?
My eyeliner costs more than your car.
What?
That's funny.
That's our
It's
friend
just
Cowboy
jokes.
Kitty, likes to do little impersonations in the chat. So.
You don't get that joke?
I missed it. But I was trying to figure out.
Okay, you know how J.D. Vance always looks like he's wearing eyeliner?
Yeah.
And yeah, so he said, my eyeliner costs more than your car. He's speaking as if he's J.D. Vance. Yeah.
All right, I actually got to bounce here in a second. I actually have to go, home stuff we got to do. So,
no worries.
Thank you guys for having me up.
Thanks for coming. Don't be a stranger. Right? Oh, before you leave, I have to say tomorrow. Well, can you say it, because I don't have the times right? Tomorrow we're gonna be doing a podcast with Indie News with Indie.
Yeah, normally we do our show Tuesday and Thursday. So like Tuesday around 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern, and then Thursday at 5 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern. But we're doing this week a special event, little exclusive on Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern. So I guess that's noon Central. I'm not sure what time. Not sure what
I'm
time.
Eastern, so 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Do you know Indie?
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta go.
Sure.
Oh, you gotta go subscribe. They're pretty good.
They
They're like,
do
you know, we're giving you information.
Oh yeah.
a lot of coverage.
I have
of, Israel.
under my subscription of you, I have it turned on so all your basically everything you put on I'm gonna get notified. I want to make sure I didn't miss today's.
I doubt it, but
you invited me, you know.
It's always good to build new bridges and make new friends and stuff. So thank you for joining us.
Bad Cookie said thanks for
everyone
stopping
in the
in.
chat.
Everybody's saying nice to meet.
All right. Y'all take care.
So we'll see you next time.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Catch y'all later.
All right, sounds good. That was good. Always good to have a good guest compared to someone that leaves us all stressed out, wanting a drink or something.
Well, Rondo, he wasn't. Oh no, Bad Cookies. He wasn't random. I met him yesterday on another podcast, and I invited him because we had a really good conversation.
Yeah, got to know someone a little bit in another chat and brought him along. That's a good way to do it, you know.
So let me see. I wanted to break the monotony a little bit. With maybe a song. You want to hear a song?
Sure.
Gotta go back. I'm gonna have to get something to eat too. And feed my mother in a little bit. Black Life is sleep. She had a hard day today.
Oh yeah.
With the kids.
That's all good. Better recharge that battery.
But she says hello. Oh, excuse me. She says hello.
Au revoir. Bonjour. See you next time.
Oh, Jacqueline. See, that's why we can't judge a book by its cover.
This, yeah.
It's very understandable, though. It's understandable.
What's up, Bad Cookies? I didn't say hello to Bad Cookies yet. What's up? And yeah, ain't that a bitch?
So, what's a bitch? What happened?
You see, I didn't read his comment out loud, but anytime I meet someone random in chat, they always try to lure me to a seedy motel where they will steal my kidneys. Ain't that a bitch?
Let's see. Okay. I thought this was pretty funny and interesting. And I thought it might be something you want to like tear apart a little bit after listening to it.
Sure.
See. I mean, Obama did enough on his own, so
What if Obama?
not like this. Okay, here we go.
Hey, evangelical hypocrites. Hey, all you so-called conservatives. Let's pretend for a moment that the universe has completely changed.
Imagine if I had done any of this. Let me just, I just want to be clear about this.
What if Obama called a reporter piggy? Oinked at the press like, Suey, bitch, you looking kinda piggy. What if Obama tried to shut down the media? CNN in cages, MSNBC on a leash, media's on their knees. Yeah. What if Obama started an illegal war? Dropped bombs on weddings, called it Hope and Change Encore. What if Obama tore apart the White House? Gold toilets, Melania 2.0, turn a rose garden into a titty bar house. What if he held a military parade? Tanks rolling down Pennsylvania Ave, strippers on the grenade. What if Obama was convicted of rape? Judge says guilty, big guy, and the left still said he's great. What if Obama did it? What if Obama did it? Would CNN melt down? Would the left have a fit? What if Obama did it? What if Obama did it? Grab him by the pussy while the Secret Service clapped to the beat. What if Obama did it? Yug scandal, baby. But nah, they'd say he's just Obama. He's classy. What if Obama never went to Congress for shit? Just signed them executive orders with a presidential dick pic. What if Obama invaded a country illegally? No UN, no vote, just surprise bitches, it's me. What if Obama made billions in the White House, book deals, Netflix, Chinese cash, and a big old slush pile? What if Obama constantly looked for revenge on his enemies? Drone them all, he'd laugh while sipping on that Hennessy. What if he locked up and deported legal Americans? Ice vans playing Sweet Home Chicago while they crying in the back, man. What if Obama killed 2 Americans for protesting? Kent State 2.0, but with rainbow flags and no one confessing. What if Obama put children in cages? Photoshop pics, but this time the cages got Obama's face on them rages. What if Obama did it? What if Obama did it? Would the media riot? Would MSNBC have a shit? What if Obama did it? What if Obama did it? Fuck Republican scum, Berman, and the enemy within. What if Obama did it? They'd still vote for him twice. He's just so eloquent, so nice. What if Obama tried to overthrow the government? January 6th, but with Soulja Boy and a teleprompter elegant. What if Obama pardoned hundreds of convicted felons? Free my homies, even the ones who ate babies with melon. What if Obama said he likes to grab women by the pussy on the Access Hollywood tape, but he make it sound classy? Yes, we can. Grab that ass, baby. What if Obama was in the Epstein files over 30,000 times? Little black book thicker than the Bible, Secret Service, high five. Well, what if Obama acted like an irrational wannabe dictator? Red tie, no wait, rainbow tie. Still screaming, you're fired, hater. Tore up the Constitution, wiped his ass with the Bill of Rights. While Michelle's in the background going Barack, that's not right. But damn, you look fly tonight. What if Obama did? What if Obama did it? The left would say he's a hero, he's just misunderstood. Obama did it. While the right laughs so hard, we piss in the hood. What if Obama did it? Then maybe I would have finally flipped your lid. But nah, you'd still vote for him. End on a big clown horn blast and yours!
That was pretty good. That was funny.
But the crazy part is, Obama kind of did do a lot of that stuff.
Yeah. That's where, what's up, like, Cobra? Good to see you.
That's the gag.
Of course. That's like, a lot of people are going to see that video, and it's going to be a little test of how much they know about what's not actually conspiracy theory, you know.
But the song slapped, though. I ain't gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
What? Oh, and they said, what if Biden was a, rapist? I think they said that, and I'm like, well, Tara Reid.
Isn't there
just not gonna talk about Tara Reid or what?
Isn't there some story about some cook in the Obama?
I was just about to mention this because it wasn't just okay. So the chef, he was like a chef for 11 years for Bush and the Clintons. He died mysteriously through drowning. And then Obama's chef, who actually was a very, very good swimmer, apparently drowned paddle swimming or something, which he did a lot for sport. So remember when I told you there was like this picture of these two whole chickens, and then in the middle is a baby. Well, I have to retract some of what I said because that was actually a quote unquote piece of artwork. Why would you want that piece of artwork is fucking weird. At Jeffrey Epstein's house. And do you think these two chefs were cooking up some stuff and they needed to be dealt with so they wouldn't say anything? Like, it's very strange that the chefs for three presidents died mysteriously.
It's not strange at all. It's the sort of thing that any like rational government system would have to have some safe controls in place, safety mechanisms about ensuring that power doesn't become corrupt and then corrupt the system. Because if you're allowed to murder anybody and get away with it in leadership, and then you can rig all the elections and everything through murder, and the justice system doesn't pursue you, of course that's a terrible thing for the nation, you know, for right-wingers who care about nationalism so much and whatnot. So you need to have some kind of way for this stuff to not happen.
So, you know, I love my videos, so I'm going to play a video concerning this, and then we could talk about it on the side. Okay, this says, I'm sure if the presidents were eating humans, there would have to be somebody who knew about it.
To the president's right.
There you go. 11 years, 94 to 05, and that's 7 years of Bill Clinton, and 4 years of W. Bush. Yeah.
Here I come. Here I come.
Former White House chef Walter Scheib was found dead after a 5-day search and rescue operation.
Mexico State Police say after an autopsy, the medical investigator reports Scheib drowned, and his death is officially an accident.
Police found 45-year-old Tafari Campbell dead in a pond at Martha's Vineyard in Massachusetts this morning. They say he fell while paddleboarding close to the Obama's estate.
Three to 4 feet.
Well, I
So
appreciate
anyway.
the video, but the music's always got to be an issue with us trying to rebroadcast something. It'd be really nice if these copyright, whatever laws weren't written in such a way as to strangle the ability to share information. That's a great video.
Sean, so I heard something about that too. It's all conjecture, yeah. Allegedly.
What's this? What's that?
That they had a somewhat of a sexual relationship.
Who's this?
The chef.
The chef. That's what I was thinking. There's a sexual relationship that came to an end, and what with
So
some blackmail situation.
One might have been for cooking humans. The other might have been for sexual exploitations. You know,
And it
what I mean?
doesn't have to be one or the other. It could be a bit.
Yeah.
This, that, and the other, as yet unmentioned.
Mm. Yeah, that's interesting. I was also like going down the rabbit hole of bad cookies is here. Timothy McVeigh being
Gotta get going.
Who's
Jacqueline's.
leaving? Oh, good night, Jacqueline.
And if the world ends, it's been lovely knowing you all. Take care. Love.
Oh no. I mean, honestly, you kind of gotta say that, huh?
Yeah, I feel like that's something that maybe we need to be. We could just say that every day, and it wouldn't be out of. But it's such a shitty whatever thing we all have to go through, you know. But back at you, of course. Even if the world wasn't going to end, it's been lovely knowing you.
This dude is sorry, I should have gave that a moment of silence.
That's okay.
So this dude, he claims that he's Timothy McVeigh's he's the son of FBI agent Paul Weisapol, and he's convinced that his father is also Timothy McVeigh. Now, why he'd be able to put this out on video is beyond me. So we got to take it with a grain of salt, but I just thought it was interesting.
Well, there's like two kinds
especially when bad cookies here.
Yeah, broadly speaking, there's two kinds of. There should at least be two categories of conspiracy theory, whatever. There's the ones that are like there's the truth, and it's not necessarily just the conspiracy theory the government calls it. Then there's the ones the government's put out that are the ones that they claim every other conspiracy actually is. So.
Yeah, so here we go.
If someone has compelling theories as to what happened at the Alfred P. Murrah building and why Mick Weisopel and Timothy McVeigh are the same person, please tell me. You guys know me. I'll die on this hill that my dad, Paul Weisopel, the FBI agent, is also Timothy McVeigh, the domestic terrorist who blew up the Oklahoma City building, the Murrah building, in 1995. Now, I know to my core, this is the same exact person. If you don't know, go to my top pinned video on Instagram here and listen to their voices. It's the same exact person. So here's what I think is going on and why this is the case.
They say a voice is a lot like a fingerprint as well. So anyway.
If you got the technology to record it, we all have very like teeth or whatever, we got ways to identify people that are always going to be unique to us.
Mm.
This picture is from a video of him literally outside of the Branch Davidians thing in Waco when the government went and assaulted the Branch Davidians and supposedly killed everyone in there, including a whole bunch of women and children and stuff. But Timothy McVeigh was there, and then a couple years later, the Oklahoma City bombing, okay? So, and then a few years after that, he pops up again, and he's outside of the Pulse nightclub shooting in like 2016 or whatever in Orlando. He's the special agent in charge of basically covering up that the Orlando nightclub shooting was done by another MK Ultra guy. Like, the guy was crazy, dude. He was like clearly not crazy in like the crazy delusional, like, oh, he's just doing a domestic terrorist. No, he was crazy in like the MK Ultra way. Like, he kept calling the 911 over and over and over again, like, while supposedly doing the shooting. Then Paul covered up all of the audio recordings. We don't have any of those audio recordings of him calling 911. Paul hid everything about this. So it got me thinking, and I go, okay, so the FBI and the ATF clearly did the Murrah building. We know that. There's been suspicion about that for decades at this point. And then you've got Paul Weisopel showing up as Timothy McVeigh back in the day. The through line there is the FBI. Paul literally works for the FBI, okay? When I saw that Paul was Timothy McVeigh and he works for the FBI, that's when it all clicked, dude. All of these domestic terror incidents, this, Orlando, the Pulse nightclub shooting, Columbine, the Boston bombing, 9/11, who is connected to all of that? Fucking FBI, dude. Always. Who's in charge of all the Epstein stuff and the fact that none of the files are getting released and the DOJ doesn't give a shit about prosecuting any of it? The FBI. Who's in charge of the Diddy stuff and nothing ever gets out and only Diddy's in trouble? The FBI. Who put Ghislaine Maxwell in prison and was like, there are no clients. What are you talking about? The FBI. Who covers up all the child trafficking and all the sex trafficking rings in America? The FBI, dude. They were running the Franklin scandal. They were flying planes of kids to DC from Nebraska for the fucking pedophile elite Epstein class, bro. It's the FBI. So sure, like, people are always like, oh, he did it to cover up for Bill and Hillary. I think it's bigger than that. It's about creating natural or like domestic terror incidents because this shit gives them legs for years. It lets them do all this fear tactic shit and scare everyone, and it also lets them do like Patriot Act type shit. So Paul was always, and the FBI, the CIA, Mossad, they're all an intelligence agency that works together. They all work together, okay? So Paul, in all likelihood, I think is part of this Lebensborn program of all these Nazis where he's either cloned or he's just, it doesn't matter, honestly. He's raised in this weirdo, Baal worshipping occult family who is taking over the entire world together. They're all like Habsburg descended, fucking lizard, Freemason, occult loser idiots. But more than that, they're just a bunch of dumb people who are in a family together who are literally pulling the wool over our eyes, and we're not believing our own eyes and our own fucking ears, bro. Paul is Timothy. Fucking denying it. Stop not listening to your eyes. Go listen to your ears and listen to my top pinned video. I swear to God, boys. The dude has the same gravelly, grumbly voice. Voices are fingerprints, essentially, especially if you have a musical ear, bro. But yeah, this is literally what the FBI does. It's not like this was like a fluke. This is like, oh, why did the FBI do this? Oh, they must have really needed to cover up the Hillary and Bill's files. What do you mean? They could have just pulled those out and fucking incinerated. Honestly, they probably already did that. It's more about this. It's about the spectacle. It's about the Boston bombing of it all. It's about the 9/11 of it all. It's about the Challenger explosion of it all. I mean, the FBI covers up Pizzagate. It covers up the Russia scandal. It covers up everything, dude. The fact that Trump hates Robert Mueller so much and wished and was glad that he died is hilarious because I guarantee that Robert Mueller was hiding he did. He hid the whole Russia thing. He didn't let people know that Trump is literally fucking a Russian asset, if not an Israeli asset. You know what I mean? Like, the FBI works for the lizard elite, and they like this. They like fear. They like scaring us. They like you thinking that 175 fucking kids died in here, which maybe some did, but the main ones, the one everyone hears about, the two are
Okay, I know the video is long, y'all. Okay, but
it's a little longer than I thought it was.
This is another. You see this guy that says fittest federal earther? He's a guy that will show you like different faces, like of people who supposedly died, but then reemerged later, and he'll like do a like face by face where he puts half and half together and moves it so you can see how they're aligned, and will show you like different markers on their face that you can't like moles or dents or something from one person to the other person to say that these are the same people. I don't know if you've ever seen these, but
No,
I've seen plenty of them. But he's saying that this woman, her kid died in the bombing, supposedly, because there was a daycare there or something. And then the kid, he's proclaiming that this little kid is this dude on the right. And he was saying that the dude on the right was showing the picture on the far left to show, younger pictures of him, but they never show a picture of when he was a child or what have you. So they think he said he's either a clone or they took him into like the program to the MK Ultra program to recondition his mind.
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of this stuff is
I know. I'm just showing
too
you.
speculative, and
Of course it is. It's a conspiracy theory.
no, but that's the bad side of the conspiracy theory stuff, where
How is it a bad
people,
side?
because
If somebody's showing you something.
people like to indulge in these distraction conversations. That's sort of the point to deploy them from a psyop perspective, is to get people to talk about literally anything.
So does
other
MK
than
Ultra
what really matters.
does
So,
MK
but
Ultra
then they
not
use-
exist?
MK Ultra was real, and then they have to twist the narrative of us trying to deconstruct
So,
what happened, and they can reuse it and recycle it, like with the JFK assassination
MK Ultra,
documentaries and everything. They have all these. There's a new opportunity for a new psyop.
if MK Ultra, if you say it's real, why wouldn't you this is taking 2 minutes out of your life?
It doesn't though, because people do a rabbit hole on it, and it then takes a whole lot more than that.
Well, I'm still gonna play it. You don't have to
go
like
ahead. I'm sure that's fine. It's important for us to not to necessarily just hop on the bandwagon and believe.
I didn't say I was hopping on the bandwagon. I'm just
know.
showing
It's also important to give them a chance to hear them out.
Yes, that's all.
Depending on how much time you have and what your interests are, or whatever, you may have something more important to do. That's all I'm saying. Like what he's talking about with the voice is like a fingerprint or whatever. One thing I would say as maybe a little red herring to look for, is he talking about people that are confirmed dead, both the people in the pictures? Because then in that case, you can't really use the voice as a way to prove that the guy is who you say that they are.
He didn't.
Because I know Timothy McVeigh for sure is dead. So
hold on, but he's using Timothy McVeigh's voice when he was alive versus this other person's voice.
But all we have,
and you don't know if he's for sure dead. Do you know if Jeffrey Epstein is
altered?
Do you know if Jeffrey Epstein is for sure dead?
I don't think that he is. I think that he's probably in Israel. But that's what I'm saying is, no matter how important the actual truth is on that, the point is that there's other greater, more important things to be involved with, like
chill. We could walk and chew gum at the same time.
This is
Tuesday. This isn't Thursday. Chill.
The whole nature of psyops is we think we can, and we maybe can't do as much as we think we can, or whatever. Especially when most of us don't even have time to really look into things. But the other thing I would say, when he's talking about the lizard elite stuff, when I'm doing my research on this LaRouche stuff, that comes from like David Icke, but whether they're specifically involved with the LaRouche organizations or not, they're often in the same kind of swamp ecosystem of conspiracy theory stuff that is designed to pull people to the far right, whether they know it or not.
Okay.
So that's a caveat I want to put there, the grain of salt thing, right? And go ahead and finish the video though, right?
Okay.
Chase and Colton, who are the
so
maybe some did, but the main ones, the one everyone hears about, the two are Chase and Colton, who are the grandkids of this lady, Kathy Sanders, who writes conspiracy books about Oklahoma City and never touches this Paul Wysopal shit. Matter of fact, she does the opposite. She works for Paul Wysopal, and she goes, I saw Timothy McVeigh dead. There's no way that he could be alive and still be an FBI agent. It's almost like she's an FBI agent. And you know what? Her grandson looks exactly like if the fittest fed earther grew up and became an influencer. But too bad he died in the Oklahoma City bombing, so this couldn't possibly be true. It's not a big giant family that you're not in that are literally tricking you and doing domestic terrorism to your own fucking country and your own land, and then blaming it on us, you know, and then doing patriot acts.
Well, since it's not their own land, I guess it doesn't matter to them.
On top of us. But anyway, it's all this is just what the FBI does. It wasn't a fluke. It wasn't an anomaly. All the FBI does is cook up and create new domestic terror incidents to scare us all. And then they cover up and protect the pedophiles who are doing the rest of the crimes in the world. They're a criminal cover-up organization. That's them, the FBI. Fuck them. Paul is Timothy McVeigh. Dude, it shouldn't be this fucking hard to talk to Paul Weisopel and get him on the phone and be like, hey, are you Timothy McVeigh? But he'll never do that because he's a bitch. He's a coward because he knows that we're right. So anyway, it's just the FBI. They're a bunch of lizards. Love you. Thank you. Have a good night. Good question. Bye.
The other thing with this is it shouldn't be too hard to fully debunk it if you look into family members. You can't have, if there really are separate people, they have entirely.
I mean, he says
brands.
he claims he's his son. I don't know that to be true.
I'm saying as long as there's the private evidence, private information that you're not necessarily allowed to have about people that would clear up a lot of this. So the government always knows, but we don't necessarily have the opportunity to access the information that would clear up a definitive answer. But you can always, in this internet age, you can often, if you got the skills, like you can find out people's personal information, whether you should be able to or not. I'm just not sure how important it is right now to be. Did you know?
Oh my gosh.
The guy is the same as.
Oh, Debbie Downer.
Sorry.
Jeez.
It's like
got to be fun at parties.
It's like, isn't it more fun to talk about aliens if aliens exist or whatnot? Because the U.S. is releasing information about how aliens exist. Just so happens with all this Epstein file and war waging, and isn't it more fun to talk about aliens?
No, I don't think it's all bullshit. I think it's something that you could keep in the back of your mind. And as other things transpire, it can help you formulate better opinions and see things better for what they are. It's just my opinion.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fine.
That's why Bad Cookies was doing an entire channel on conspiracy theories. I wish you would bring that back, Bad Cookies. That was awesome.
Yeah, Tin Rabbit.
I know he didn't have enough time to keep doing it, but that's very unfortunate because it was very informative and it got my gears turning. I enjoyed those. I gotta eat. Let me see, what else do I want to talk about? I kind of don't want to talk about Iran. It's so fucking depressing.
Yeah, get a little burnt out.
I'm a little burnt out, and they're gonna do what they're gonna do. I doubt anything's gonna happen today. I just think he just keeps doing stuff to either manipulate the markets so all of his friends could buy low, and then he figures out a way to create a success out of something that wasn't successful to calm everybody's fears down again. Or he's getting really frustrated because he's not winning. And it's very obvious he's not winning.
This is kind of what I was saying earlier about the conversation gets to be about Trump's narcissism rather than the class making the decisions behind him. Because it's not really about if Trump is going to chicken out. It's more about how, like, they should have all seen how this is going to affect the markets coming, and then what was their plan? Like that, I don't really.
But this you can never. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was just gonna. That's okay. I'm just saying I don't like the idea that everyone's saying that they don't have a plan. They don't have a plan. Like, I feel like they've got some kind of plan, whether it's gonna work or not, whatever. But it makes no sense to me that they would start this war with Iran and have literally no plan. But I guess That's
well,
the
you can never,
isn't it? You know,
you can never underestimate the hubris of a white man. You know,
right.
those kind of white men.
Yeah.
You
I
can
just
never underestimate it. They
there's a
always
whole
think that.
there's like some arrogance that can be happening on our end too, like in the resistance, you know, like when we think that we're like, it's the whole one of the ways to fight is to look like you're weak, but then the US is objectively weak. So but that doesn't mean they still can't use the deception of looking weaker than they actually are, kind of thing. I feel like we got overconfident with like with Hezbollah and Hamas and Syria before all this kicked off, and Iran too before everything. I feel like there was some overconfidence, and with the whole decapitation strikes and everything, they did a whole lot of damage, and everyone was very convinced that Israel and the U.S. is going to collapse any day now. It's like it's going to take it's going to be a really brutal, long ending. Like, and especially the way people are talking about, they thought that this war was going to be over in 4 or 5 days, whatever. Do you understand that this is literally for centuries? People have been saying this kind of shit. They think that they're going to march over there and they're going to win in a season. They'll be back by next whatever fall. Like, no, that never fucking happens. They always end up tangled in the war longer or whatever. So it's more the narrative for history or for the fucking plebes that they don't know what they're doing or whatever, that, you know, they're trying to say that to get the dumb soldiers to go whatever. We'll be back before Christmas or whatever. That's what they said, like before whatever in World War I and stuff. That's what you tell the soldiers to get them to die for the next 4 years. It's not what they actually believe, whatever. Like, they think that it's like everyone's talking like it's a holy war. They're nihilists or whatever. They don't actually believe. They need to tell the troops, like, change the way that the army works or whatever to pretend like it's a holy war, because people are more willing to throw their lives away if they have something grander like that to believe that it's for. And definitely, like, for the Iranians, it is a holy war for them. And in Russia, it's a holy war for them, because that's kind of what Putin has cultivated with his relationship with the Orthodox Church. The way that the East is allowed to frame it like a holy war and the West is not seems kind of unfair, except for how you recognize the West.
When did the West not
for the past fucking century?
But when did the West not phrase this as a holy war? Pete Hegseth has said that.
Well, the evangelical or whatever, the crazy Christian, whatever, Christo fascists have always framed it like a holy war.
But I mean, Pete Hegseth, he's over the Department of War. He said that out of his mouth.
But what
so
I'm saying
he's framed it that way. They framed it all kind of ways.
People that they act like they're demon worshippers. I'm more inclined to believe that they're nihilists, that they don't really believe in anything, that they'll use any narrative to that people are willing to run with to manipulate people.
Right, because they claimed it was about the oil. They claimed it was about liberating the people. They claimed it was about Christianity over these. I forget the names that they called Muslims, which was really horrific. Oh, primitive civilization and all kind of shit. I'm gonna switch gears for a sec, because Bad Cookie just made me think of something that I wasn't even thinking to mention because it wasn't on my radar till he just said this. So he says, I don't know, what did JD say? Wait, hold on.
See, I gotta get that article written for you guys, because I'm gonna fucking put some nails in that coffin for sure. I'm gonna like bury some of these confusions. There's definitely
well, let's read it out loud.
Influence of the LaRouchites on the fucking communists, and people like Nick fell for it, and I'm gonna have to prove it, and I will.
So it says, yeah, it has. I'm starting to feel like RBN as a label was the only thing keeping Nick from working closer with Jackson Hinkle. So this made me think of Jimmy Dore loves Jackson Hinkle, by the way. Yeah, Hassan Piker. This made me think of Hassan Piker, and there is like the left is. So you know how the right was starting to eat each other alive, right? The left is doing the same, also because the left, everybody knows that during the midterms, the left is going to get a leg up on Congress. It's obvious, and they're probably going to win the presidency in 2028.
If we want to call, this is where we can't call them the left, but for what everyone understands it as, in a duopoly. Go ahead, yeah.
Okay, well, I say leftist when I'm talking about. When I say left, I mean Democrats, because left could be liberal, progressive.
I think it's important to define Democrats as not left.
Well, when I say left,
liberals
when I say left, that's what I mean. When I say leftist, then I mean like the part of the left that is not accepted by the left.
Right. The real left is not accepted by the fake left, who doesn't really get with the times to recognize, like, the claim that a liberal was left died sometime before, like around like World War I kind of thing. Like there was a time more in Marx's time when there were liberals. That's when liberalism was more, classical liberalism was more left wing. Like that's kind of where.
So I'll say liberals then.
Because Marx and them emerged as a critique of liberalism as leftists, but they critique liberalism as not being the left that they claimed of being even then. And over the past 200 years have only been proven completely correct that they're only left if their policy doesn't end up resulting in the same kind of right-wing capitalism at the end of the day.
Okay, so I'll acquiesce and I'll say the liberals. Okay. The liberals are having an issue right now because there are some liberals who are Zionist liberals, and then there's some liberals who are like anti-Zionist liberals. So now they have to infight. So when they take over, when the liberals take over, which sect of the liberals will be taking over, right? So now they're in this inner war with themselves to see, like, when we do take over, who's going to be on top. And it is hilarious to watch. And they are just attacking each other left and right. I don't know if you've noticed that lately, but it's happening.
No, I'm trying not to pay too much attention to we get caught in this like trance, watching like a hypnosis, watching what's going on with the Democrats and the Republicans all the time, to the point where we're not really building like the subject. We're making them the subject of history as opposed to ourselves when we do that. And so as important as it is to know what is happening in the enemy's camp or whatever, it's important to build our own fucking shit, which we're not getting anywhere with, which is why people are very correct to criticize the left as being whatever, dead in the water. At least we're not fucking doing shit because we're sitting here talking about everyone else doing stuff,
I disagree. I think there have been a few people that have come over here because they've heard us talk about leftist ideologies, and they come over here to hear more. And it's important to speak about these things with them as well, so they can deprogram themselves, so they can recognize what is happening between this uniparty that they still in their minds sort of think is a duopoly, and they need that push to realize it isn't and to know where they should stand. So I do disagree with that we focus too much on it, because there are so many people in this country who still don't understand. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's what like Nick and Sabby and like what's his name? Dude from Brazil, Nico House, whatever. They're with Hotspot and stuff. They're pretty good at actually, exposing the propaganda in the media, in the mainstream media. Right? But my critique, I think, always still valid about the name specifically, Revolutionary Blackout Network, if you interpret that more literally, you're blacking out the media. You're not platforming it. And so I think it's a double-edged sword. While you can debunk the narratives in the mainstream media, you have to platform the mainstream media. In order to do that, you have to center the conversation around, well, at the end of the day, I think they're getting a lot of their news from the mainstream media, but they're dissecting it. And then they feel that they're good to get news from it still in that way. But the problem is, you're never going to kill, like, the corporations that are feeding the media. Their business is not going to come to an end and collapse if we have too much of a value in their content.
So this is very interesting because Black Life talked about this like over a year ago. She was like, if you look up the definition of blackout, so it says a suppression of information, especially one imposed on the media by government. That's basically the second definition. A suppression of information, especially one imposed on the media by government. So
Censorship.
It was kind of interesting that they chose blackout.
Well, this was
revolutionary blackout media. So are you blacking out revolutionary thought? Like it kind of sounds like an oxymoron.
It ended up being less effective because they didn't do so much of a blackout as much as more of a spotlight on the media. And so I think that this was, like Nick kind of explained it when him and JB had the falling out about how he was more naive in his mind now at that time to be trying to organize along racial lines. And so he felt it was a good idea to rebrand it as Revolutionary Blackout Network because it was about Black Marxists representing,
No, that's not what happened. No.
I thought that was their explanation for it.
No, they could not use Fred Hampton leftists because the family contacted them and said that they didn't approve his name in their likelihood, so they were going to sue them if they didn't change the name. So they changed the name to Revolutionary Blackout Network.
No, I know that's part of it too, but I think there's truth in both answers there, where they had to change.
No, I don't think so.
They had to, but there's truth to Nick's claim about he was wanting to organize more around blackness as well as Marxism, and then through his reading of theory and interacting with other online Marxists, he seems to have gone away from especially because of influence by the ACP, the LaRouche infiltrated ACP people, whatever, talking into his ear about how that organizing with Black people is not really the way to be Marxist, when they don't actually have Marxism, they don't actually want communism as their goal, but they want to use the communists to create like the overall narrative that they want in the independent media that suits their interests. When you look at how Haz Aldin and Jackson Hinkle and probably a few other people in the ACP, if you look at the people specifically or whatever, how they have known connections of going to like the Schiller Institute, which is a LaRoucheite organization thing. They go to these events hosted by these people. They potentially are bankrolled. People are wondering, where did Jackson Hinkle maybe getting his money and stuff? It can't all just be donations from YouTube and stuff. It could be from fucking like the LaRouche PAC kind of thing, right? So there's that angle influencing Nick. And then there's Savvy loves to have Scott Ritter on all the time. And these fucking people like Ray McGovern and Larry Johnson and Lawrence Wilkerson, where they're from this fucking this intelligence, like former intelligence officials for sanity, or veteran intelligence professionals for sanity, VIPs is what it's called, right? So they're current and former intelligence people from the military, from the CIA, probably the FBI, I don't know, whatever. They're a little group of current and ex-CIA people influencing the media, involved with the LaRouche organization, on Sabi's show all the time. Same thing with like Danny Haifong and these fucking, like a lot of these shit that the algorithm is giving us because we're looking for independent media or whatever, leftist media, and then the LaRoucheites are posing as the left when they fucking killed the left or whatever. They've been known for being a cult. Everyone knows that. But LaRouche is dead now, and nobody recognizes that Helga LaRouche or Zepp LaRouche, whatever, is like continuing his legacy or whatever. And same thing with fucking Diane Sarah and Jose Vega, who are being brought on fucking Heartlands Media all the time. And those fucking, the two Jewish guys or whatever,
Do dissidents?
Do dissidents. They're LaRoucheites too. Okay. And Garland Nixon, right? So this fucking network is pretty wide and substantial and funded, okay, and connected with the CIA intelligence community. But it's fine, guys. We can work with them while we choose not to work with other people that are more genuine fucking grassroots communists. What the fuck? But I'm trying to save it for the article, right? But like this is why. Sarah Bills, right? Exactly. They're all fucking connected to the LaRoucheites. Christopher fucking Halali, right? But go ahead and say whatever conspiracy theorist or whatever you got, right? You don't know what you're talking about, right? They have an interest in fucking discrediting people like me who's catching on to this shit, right? Yes, I'll save it. That's a little preview.
Y'all see who's getting hyped. You could tell.
I'm telling you,
about to go down.
They're established. Whether then it comes down to like they're either in on it or whether they know it or not, they're being used by them, and it's time for them to stop letting it happen. Okay. Because the LaRouche cult, whatever, with their nuclear fusion, the talk about they're trying to use the BRICS narrative and multipolarity to their advantage and whatnot. They're not who you think they are. They're not who they say that they are. Or don't believe them, right? They may not be Nazis, but they are a different type of far right. Okay. They will deny it, but that's what they are. So.
Well, hurry up and get that article out.
I got it like halfway done, but it's like, yeah, I find it hard. I've never really done it before, and I want it to be really good. And I got a lot of other things going on too. Whatever, gotta keep my life. I gotta get looking for a job, whatever. Gotta feed myself, all that stuff. Take care of my kids. So.
I don't know enough about LaRouche ideologies.
Yeah, I know. Not enough people do. It's like a history thing. But this is what's happening with the older leftists are kind of dying off, and some of the people who experienced this that happened like in the 70s. And so there's another thing about the LaRouche, as black people don't want to organize, you really don't want to organize with them, is because they had this Operation Mop-Up thing where they targeted Black Panthers and the CPUSA or whatever, and the Trotskyists, all the left or whatever. They went like attacking them on the streets or whatever, and they had to get arrested by the FBI. Like the FBI let the LaRoucheites loose on the communists or whatever, and now we're gonna work with the LaRoucheites. Makes no fucking sense. RBN was like specifically celebrating the legacy of Fred Hampton and the Black Panthers, whatever. When you get in bed with the LaRoucheites who attacked and were directly involved with undermining and making sure that the Black Panthers did not become a successful movement, you need to recognize who is playing you, right? And the AIDS stuff with the anti-phobe, like the homophobia with the AIDS pandemic or whatever, with the misinformation. LaRouche was into that stuff too. So there's too many strikes against them. There's no way you can work with them, especially if they want to uphold that legacy, whatever. They can be ex-LaRoucheites and say whatever, we were in a cult and we were wrong. But if they want to say no, it's not a cult, and LaRouche's economic policies are what America needs, like Diane Sarah running for president right fucking now, and Garland Nixon supporting her and everything. No, walk away before you're in a cult. Okay.
So they started off as leftists, and then became fascist. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, LaRouche, and it's hilarious too because like the Soviet Union, the Marxist-Leninist people who like uphold the legacy of the Soviet Union, they're constantly like Haas and Hinkle themselves, whatever. Everyone's a Trotskyist. If you don't agree with the Stalinists, you're a Trotskyist kind of thing, right? So it's like, but LaRouche himself went from being a Trotskyist to being like working with like the white supremacists that are not necessarily Nazis, but like there's just so much I gotta write. Like there's too much. You gotta read up on it a little bit yourself too if you're interested, whatever. But yeah, they're compromised. So.
And then Scott Ritter, wasn't he like convicted of diddling a kid or something?
No, he's the online trying to set up a date with a 15-year-old kind of thing, or get her to do the sex, cyber sex, something like that.
So Jose Vega is running as a Democrat. That's sad. Why wouldn't you just run as an independent? The Democratic Party is going to chew you up and spit you out.
They're asking for donations too, though, right? Because we got money for that. You know, we got other people asking for donations because they're getting evicted or they got cancer or got problems with need a lawyer or whatever because they're gonna get arrested for some bullshit, whatever. No, you got to donate to Jose Vega. It's more important.
Well, everybody's saying to save it for the article.
Yeah, no, I know. I didn't. That's what I'm saying. I want to talk. I'm going to write it, and then one of these episodes on Thursday, we could just read the whole thing. So.
Okay. I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, you were going to go there. I could have saved all that for while you were eating, and I could have shared that with the audience. There. So you go ahead, find something to eat, and anyone wants to join me, that would be nice.
Wait, you're not going to talk about your LaRouche article that's not done yet?
Not now, no. I'm going to find something else to talk about. But I'm only saying is like this last week, I've been actually trying to make it sure I get some work on it. So I've been doing less paying attention to what's been happening and more about like doing this research. So.
Fat Cookie says, I remember the Savvy Saps crowd got super mad with Scott Ritter when he told people, if you don't see how Trump is the right choice, I can't help your stupidity or something along those lines. I'm just watching all of these people backtrack. Theo Vaughn, Alan Schultz, Joe Rogan, not Donald Trump, Jimmy Dore. And I'm like, wait a minute. Tucker Carlson, you guys are the people that were telling people that he was the right choice in so many words. And now you're acting like that never happened.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, so you're finding your next grift. Like how I got to make sure the money keeps flowing in. So let me see what else I need to do. How I can find my next grift. What's it going to be? I don't know yet. But I know I need to distance myself from Trump.
Yeah, that's the thing about the whole
Rondo.
The whole MAGA communism bit that they did, and then they say, "Oh, it was all just a strategy, whatever." But like, you're not going to own up to the consequences of how you definitely convinced. Like Scott Ritter, I'm pretty sure he went and voted for Trump. He might not admit it, or maybe he will. But that's the whole thing. Like, you've got a Republican in your ranks who somehow convinced you guys, everyone, that he's an anti-imperialist and that he needs to be involved in all of your shows, treated because of whatever his history was a nuclear weapons inspector or some shit. But at the end of the day, you're letting him say this incredibly reactionary shit with not much pushback. What the fuck?
So Jimmy Dore is even saying crazy shit like this. I don't think he really knows. I don't think his advisors are telling him the truth. I don't think he knows what's going on. I think that he really believes what his advisors are telling him. So he's moving forward based on some bad advice. And I'm like, what? What? You think so this grown man could pick up a phone and tweet all goddamn night, but he can't read an article? What are you talking about?
A lot of people don't really read
That
articles
really pissed
anymore.
me off. But you're the president.
Mm-hmm. That's like,
oh yeah, Marjorie Taylor. She used to be all up his ass until he rejected her. Same thing with Candace Owens. Like, she used to be all up his ass too until she got rejected. And now you're supposed to be, now everybody's like acting like Candace Owens is the savior or something. No, she's not. She just knew she was done for in his administration and she had to find something else to do. Let's just be real.
So I was thinking, if you wanted to go get something to eat, I'm gonna maybe I'll read this article at least, and then see what else to go to afterwards. If you still haven't gotten back, go ahead. Yeah. Since we're on this conversation, and I'm gonna probably link this in as one of the sources in my article, but I might as well take this time to read this because I found it to be. I like Bet Beat Media's work, and I find that they can, they maybe get things wrong too. Who knows, whatever. But they can dispel some of the confusion that happens when you are believing a little too uncritically something like George Galloway would be saying about how he's been such a fighter for the Palestinian cause and everything. Like, he's a real revolutionary. Who are you? Where's your work? What have you done? This is a criticism that gets lobbied at. Where's your party? Whatever. As if we can't criticize them for when they say things that they demonstrate that they're not really the leaders we should be putting our letting into our, we should not be treating these people as our thought leaders, essentially. But that's how they act with their podcast appearances and whatnot. They want to be part of the intelligentsia that tells us what to do. But why should we let them be the ones, whatever? How do they have they earned that honor, or whatever, or have they lost the right, even if they did before, So the white anti-imperialism of Scott Ritter and George Galloway. Scott and George are done showing solidarity with the Arabs. This is from December 15th, 2024. So it's possible that whether he said they're done now, maybe he's had a reversal or whatever, but who knows, right? It's still a bit problematic. It's like, because they often have remember, George Galloway is the one who tried to defend fucking the Tate brothers. And this kind of stuff, we have every right to hold you accountable for when you make really egregious reactionary statements, right? So George Galloway said this, whatever, on his show, that part of his life fighting for the Arabs, being behind the Arabs, is over, because they're basically like, you silly Arabs or whatever, you can never stop with your infighting, like the left can't stop eating the left or whatever, the Arabs can't stop eating the Arabs or whatever. There's a hopeless cause or whatever. I'm done. Even though he made his whole career about being like a supporter of Iraq and the Palestinians and the Syrians, and but now all of a sudden he's done, right? And then Scott Ritter, sadly, I'm with you, cheering the victory of Al Qaeda as the last straw. I don't really know what he's saying there, but this is I forget what their name, Kareem Batash, and I forget the other dude, the white guy, but they're both white. The whiter white guy. I will start with a candid disclaimer, as I may hurt some feelings. It's important to acknowledge that some of my most cherished comrades in the anti-imperialist struggle, including the most beloved person in my life, my mother, are white. Esteemed figures such as Michael Hudson, Miko Peled, Matt Kennard, and my friend Peter Beatty, that's the other guy, also share this racial identity. Despite these deep personal connections, we cannot overlook a glaring and persistent issue: the insidious blind spot many white anti-imperialists have towards their own ingrained racism and supremacist leanings. It is a pathology akin to liberal racism, the paternalistic, infantilizing discrimination that ostensibly uplifts while insidiously denigrating. White anti-imperialists veer between this neo-colonial white savior condescension and the cruder, denigrating racism of the far right. The recent bigoted outbursts of Scott Ritter and George Galloway about giving up on the Arabs lay this prejudice bare. Their public renunciation of supporting 500 million Arabs reeks of deluded self-importance, as if these Westerners are such indispensable saviors that an entire ethno-religious group is imperiled by losing their favor. Ritter and Galloway's transcendent wisdom. In a recent video posted on X, George Galloway tells a caller that he has given up on the Arabs since the Syria debacle, with Scott Ritter expressing agreement. This revelation is particularly telling about the type of anti-imperialism both gentlemen espouse. Some Arabs have expressed their approval of Assad's overthrow, a sentiment they are entitled to hold. For Ritter and Galloway, however, this was reason enough to label the Arabs as al-Qaeda supporters who did not deserve their sympathy or efforts. The stance came shortly after a post in which Scott Ritter criticized some Palestinians who congratulated Syrians on overthrowing Assad, stating that the greatest threat to a Palestinian state are Palestinians themselves. Apparently unaware of the complexities of surviving amid imperial violence, ethnic cleansing, and genocide, Scott presumes to know what is best for them regarding the intricacies of intergroup strife in West Asia. More critically, Scott decries that some Palestinians hold a different view on Assad's role in West Asia and the resistance. He argues that because of this difference in opinion, it is the Palestinians themselves who pose the greatest threat to their own cause of liberation from Western, US, Israeli, EU, and UK imperialism in West Asia. Let's flip the script. I would argue that it is the failure of Scott Ritter and other Westerners to stop their democratically elected governments from bombing innocent people in Palestine and neighboring Arab countries that truly threatens the Palestinian cause. It is people like him and us who are the real dangers, as we consistently fail to stop our leaders. But of course, this kind of self-reflection is unlikely to occur to a supremacist Western anti-imperialist who is accustomed only to dictating and pointing fingers without ever looking in the mirror. So that's all I get for the free article. How you guys doing? Yeah, thanks, Kieran. Exactly, right? It's only when you don't question them and you just, lap up everything that they say that they can get away with that. But then when you start to analyze, do the self-criticism we're supposed to be doing, we start to coming up with some contradictions that get worse and worse to the point where we do have to say something. So I could claim my free post and continue reading this, but I think maybe I would. There's another video. I want to see if I can find it that Dimitri Lascaris did on Reason to Resist. If you haven't checked out that podcast, he's been doing some great work. He actually just recently went to Iran, him and a few other independent media people, and they did like a super long train ride from like the north of Iran all the way down to like the Strait of Hormuz and stuff, and they went to all these kinds of places that have been bombed recently and everything, and they've been talking about it. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but check out Reason to Resist if you want to hear from a Canadian lawyer, socialist, who's been doing some good work. But I'm trying to find another video. What's it called? So let me see. I'm gonna have to try and think of this name because it's about the same topic as that article there. He's kind of talking about the old white guys in independent media that love to tell us all how to be anti-imperialists. See, I can't remember the title of the video, so I'm going to have to try and call it up with some kind of keywords that aren't the right keywords. So I might have to find something else to talk about. Because it's probably not. It's not one of his more recent ones, so I doubt that it would be prominent on his page. The 10 same old white guys. There, I found it. Good, good. So I'll play a little bit of this until Abby gets back, if you guys don't mind. I think you guys might appreciate. If you haven't seen it, let me know if you have.
My mind is now made up. This man is a genocidal lunatic, which is precisely what I think we all suspected. He has no interest in peace, and that extends not just to West Asia. I don't think he's seriously committed about peace anywhere. I don't think anybody who does what Donald Trump is doing today can be trusted to seek peace in any region of this world. He is a bloodthirsty, psychopathic warmonger. I think we should all be able to agree on at least that much. People in this space, people who are white and have spent virtually their entire lives living in the West, and who've come out of the Western military-industrial complex, and are prepared to criticize it, and that's a good thing. They are very selective in their analysis, I find. So they see Tulsi Gabbard, for example, saying, well, what we've done to Israel, those people are jihadists. I'm not of Syria, they're jihadists there, and at least Assad was a secularist, and he wasn't, killing people based upon their ethnicity. Because she's done a couple of good things like that, and because she's recognized that Ukraine is a proxy war, they wipe the slate clean for all that other stuff. No, a person is a whole. You have to look at their whole record. You are what your record says you are, and there are some terrible things in Tulsi Gabbard's record, which they are too willing to sweep under the rug. And the worst case of all is Donald Trump. I think, I've seen so much positive commentary about Donald Trump when 95% of the man's record is horrifying, utterly horrifying. Things like, he's playing 5D chess, and he's having to deal with the deep state, and that's why he's continuing to arm Ukraine. And no, he's a psychopathic warmonger, and I think we have to start by looking at their entire record and not simply choosing those aspects of their records which fit our favorable narratives. The voices of people who aren't white and who live in the region, interview them. Listen to them too. They should be the first people you listen to, because they live with the horrors of Western imperialism all the time. They're on the receiving end of it every day. Really, what I think is disappointing about so many of these major platforms in the alternative media is that they're homogenous. Almost never do you see racialized people, black and brown people who live in regions that have been devastated by Western imperialism, being given an opportunity to express their views.
And there was not a Palestinian name in there, not a single Palestinian name. And
hey, I'm back. I'm eating, but I'm back.
Insidious, invisible racism. These are people with good intentions.
So I was just talking about they didn't connect it in this video, but talking about some of the LaRouche connected individuals or whatever, I think they're talking about some of the same people in this video, but they're not talking about anything. They don't say anything about LaRouche stuff, none of that, whatever, but they criticize them on their lack of true anti-imperialism, where they're kind of implicit biases and racism, whatever. They're is it unconscious, right? Or is it just thinly disguised kind of thing, But do you want to go ahead and eat and just watch some of this for a little bit?
Sure.
Have you ever heard of Bet Beat Media?
Say it one more time.
Bet Beat Media. You see the graphic in the corner there? It's
I could barely see it, but no, I haven't heard of them.
Bet Beat Media, if you want to check out the YouTube channel. I appreciate these guys. Very good journalists, anti-imperialists, socialists, the real deal, as you might say, instead of the fake people that always want to be leading us when they don't really listen to us either. They want us to listen to them, but they don't really walk the walk. You know what I mean? So
people who have the heart on the right spot. I'm not saying they're bad people, but they just don't see their own blind spot, which comes along with being in the West, having a mental schema formed by our Western societies, which makes us unwittingly racist. All right. Good day, everyone. We are here again with I want to say friend of the show, but actually I should say brother Dimitri, with a brother of the show. Very good to see you again, Dimitri.
Feelings mutual. Thank you, brother.
I wanted to talk to you again today because we often have a kind of meta analysis of the anti-imperialist scene together, and I think every now and then we need to get together to talk about the state of affairs. So that is what we wanted to do with you today. But first, I wanted to ask you, and that is that just pops up in my mind just now. What is your assessment of what's going on?
I was muted. I said, have a nice walk, Cookies. See you in a little bit. I got to get going shortly, too.
All of a sudden, you could say that the genocide has started again in full effect. And I just wanted to know what is your assessment of that, and how are you dealing with that?
Well, I think I start by reminding myself every day that the genocide never actually ended. The people of Gaza and throughout this so-called ceasefire, have been living in absolutely monstrous conditions. There are people, for example, who need medical treatment desperately. Probably hundreds of thousands of people need medical treatment urgently, either of a physical or psychiatric nature because of the horrors of what they've experienced, and they're not getting it. And that in itself is causing people to die, to become permanently disabled, to suffer enormously. Israel has killed over 150 people prior to this Ramadan massacre, which I understand was the deadliest single day in the entire genocide in Gaza. I've seen numbers as high as 450 or more people killed, many of them children. And of course, Israel was depriving the population throughout this period of adequate food and water. And at no point was it giving the amounts necessary to sustain the population at subsistence level. And then it, because Hamas refused to acquiesce in its brazen violations of the agreement, and principally the refusal to evacuate Israeli troops from the Philadelphia corridor, the border between Gaza and Egypt, they decided to impose a total blockade, not simply prevent adequate medicine and nutrition and water from going in, but to prevent any from going in. So it never stopped. Nonetheless, because the intensity of it, fell dramatically at the time that this so-called ceasefire was entered into, and because Donald Trump was making noises about being peacemaker, as much as I loathe the man, I kept an open mind. During the first administration, you would be hard-pressed to find somebody in Canada who was more publicly critical of that creep than I was. I certainly wasn't the only one, but I was condemning him vehemently every day. So nonetheless, I was so relieved to hear the language of peace coming from the mouth of a president and saying we need to talk to our opponents, our enemies. So new, so refreshing relative to the
Can you pause that for a second?
past Biden administration that I was.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if he saw him in the first term and he saw the millions of ways he lied to us, like blatant, why did he think that one thing would be a truth? That's so confusing to me. Like, where are they getting that from? Like, are you gaslighting me, or are you slow? Like, what?
Yeah, I was responding in the comments, so I wasn't exactly listening to the last thing that they're talking about just now. But they're basically saying, are they talking about like why would someone like Scott Ritter or whatever support Trump when everything?
No, that man at the bottom said that he Well, back it up for a little bit. He was saying that he was vehemently opposed to Trump, but it was refreshing, during his first term. But it was refreshing to hear like someone talking peace. And I'm just like, why would you believe him? You saw all the lies, and not only his own lies, the people that he was getting to lie for him. And they were blatant lies that were obviously false.
Yeah. Well, he's probably Dmitry Lascaris is a ex-Green Party member. He used to be a politician in Canada. So, but they kicked him out for wanting the party to be more socialist and more pro-Palestinian. And because the Israelis had infected all these third parties and everything that you think are not as bad as the red versus blue, he had to leave because the Green Party, there's no hope for the Green Party. Not sure. I think if he, I don't think he's gonna. I don't know if he's gonna join the NDP or what, or if he's gonna just remain independent and out of politics. I think he's kind of pivoting to doing this journalism stuff for now. But so keep that in mind that he is also when we're talking about revolution versus reform, why would we want to listen to the people who are part of the governments we want to see over and done with, part of the bourgeois establishment? Same thing with like George Galloway, whatever. He's part of the Labor Party. That's like basically being a Democrat for like most of his life. But all of a sudden he's got the one to be trusted for because he's a socialist now. It's like, but you were in the Labor Party. Like the Democrat, like you can't be like the DSA. You call yourself socialist all you like, but if you support the Democrats, you're not a fucking socialist.
Right, like the Working Man's Party. If you don't want to vote on the Democratic ticket, you could vote on the Working Man's Party ticket. But it's the same people. It's just Democrats under a different party. So what are we talking about here?
So this video, Dmitry, the comment about Trump, whatever, it's refreshing to hear make some anti-war statements, at least during the campaign. He's sort of trying to say, like, I hear where you guys are coming from, like the old white guys in anti-imperialist media, whatever, trying to make some kind of argument that maybe Trump's different or whatever, but you'll see if we play more into the video or whatever, he's kind of, but you guys are wrong to put any kind of, like, you can't trust his track record, so we shouldn't be trying to listen to, like, believe anything that Trump and them are saying or whatever that they're going to do for us, like all this peace stuff.
I didn't get that from what he just said. Okay.
No, I think I'm pretty sure it's from a few years ago or whatever. But I mean, everyone gets mistakes or whatever. But from what I remember about Dmitry Lascaris, I don't think he was any of these fools who had any hope about Trump and them.
Rondo said, so homie was saying it was refreshing when Trump came up and whispered sweet nothings into his ear. Right. And he's going to cheat on you the next day.
Not refreshing at all. That's what I'm saying. I don't like to have him piss in my pocket and call it rain. I'm going to keep playing the video.
Yeah, go ahead and play it.
All right.
Prepared to have an open mind. My mind is now made up. This man is a genocidal lunatic, which is precisely what I think we all suspected.
See there.
He has no interest.
We paused it right
as he said he had an open mind.
I was giving him a chance. Now my mind's made up. Fuck this guy for life. And we were just like, well, I don't know. This is bullshit. What's he saying? Oh, now he's making it clear, whatever, right? Maybe he's just, people give, this is the thing. We all like to give people the benefit of the doubt, but sometimes you're going way too long. I don't know how long. To me, people should have never given Trump the benefit of the doubt after his first term. The second time around, whatever, no matter what he's saying in his campaign, I don't know what the fuck people are thinking, because the Democrats were so bad. Like the thing about Kamala Harris, that they were falling into some of the Republican propaganda, really, about, yes, we know how awful she would have been, right? But there's no reason to play this stupid lesser of two evils games about maybe there's some reason why Trump might be some breath of fresh air. No, he's a fucking turd. So what if it's warm?
No, I think that's just a bunch of rich people knowing that if a Republican got in office, they were going to get taken care of financially, and they didn't give a fuck what else happened. But now that it's this bad, they're trying to backtrack and act like they aren't the same assholes, MAGA assholes, as any of the other MAGA assholes. Nah, you don't get a pass. You do not get a pass. I don't want to hear it.
Cookie's saying, Dimitri's literally saying the exact same shit Scott Ritter's saying. I don't know if that's quite fair, but point taken that we got to give everyone a little bit of the side eye. We got to we can't be too trusting of any of the people that the algorithms are really recommending. I'm just trying to find is there any thought leader? I don't know if I'm qualified to be a thought leader or whatever. I got to find some people to get some of my news and political awareness from and whatnot. We got to try not to, like what I was saying about a lot of the older people from the 70s are kind of dying off, and like they lived through the experience, and without them, we're going to be kind of vulnerable without the firsthand experience. Where these are, whether we like it or not, there are the older generation of comrades. So we have to figure out how we can understand what's wrong with their takes and what we need to preserve from them, you know.
The man trying to give Trump the benefit of the doubt is an older generation comrade.
Well, I'm saying you guys are. What? I think you guys are miscategorizing Dimitri based on hearing a few. You can't do this. It's not good for anybody. It doesn't make you look like you have a better take when you don't listen to them.
I just heard him.
Them for years before you really have a clue about who they really are.
I just heard what he said.
Take like 5 minutes of what they said, and you say, "Oh, this guy sounds like a Trump supporter." It's not who he is at all, right? Give him.
I just heard him with my own ears.
I know, but you have to.
And there's nothing that you could tell me that's gonna make me be like, "Oh, well, just because I don't know all the stuff that he said before." I know what he just said. I know what he just said. If he was that smart and was saying all this stuff before, then why would he be saying this now? It makes no sense.
I don't think that you're doing them. You can't make a fair judgment without seeing a greater body of their work. You know, you're making jumping to conclusions. You know,
I'm not just like Noam Chomsky.
Because I'm trying to talk about
the
old white guys of anti-imperialism, and then you guys are like saying we can't really actually get to hear what they're talking about because we're just going to attack them for being just like the white guys that they're criticizing without even hearing their criticism. You know,
it don't matter. I have my own opinion, and I'm going to stand by it.
All right.
You can press play.
In peace, and that extends not just to West Asia. I don't think he's seriously committed about peace anywhere. I don't think anybody who does what Donald Trump is doing today can be trusted to seek peace in any region of this world. He is a bloodthirsty, psychopathic warmonger. I think we should all be able to agree on at least that much.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, and not just that. I mean, the whole team around him is one big congregation of lunatics.
Absolutely.
And it cannot, something like that cannot go that cannot go into the right direction. I mean, you have that Zion. What is it? Not even a Zionist. He's like that Crusader nutcase, and Marco Rubio and Tulsi Gabbard and all these people together. I already had very little hope, but just like you, I think what we're going to see in the coming years, man, will defy all our expectations. I don't know how you see that, Peter.
I mean, with him, it's extremely hard to predict, but I think one prediction that I had from the beginning in 2016 was that he was going to be the right's Obama. You know, a lot of people on the right expected him to really shake up the system and follow through on some of his campaign promises, just like a lot of people on the left hoped that Obama would do that. And then when he didn't in his first administration and basically governed like a standard Republican, including continuing the war in Yemen, which at the time Tulsi Gabbard opposed and has since changed her tune on that, now that Trump is the one bombing Yemen. But at any rate, he didn't follow through on his campaign promises. Then early on, you know, year to or given the same amount of time in his presidency, if you're just comparing actually the time that Trump's been president versus the time Biden's been president during the period of the genocide, Trump has been slightly less bad, only because of the 2-month not even cessation, but lessening of the bombing and killing. But that's such a low standard. It's almost beneath contempt to point out that, oh wow, he's been slightly less bad thus far than Biden. Okay, well, what does that mean? Not much. I think there's still a chance, because he's such an unpredictable person, that if there is, I don't know, if some brainworm gets inside of his head, I've seen some people on the right online call him out for being a cuck. If that somehow gets into his head and he thinks, oh, I actually need to tell my envoy to grow a spine and force through the second phase of the deal, even that it would surprise me a little bit, but it wouldn't shock me. But I don't think that there's that much chance of that. What we've seen so far, I think, indicates that he's very, very willing to just bend over and follow the blob in whatever they want. And his the sounds coming out of his mouth are just sounds coming out of his mouth.
How did they not know this from the first administration when he was just enriching himself and his entire family? How is he only slightly less bad than Biden? Only slightly. Like that whole take sucked.
He's not even trying to say that. He said you ignored the part he said right after that, where that's not even really a good metric, right? But he's trying to say, like, that's doing a steel man of an argument versus a straw man. I don't think people really understand.
He said slightly less bad.
He's trying to make that argument about, for those people in the MAGA group who are acting like Trump is the lesser of two evils. He's saying the same thing we are saying. He is not, in fact, any better. Like, he's just as bad as Biden. And the words that he used to make
he said he's slightly less. He said he's slightly less bad than Biden.
Based on the metrics, and he explained because there's a little two-week whatever ceasefire. According to the numbers, it appears that he looks slightly less bad, but you guys are misinterpreting what he's saying.
No, don't tell us we're misinterpreting.
This was also like in 2024 or something.
I'm interpreting just fine.
You're allowed to make your reaction, right? I mean, I can't. You're right. I shouldn't say it. But in my opinion, because you and like Cookies too, you're saying like,
I'm interpreting this. I just have a different opinion than you. That's all.
I'm just thinking you're missing what he's saying. I don't think you're, but yeah, but we'll have to agree to disagree in that, in some sense, right?
I think
want me to keep going?
I thought it was over. What happened? I saw white.
I don't know what you mean was over.
I saw white like it was ending or something.
No, it's a lot longer.
We're
not going to have time to play it all. I'm going to have to get going for the walk with Bella soon. You might want to be playing something else, or if you want to be watching this while I'm gone.
My sister-in-law called me and then she asked me to text her, so it must be important. So I might just leave when you leave.
Okay.
Or let me just text her and see if it's.
Well, you go figure out what's going on with her, and in the meantime, I'll let.
I'm listening though. I'm listening.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
I have to say, I don't want to be taken to be excluding altogether the possibility. I think, Peter, you're right to say, hey, man, you never know. And I'll be the first person to praise the heavens above if Donald Trump actually finally puts a stop to this genocide or puts a stop to this insanely dangerous proxy war in Ukraine, and preferably both. But I think that's highly unlikely at this stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. And that also brings me a bit to a topic that you and I regularly talk about, Dimitri, and that I wanted to talk about today. And that is what I often term on my Substack white anti-imperialism, or Western anti-imperialism, or Western white anti-imperialism. And that is the tendency in imperialist spheres, imperialist channels. And luckily, you are not like that. And our channel is also not like that. You can go to the videos list for those who want some proof. And that is the tendency of many Western leftists, but also anti-imperialist channels, to only talk to the same faces over and over again. And usually these are the same Western, usually white faces, which have often a very different, very different, but often a conception of the way the world works that lacks in certain aspects, because growing up Western and growing up white as well often comes with a blind spot that other people from the global South, but also marginalized groups, do see, a blind spot for things that other people do see. For example, when it comes to Tulsi Gabbard, for example, has been celebrated for a very, very long time by many people in the anti-imperialist sphere, while at the same time, for years, and I'm talking about for years, many, many people at the receiving end of racism and Islamophobia have been warning about her for a very long time. And she was very sympathetic to BJP Hindu fascism, that she often was very supportive of the war on terror. I think she's still supportive of the war on terror. She was supportive of drone warfare. She still, I think, sees Islamism as the greatest threat to the free world. All these Bush-style rhetoric are things that many people who come from more marginalized positions saw through. This kind of rhetoric, many people saw through that who come from more marginalized positions. These kind of subtle signs are things that people from marginalized group pick up on. And yet you see in many Western anti-imperialist spheres, many white anti-imperialist spheres, that there is this kind of how can I say that? There's this kind of forgivingness. How can I say that? They easy forgive these kind of signs where certain people are maybe good at certain aspects when it comes to anti-imperialism, but at the same time, there are clear signs that these people are not okay, that they have racist tendencies. I'm talking about the Viktor Orban. I'm talking about the AfD in Germany. I'm talking about the Tulsi Gabbard. I'm talking about the Donald Trump. Often you see in many anti-imperialist spheres, many white anti-imperialist spheres, that they say, oh, but this person is good on Ukraine. Oh, this is good for the United States. Whilst if you would consider also how bad they are on other aspects, in particular racism, you would not celebrate these individuals. And I see that this is a recurring problem in the Western anti-imperialist scene, where the same white anti-imperialist faces are invited over and over without talking to any people of color, without talking to any people from the global South. And amongst each other, they just keep regurgitating these same talking points about racists, how good they are. I hope I'm making myself clear. I'm talking way too much, but people can also go to my Substack. I can write about that much more clearly. And that bothers me and that frustrates me, because if they would talk more to people such as yourself, such as myself, but also other people from the global South, for example, or people of American people of color who have good analysis, I say a Gerald Horne, for example, they would come to very different conclusions about these people that they speak about, and often also the way they speak themselves about other groups, by the way. We discussed it before, Dimitri, how, for example, a Scott Ritter or George Galloway talked about the Arabs. And I think I just wanted to discuss with you about that, like this kind of issue we have in Western anti-imperialism, to just not listen to other voices outside of that white bubble mostly. What is your assessment of that, Dimitri?
Well, black people have been
Before I answer
saying
your
this.
question, I just want to say something about the alternative media.
What's that?
Black people have been saying this since the Pilgrims came home. Like, they don't value those opinions. They're in the rooms themselves making decisions for themselves and you, which means they're really not making decisions for your benefit. They're making decisions for their benefit off of the back of you. They're not going to change that. Why would they change that?
Yeah, that's the issue with a lot of the libertarians and whatnot. The people that are being listened to instead of like the more woke people, whatever, like the people who are supporting Tulsi and them, they're the more libertarian kind of socialists. And then, so there was like, I was going to say, I was in the process of writing a comment in response to Kieran. He's saying we all pegged Gabbard as a political prostitute, clear when she endorsed Biden. Except I wouldn't say that we all did. There was certain, and it's specific the people who didn't. Scott Ritter was a hopeful about Gabbard. The Due Dissidents guys were
Jimmy Dore,
Jackson Hinkle. Okay, so it's these right wing, the ones that criticize the left for being too whatever purist, and then the people they go get in bed with are people like the Hindu maniac Tulsi Gabbard, whatever. So there's a gaslighting going on there, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I would even say like AOC.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, go ahead. You can let me see if anybody.
I gotta take Bella for the walk.
Be your own hero.
Since I'm the one sharing the video, I could either hit play and then walk away, and then we can't pause it. But what would be better, I should probably share the link with you, and then you can skip it to where we're at and play it from your end.
Do you got
something else?
Well, I wanted to see if they wanted to hear some more, because I probably do need to call my sister-in-law, because she's saying she needs to talk to me about something. So, and she's a teacher. Even though it's spring break, she naturally goes to bed around, like 9.
Okay.
Because she has to get up at like 4.
So why don't we do this?
4:30.
Why don't I share the video with you in the private chat, and then we're at 15:50. You can play it from your end, and then when I take the dog for the walk, you can call your sister. But if you need to pause it for whatever reason, you'll be able to. Does that sound good? All right. So there it is. Let me bring this down here. I think it's relevant because it's kind of it's not really talked about. Like, they're not talking about it like it's a psyop, but it kind of is what I'm sort of saying with the LaRouche angle, right? Like, the reason why we can't work with them is because they're sabotaging the left, whether they're doing it consciously or being a useful idiot being used to do it. And it's something we need to learn from, and we can't really learn from it if we don't agree on what's actually happened.
I mean, that's exactly how I feel about all these right wingers saying we need to be purple now. We need to come together. Nah, no, we don't. No, I'm not coming together with somebody who doesn't even see my humanity. No, can't do it. Sorry.
No.
You figure it out on your own.
Yeah, and the same thing, I can understand why gay people and trans people would be like, I'm not stopping being a communist or whatever, socialist, anarchist, whatever they espouse to. Just because these people say I'm not allowed to work with them because they think they got like the whatever secret formula to revolution, they don't really understand that history will be the ultimate thing to prove who is right and wrong. We're all going to find out no matter what at the end of the day. They may be confident, doesn't make them necessarily right.
And I also want to mention, I don't necessarily have a problem with like an interview with Nick and Jackson Hinkle or what have you. You're not supposed to be talking to people that agree with you 100% all the time.
If
I
you
have a
talk to them every
problem.
once in a
I
while, what
have
they're
a
talking
problem
about
with
is
the
over and over and over
what,
again
what,
to drown out everyone else. Like, don't bring on at the expense of having other guests on. You have these people on as recurring guests, and it turns out to be like an ecosystem, like a self-serving, like class within the media class. Like they're
right,
serving their interests,
because they have
like
a
the
lot of
professional managerial,
followers.
right?
But my
Not letting
problem
us actually
is,
be grassroots, right?
yeah, my problem is it doesn't seem to be much pushback in the discussions. So they're doing the same thing that they complained about, that, oh, if I they AOC will never come, they'll never come on this show because we push back. And the only people I've seen them push back on is Dr. Cornel West, to be honest with you. Everybody else gets softball interviews that I've seen. Like, if I could be wrong, because of course I haven't seen every single show, but it seems like it seems like it's always a very cordial conversation, and there's like no, they'll let them say their comment, and they don't follow up the way they did with, I mean, they grilled Dr. Cornel West, and I just saw a little bit of racism in that. And that could still be the same with Nick too, because in your mind, you could have a colonized mind where, oh, well, they're white, so I should be, like, I don't want to seem like the angry, whatever. You understand what I'm saying? It didn't sit right with me. So I don't think it's in earnest. I think that there's a underlying agenda behind these relationships.
Good point, Cookies. This is sort of part of it. Those of us who are advocating for it's time to be done with the electoral politics, we do get somehow corralled back into this third-party politics stuff. Like, if you mean it when you say you're revolutionary over reform, how can you then go want to be having interviews with Green Party members and like, it's fine to hear other people's voices, like you're saying, yeah, but the whole point is to get past the discussion past electoral politics. But there's so many people stuck. They're not going to get past it, And so what do you get value from bringing them back on if they just want to talk about electoral politics all day?
I'm sorry. Do you see Bad Cookie's comment?
Yeah.
You can see it?
You can't see it?
No.
Oh, no. That's weird.
No. Okay.
You sure?
And then let me do Sean's. Vote Blue Harder. Nope.
Yeah.
I've lost all my ability to see comments that I showed. That's weird.
Well, that might be part of the glitch that they're having with the API things. So let's not get too spooked.
Yeah, I do think Jimmy Dore was setting up Dr. West. Because, I mean, the way he came at him was just, I was just shocked. Because it's not what he was saying. It was the way they were saying it. You know what I mean? It was the level of disrespect in the way they were talking to him is what bothered me, not what he was saying. And then you could have all these other people on your show. You can go on Joe Rogan's show, Tucker Carlson's show. You don't push back on them at all.
Well, as far as Cornel West, it's fair enough the way he was treated in that interview, but he's not turned out to be. He's like a Bernie Sanders. I wouldn't really.
Right, and I'm not saying that he isn't. I'm just saying he didn't deserve to be treated like that.
All right. Well, I got to get going on for a walk here. Did you want to Take care.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna stay very long though. Let me see. Wait, why is this doing this? Okay, there we go.
And if you
All
guys
right.
got criticisms, that's fine. Whatever. I'm glad to play this out and see where we disagree on things. Not needing us to be an echo chamber either, right?
Well, we kind of already told you.
Oh, I know. I'm saying I'm seeing. Thanks, Rondo, for your feedback. So, all right. Have a good. I'll be right back.
Okay. Bella.
Bella. Ready?
Yeah, she is.
There you get out of that diaper for a minute.
Oh, it's her time of the month.
Yeah. Oh. I gotta fix that. All right, I gotta get going.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So Egg says, wait, hold on. Oops. It's kind of like how a Western leftist are too okay with anti-Indian racism, like that post from Kyle Kalinske. Oh, I don't even know that post. Oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, but now I'm curious. All right, so let me press play.
Discussed it before, Dimitri, how, for example, a Scott Ritter or George Galloway talked about the Arabs. And I think I just wanted to discuss with you about that, like this kind of issue we have in Western anti-imperialism, to just not listen to other voices outside of that white bubble mostly. What is your assessment of that, Dimitri?
Before I answer your question, I just want to say something about the alternative media, because when we have these discussions, Kareem, I see there's a significant number of people who normally follow my work and enjoy, and I'm sure they follow your work, and those of us who have these perspectives, and they have a negative reaction when we criticize any of what I refer to as the 10 white guys, who are the 10 most prominent American, they're all older white males who have spent almost all their lives in the West, living relative lives of privilege. And most of them, I'm not going to name them all, you've mentioned a couple, we know who they are. Most of them have, I have to say, a very powerful and compelling critique to offer about American and Western imperialism. I would say most of these people from the United States, few of them are from Western Europe. And despite the fact that many of them come out of the Western military industrial complex, they are unsparing in their criticism of the West and its proxies. And they're quite prepared to say almost every day that Israel's committing genocide, Israel's violating international law. So I don't want to be unfair to these people. I think in many ways they've done good work.
Okay. For me, this is bullshit because look how long it took them to say it. It's too late now. Like, the Gaza is completely obliterated. You wait until 2 years later to have a thoughtful opinion on it. That's the same kind of backtracking bullshit I was talking about. So no, I don't respect that just because they're finally saying something. I think that was the plan all along, to shut up and wait until everything happened, be complicit with their fellow white brethren, and then try to put some lipstick on that pig. So bad cookies. Yes, we will be talking with Indy tomorrow, 1 p.m. Central. 1 p.m. Central tomorrow, which is Wednesday. So it's funny that I just said that about how the left is. I'm going to be saying that again tomorrow, I guess, because Michael's topic is right wing versus left wing anti-Zionism. So I haven't decided what I want to talk about yet. If anybody has a has a thought about that, put in the chat. I'd love to take suggestions. And I'm not really sure what Indy wants to talk about. So it's just kind of going to be just an open discussion as well. But I definitely know we're going to be talking about right wing versus left wing anti Zionism. And also maybe right wing versus left wing Zionism, because that exists too. So just to let you guys know, come see us tomorrow. It should be awesome. 1 p.m. Central. Okay, so let me start this back where he's giving these white capitalist imperialist governments a pat on the back for doing something they should have did over a year ago. Like there's no need to do it now. Trump has already said he's about to take over Gaza. Like it's everything that needed to be done has already been done. So why are you talking now? Just shut the fuck up. Nobody wants to hear your mouth. Okay. Let me check the comments before I hit play again. I'm not saying this on some, I don't know what you were saying. Okay, I'll pick it up later. Thank you, Sean. I'm looking forward to it too. Okay, here we go.
And I particularly want to say that I pay almost no attention to the corporate media now. Like I spend probably 6 to 7 hours a day absorbing information from various sources about what is happening in the world. And I would say 95% of my time is spent watching the alternative media. I trust the alternative media vastly more than I trust the corporate media. Just the only reason why I pay any attention at all is just to know what lies they're telling the public, right? So the alternative media is doing a very important service, but we should not be shy about constructively criticizing our comrades in the alternative media. You know, we have, and we should be prepared to receive the criticism when it's meant in goodwill. It's constructive. We should be prepared to take it and improve our reporting, our journalism, our analysis, right? So I just want to say that at the outset, none of my criticisms about these people should be taken as a wholesale condemnation of their work, their advocacy. It shouldn't be taken as me panning the alternative media. I have tremendous respect for the main contributors to the alternative media in the English language. But we have to be, I think, self-reflective at times. The second thing I want to say is I don't think it's just about race. That's part of it. But it's also part of your life experience, independent of your race. If you've spent your whole life living in the West and you occasionally drop into some ground zero disaster zone that has been devastated by Western imperialism, you're not really going to understand what it's like to be on the receiving end of Western imperialism. So I personally have tried, and I can't even pretend to understand what it's like to have spent my whole life living in a place like Gaza or South Lebanon or Iraq. But I tried very hard to do that. So I spent a lot of time in these places, not just in West Asia. I've spent a lot of time in Venezuela and Cuba, places that have been absolutely devastated by Western imperialism. If you don't spend a lot of time there, your view is going to be, I think, impoverished to a degree. You're not really going to understand. And I think this is something of what was going on when, you know, we heard this criticism of the quote unquote Arabs coming from some prominent white commentators, is that they've never had to be on the receiving end of Western imperialism.
Wait, so are you trying to tell me, I understand you're not going to ever completely understand if that's not your experience, but is he trying to tell me that they don't have the capacity to comprehend, to have empathy, to like hear the stories, read the articles, close their eyes, and imagine what that would be like if they were on the receiving end of that? I call bullshit. Unless you don't have a soul. Like that, this sounds like cop-out shit to me. I'm not really feeling this. but that's just my opinion. I don't know. I don't know why. I wouldn't consider them to be. I don't know how Michael put it. Um, I forgot what he said about them, but he said some real good, nice stuff about them. I'm not seeing it yet, but that's just me. You know, y'all could tell me what you think.
As the people who are dealing with it every day really understand the true horror, the true depravity of it, and how hard it is to overcome it. And you know, one thing I want to say in particular about this critique, you know, that the Arabs aren't unified. I mean, give me a break, man. If the so-called Arabs were unified, and I think in the streets there was a tremendous amount of unity. The disunity is coming from the puppets and the tyrants that the West has installed in the Arab and Muslim world. But even if they were unified, would that change anything at the end of the day? Would that mean that the West would be less brutal, less depraved, less psychopathic in its destruction of any and all resistance to Western hegemony in West Asia? No, they would still be committing the same crimes. So it isn't the unity or the lack thereof that is causing the suffering of peoples in this region. So I had to get all of that off my chest. I don't know if I've answered your question, but you know, to get to that point quickly, you know, people like Tulsi Gabbard, you know, people in this space, people who are white and have spent virtually their entire lives living in the West, and who've come out of the Western military industrial complex, you know, and are prepared to criticize it, and that's a good thing. They are very selective in their analysis, I find. So they see Tulsi Gabbard, for example, saying, well, what we've done to Israel, those people are jihadists. I'm not Syria, you know, they're jihadists there, and at least Assad was a secularist, and he wasn't, you know, killing people based upon their ethnicity. You know, because she's done a couple of good things like that, and because she's recognized that Ukraine is a proxy war, they wipe the slate clean for all that other stuff. No, a person is a whole. You have to look at their whole record. You are what your record says you are, and there are some terrible things in Tulsi Gabbard's record, which they are too willing to sweep under the rug.
I wonder if Tulsi Gabbard is still selling her No More Wars merch on her website. I should check and see, because that would be hilarious. I want to see that for myself. Girl, what is your merch looking like? Because ain't no way you still selling that. Let's see. Oh, she just has a book, podcast, writings, action fund. So she took down her merch store altogether. I guess instead of just taking down the No More Wars t-shirts, it's best to just take the entire thing down, like she discontinued her merch. Maybe that'll look better. I don't know. That's hilarious. They sure did. The Move Liberation, and also that guy, I think his name was Michael Johnson X. They sent a bomb into this was during the BLM protest. He was a Army veteran, I believe. And he opened fire on the police because the police were like not being good actors to the BLM protesters. So I guess he said eye for an eye type of something and opened fire on them. They sent in a bomb. He was in a parking garage. They sent in a bomb to blow him up. Who else did they blow up? His name is something Dorn. I should know his name. He was an ex-Army. He's a veteran. He worked for I think it was the LA Police Department or something. And he kept complaining about racial discrimination and the way he was being treated by his fellow officers. No, it's DOR. in Christopher Dorn, is that it? And nobody would do anything. So I think he went after like all the people that wronged him, like the judge. I can't remember who he went after, but it was very strategic. Everybody that was wronging him, and they found him in a cottage, I think, in the woods, and they bombed the cottage. Oh, the judge's daughter. Okay, see, I just can't remember everything. And do you remember his name? Was it Christopher Dorn? Yeah, I can't remember. LAPD officer Dorn. Yeah, Christopher Dorner. That's why. Dorner. Christopher Dorner. And a lot of people on social media label him as a hero. And I'm not just talking about Black people. Like a lot of people who are very anti police state label him as a hero. Which I found quite interesting how many people of all different colors rallied around him. I found that shocking, actually. But anyway, I'm getting off topic, aren't I? Okay, a little more, and then I'm going to wrap it up.
And the worst case of all is Donald Trump. I think, I've seen so much positive commentary about Donald Trump when 95% of the man's record is horrifying, utterly horrifying. Things like, he's playing 5D chess, and he's having to deal with the deep state, and that's why he's continuing to arm Ukraine. And no, he's a psychopathic warmonger, and I think we have to start by looking at their entire record and not simply choosing those aspects of their records which fit our favorable narratives. Sorry for the long one. I think I had to say all of those things in the context of this conversation. Sorry.
No, absolutely.
The mental gymnastics is necessary because ultimately the goal has nothing to do with any of those stupid things that they're talking about. That's just the mental gymnastics that they have to play to gaslight you and make you feel like, no, something's wrong with you for not seeing the big picture. No, we see the big picture. We just don't like the big picture. You like the big picture. And that's why you have to try to convince us that it's not the big picture we think it is, and you know it is. It's something completely different. Yeah, right. I'm calling bullshit on you. Y'all want to see more of this? I think I might have had enough of them. I think I might have had enough of them. I had a song I wanted to play going out. Oh, did you know that the Palantir dude went to where did he go? He went to Rome to visit the Vatican, and they asked him to leave. That recently happened. That happened. He wanted to give like all these private lectures on the Antichrist and stuff like that. And how AI is good for the globe because it'll help fight the Antichrist or some crazy shit. I don't know. Anybody heard about that? Yeah. I mean, my solution is wait until America's at its weakest point, which is coming, and strike as a citizenry. But we gotta have demands. We gotta have our demands. I don't know. Any other solutions out there? There's something else I want. Oh, do you guys realize like the oil that's gone through the strait so far, the time and distance it's gonna take for it to get to where it needs to be? Like the oil that got through the strait before it closed. That still takes a long time to get to where it needs to be. So the prices that we see now, that's not even the half of it. Because if the strait remains closed and then that oil is used up, then we're gonna see the prices shoot through the roof. And what made me think about that is what Rondo just said in the solution I just quasi offered. That would be a good time to strike. Because even his supporters, what's his percentage? 32% approval rating. I mean, that is pretty low. It's not abysmal, but it's pretty bad. And when all of this other stuff happens, it's gonna get even worse. It's approval rating. So I bet you Trump supporters will be begging for socialism then. And even capitalism is going to throw socialism in the mix because capitalism always does throw socialism in there to save capitalism. But this time around, we have to demand that you're not just throwing in socialism to save capitalism. We want socialism. Period. Like, we don't want your crumbs so you could just appease us to get back to business as usual. I don't think that's going to work this time. Yeah, Rondo, I had mentioned that we were going to, as a group, go over like some demands. Something's wrong with I'm going to show you. I don't know why this thing is doing this. And it's really getting on my nerves. And so I think I need to restart my computer. But if I restart my computer, what's going to happen is I'm going to lose all my tabs from the show I wanted to do with Michael. So I go to Google Sheets, and then I get this error message, and it tells me to clear my cache and cookies. And I don't want to do that because then all the information, all the tabs I set up for the show are going to disappear. And then I have to do all that work all over again. So I guess I'm being lazy. I'm so sorry. But that is the plan. We are going to talk about demands amongst each other and then see what should we do? Like share them, send them to, because it's not like we own these demands. It's just somebody has to start. I mean, Eric T. Red started with his 11 demands. I think that's a good start, but not as comprehensive as I think it could be. Kitty. Hey, Kitty.
Bye, guys.
Can't see you. Hold on.
No, I'm in the truck right now.
Hello. What is that on your head? Shorts?
Yeah, my hair is all fucked up.
You know what you look at? That's a nice truck. Why does it have like a pyramid at the top? What's going on at the top? Oh, I didn't know you was balling like that, kitten. What kind of truck is that? That's
It's
cute.
there's actually an older truck.
Is it?
It's yeah, it's a stick shift.
Your hair's not messed up. You look fine. You look just fine. That's a spacious truck. I thought you were in one of those.
Okay.
You remember those vans that had the curtains on the window, and it had like a bed and a table and stuff. I thought you were in one of those. Close enough. See,
No,
close
yeah,
enough.
that's gonna be good.
Close enough.
Just blocking the sun out. Yeah, I got the curtains on the outside. Just want to come and say hi. I love y'all. You know, world might end any moment. You never know.
Well, thank you for stopping by to say hi. I was actually gonna leave soon because I gotta call my sister-in-law before she goes night night. She's a late no, a early, what do you call them? Early riser. She can't really stay up that long. Man, where you headed? I was looking for cool music to play.
I'm just chilling in California right now.
Mm. Well, I'm glad you stopped by. Well, why don't you stop by earlier why you wait till the very end? You're such a tease. Waited to the very end. So anyway, yeah, when I get my Google Sheets back up and running,
Hello?
we're gonna do this thing together. I said, why'd you wait for so long, Cowboy Kitty? You're such a tease. Uh-oh, something's wrong with his audio. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. And he's frozen. All right, well, I'm going to head out then because he's gone but I'm going to play this before I head out. Hey, you guys, don't forget tomorrow, 1 p.m. Central, we'll be talking to Indy. I'm super excited about that. And then we'll be back here on Thursday at 5 p.m. as Central, as always. Yeah, I'm going to be checking the news. I don't think anything is going to happen tonight. I think it's all smoke and mirrors and market manipulation. And oh, there he is. I think like Hegseth had a press conference this morning that he canceled. I guess because they're so ashamed or embarrassed. So I'm sure the same thing is going to happen this evening. Kitties, can you hear me? You want to give us, before I leave, you want to give us an update on your sister-in-law? Uh-oh. Okay, I guess he can't, something's up with his audio. All right, that's all right, kitties. Okay, I'm going to mute him then. So but just stick around so we can see your pretty face while I'm saying my goodbyes. That's right, free Natalia. Thank you, Sean. Thank you. Let's keep her in our thoughts. Send out information to the universe on how we feel about what's going on with her and her case, and hopefully that Pushing some needle.
Hello.
Needle of justice.
Kitty. What's up?
I was just about to leave. I don't think he could talk.
Oh,
He was talking to me before, but now something's going on with Otto.
So wait, is that working now? Sorry. You want to say something? I don't know. Sorry.
I told him to just stick around so we could see his pretty face.
Well,
but I was about to leave. If you want to stay on a little, I gotta call my sister-in-law, and I'll come back.
Yeah, if you wanted me to keep it going, so you don't have to wrap up, because I was wondering if you're wrapping up the stream now. You're just about
I just have to call. I have to call my cousin. My sister-in-law before she goes to bed. So
yeah, you go ahead, do that, and if we can sort out these technical issues, then I can hear from.
Okay, I'll probably be like 10 to 15 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, no worries. Go ahead, take your time.
All right.
In the meantime, I'll have to figure out. I see Abby was sharing something. I don't know what that was, but so I guess you guys weren't receiving my video all that well. I was sharing from before, but that's all good. I'll have to see what was I missing since I've been gone. As far as what do you guys want to talk about then? You can. I don't know if the audio issues on my end or on your end, Kitty. So, because if it's on your end, then you'll just have to figure out fill the time while you try and figure it out. If it's on your end, then you'll just have to figure out fill the time while you try and figure it out. If it's on your end, then you'll just have to figure out fill the time. I gotta mute you there now because I can hear you. I can hear myself through your microphone, which means it sounds like it's working somehow, but it's got some kind of delay on it. You probably got to mute a video. Sounds like it's working. So your mic's probably working now, but you got the video playing, like the YouTube video playing on another tab or something. Because I think we almost got that fixed then, if you can figure out how to mute my echo. Or is that me on StreamYard? Okay, wait, you got the headphones plugged in. I'm gonna unmute you, see if that. We almost got that fixed then, if you can figure out how to. Because I can still hear myself now. I can't really. It's too loud. We won't be able to try and talk over it. We've got to figure out how to get rid of that. Yeah, see, I've never tried to connect with a phone. I'm only on the computer, the desktop, kind of old school that way. So I wouldn't be able to help you out with what's going on there. I should try that, though. Maybe try and do one. You know how people like to do their streams while walking around? That'd be cool. But I don't know. We'll figure it out. If you can't figure it out, just go ahead and peace out, and let's try again next time, I guess, because it's a little awkward. It would be a bit better to have your audio without your video, really. But because unless you know sign language, which I don't, so good to see you though. Nice to almost meet you. We already know each other though. I mean, I feel like when you meet somebody, you got to talk to them, in person, whatever. Like shake their hand. That's like meeting somebody. This is like parasocial meeting somebody, the same thing. But yeah, who knows these days? Things are changing. So, but yeah, if you're getting out of here, thank you for popping on. Au revoir. So yeah, I don't know. Let me see what else to see if I'll go to my little Twitter page here. That's what a lot of people do to pass the time. They don't know what else to pivot to. They just pivot to, let's scroll down my X feed and call that content. I gotta sign in. Great. That would at least maybe give me an idea to swing to. If you guys got a topic, you want to throw it in the chat? No, I'm trying to get you guys to think for me. That's what a lot of people do. They don't know what else to do. So let me sign into my Twitter here. All that content. I got to sign in. Guess I'll have to keep talking so I can see how I sound in the. You guys got in the echo. Topic. So I'll throw it in the chat. No, I'm trying to get you guys to think for me. I feel like there's some little thing you might be able to mute, and then we'd be good to go. But just have to keep talking. Like, see how I sound. This is the kind of thing you find with indie media. You get these kinds of odd production technical issues. But a more professional show would just have to cut to commercial or something. They'd have some kind of polished way of dealing with this. Put up a card. We'll be right back. Play the music, but that's the wrong tap. But with the more amateur approach, we just have this weird dead air and awkwardness about, I guess, unprofessionalism. Oh well. Appreciate the 7 of you still with us. I guess I should throw up that like, share, subscribe stuff. Wherever that thing went. Geez, this stupid thing keeps like getting rid of. I keep adding things, these banners you put on the bottom, but it keep getting deleted or whatever. I guess you can only have so many at once. I don't like this this pasty ass white Twitter saying I always change the color. No, where is it? Not there. There we go. So much better. The rise and fall of Jang. Professor Jang. We could talk about Professor Jang. Yeah, that guy fucking deserves it. I didn't really look into any of his videos that everyone else might have. It seems like people were sort of falling for this guy, taking him as some kind of expert worth or opinion worth hearing. But I looked into his little, like, the Wikipedia page, and it's like, what the fuck? How's this guy being trotted around on everybody's podcast? Apparently he's on like Tucker Carlson and shit, but this Professor Jang guy is like fucking got kicked out of China. Maybe I should call up that Wikipedia page instead. Whatever he get, he got contracted to do like a undercover documentary in China, which is not allowed. Right? They're like, if you're gonna do a documentary, you have to tell us. Where you can't do fucking Western spy propaganda without telling us. So. And there's just that he's like a high school teacher who calls himself a professor. He's like a bona fide conspiracy theorist, whatever. I feel like he's some kind of op. So, you guys got any videos of somebody pushing back on? And maybe I'll see if it comes up in my feed here, scrolling around. I don't really, I'm not as plugged in with following everybody on Twitter, and I don't go on this as much. So, I don't really get maybe some of the same exposure to some of the same things as you guys. But if you want, we can search for Professor Zhang and see what comes up. This is a little too big, too close up. When you get exposed as a fraud, here's what you should do: embrace it. Teacher Jang explains, the internet knows I'm a fraud, so today we are just going to focus on speculation. I don't know shit about economics, but I'm curious about why things happen. I'm not an expert. I'm not even a professor, but what I do is engage in speculation for fun, for entertainment, so I'm going to just make up some shit that have no scholarly basis, okay?
If you study economics, you will never ever know the answer. So we are going to focus on speculation today. Okay? So again, the internet knows this, but I've never studied economics. I don't know much about economics, but I'm curious as to why this happens. Okay? Why is it that bubbles pop? How does how do economies rise and fall? Okay? So I'm not an expert. I'm not even a professor. Yes, I understand. But what I do is I engage in speculation for fun, for entertainment. Okay? So just see this as a fun class where we're going to explore some fun topics that have no scholarly basis. Okay? All right? So just keep this in mind, guys. All right. If you study economics, you will never ever know the answer. So we are going to focus on speculation today. Okay? So
so now I'm going to look for, I guess, I heard he was on Tucker Carlson. I want to see, I guess, I'm not really one to do this thing about what's Tucker saying. But now I'm curious as to why is such an obvious nobody, whatever, made into a somebody at this particular moment in time. It is curious. And since I don't have anything bigger to do at the moment, well, we can maybe fry a smaller fish sort of thing. And, yeah, like what is this? Sorry. What just was this? A shorter, just a 10-minute one? There's an hour-long one. I don't know if I need to do the whole. Let's see. Oh, wait. I gotta share the other screen. Sorry. You guys cool if I kill some time with this? You guys prefer something else? Anyway, I don't know. We'll see.
Look at the main beneficiary of this war. It is Israel. Because Israel has an ambition called the Greater Israel Project, which is what they believe that their God, Yahweh, promised to their and so they believe that Yahweh promised Abraham all the land from the Nile in Egypt, the Euphrates in Iraq. If you look at the entire map, it also extends to Anatolia, which is southern Turkey, and even into Saudi Arabia. So if you look at what's happening, well, it's convenient in that the GCC is being destroyed. Saudi Arabia will probably be drawn into this war. It is possible Turkey will be drawn into this war as well. And this war allows Israel to remake the Middle East in its own image. Also, if you think about it, according to game theory, the main constraint to Israel achieving the Israel Project is actually not Iran, but America, because America guarantees the military safety and protection of the GCC, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, UAE, these nations. And so if Israel is become dominant, it's become the hegemon of the Middle East, it needs to figure out how to remove America from the equation. And quite honestly, this war has shown the limitations of American power. It's really annoyed the American people. The American people do not want this war. And American people don't even understand.
Something, by the way, now that we're doing this, my memory is jogged. Just the other day, I was looking on DeepSeek if there was any connections with Professor Jang and this Falun Gong stuff. And I got like you know how it does the I'm not allowed to talk about that response? I don't know why the fuck it's like, does that mean there's something there? I guess I wouldn't be able to tell you because the inquiry kind of stops there. But it's weird. There's connections that people might have, but the internet's like fucking scrubbed. Yeah, like I get Falun Gong, like Shen Yun vibes from this guy, but I haven't really found a concrete connection. But when I tried looking for it, DeepSeek was like, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Leave me alone. And it does that with a lot of weird things. I gotta show you whatever one of these days. Maybe let me see if I can quickly like just so you're not bullshitting you or whatever. I'd like to take screenshots, and I think it's a very important thing that I've been doing. Because it starts to answer, but then it's like, I'm not allowed to say that. So let me just show share my screen in a different way. How do I do this again? Entire screen. Oh, it's not letting me do that. Why can't I do that? Oh, there we go. So you guys see that? That's my DeepSeek whatever screenshot. Jang Zhu Quinn, Falun Gong connection. Sorry, that's beyond my current scope. Let's talk about something else. And I took my screenshot because it starts saying something. And sometimes what I've found is if it starts searching it and I take a screenshot, because it seems to have noticed that I noticed, it stops trying to censor it, and it will actually give me what it's been trying to hide. But other times it seems important enough, no matter how many times I take a screenshot, it will keep trying to do this, whatever. Sorry, that's beyond my current scope or whatever. It'll just very quickly cut it off. And if it's not that important, it'll let it go on for a little bit before changing it. It's weird, right? It's got levels of it's got levels to the amount of censorship to it. So as much as I like to trust DeepSeek over ChatGPT, Gemini, or Grok or whatever, it is definitely not trustworthy if you want to ask it anything about China-related, communism-related, I don't know, and some certain other things that are curious like this. Because I thought this would be nothing that the Chinese censors should be worried about. It's weird.
Understand why America is in the Middle East. And so it's very possible that regardless of what happens in this war, America is forced to withdraw from the Middle East, which case Israel is a...
That Israel understood this and roped the United States into this war in order to get the United States out, in order to hurt the United States and get the United States out of the Middle East. Do you think that will be successful?
I think the way this war is going, this plan will work. And the reason why is the American military has not fought a real war for decades. 2003, this war in Iraq was not a real war because Saddam Hussein basically gave up. He didn't have air defense because those economic sanctions had destroyed his economy. And his logic was this: let the Americans invade. They can't possibly invade because if they destroy us, it would make Iran, which has hostilities against America, the regional power. So why would America do this? It is self-defeating. It is not logical. It is not rational. So I'm not worried about them attacking me. And he was surprised when they did attack because it was not logical. It was not rational. But they did attack. It was a cakewalk. It took about 2 weeks. America achieved air supremacy very quickly, and they rolled into Baghdad very, very quickly and toppled the regime. So that was a very quick and easy war that fit the American military doctrine of shock and awe. Even different. And the American military does not want to fight this war because they've war gamed this countless times. And each war game, they discover that they lose. Because the American military is resilient. Carriers, Abraham Lincoln, Gerald Ford, threatening Iran, but not actually doing anything because they're afraid of getting too close.
I'm getting pretty laggy on my end. Is it working now? Do you want to try it? You want to see if you can unmute and see if I can hear you? You're muted. I can see. You gotta. There's got to be a mute button on there somewhere. There we go.
Can you
How
hear
about
me?
now? I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you. Yay.
Oh, wow.
Oh, we can hear
Yay.
kitties now.
And look, and Abby's back. Perfect timing.
We've got it to work.
Guess who's Bazat? Yeah.
In the since you guys are back now, we can put that to the back. If we can come back to that if you want. I was just kind of killing time there.
What was it?
You ever heard of this Professor Jang guy?
Yeah, the one who makes the predictions.
Right, but you know he's like full of shit, or do you like what he's vibing with what he's saying?
Well, before I was enjoying his predictions. They seem, like we seem to be aligning. But lately I've been like, yeah, nah, you sound full of shit.
Yeah.
So
no,
I
I'm pretty
wonder
sure.
I wonder what prediction you were just showing, because I wonder if it's the one where I was like, yeah, this is way off.
For a con artist grifter kind of guy, he's getting way too much platforming from like big names like Tucker. It doesn't really make any sense at all to me. It's definitely a fraud. What do you think, Kitty?
I saw Lee Camp did a segment on it.
I saw that too.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was thinking I should have called that up actually instead of this Tucker.
on it. Was it
I
good
think
or
he
was
went on the Fed Curb show too? No.
he went on what?
What show?
He went on the Curb, whatever.
Jimmy Dore.
Oh,
Professor Jang was on Jimmy's show. On Kerpiter, what's his name? Kurt Metzger. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Kerp, the guy on fucking Jimmy's show. I don't know if he's not on it anymore, but yeah. No, he's a little weird. I haven't really looked into too much about what's the deal with Kerp, but he seems like a little too right wing for me.
Are you talking about Kurt Kalinske?
Yeah, Kurt hates trans folks. No, Kurt Metzger.
No, that's oh, Jimmy Dore's dude.
Clown, yeah.
Yeah, the Jimmy Dore's sidekick. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, this guy.
He's an anti-communist.
Black Life calls him a crackhead. I said, what would
yeah,
you say that about him?
Kurt Mexican. That's his nickname on the show.
He's an example.
Yeah, he's an anti-communist. I've heard him.
I'm like, why are these people elevated? Why?
I think he's Jimmy Dore's handler.
Yeah, well, that's interesting.
He really like shits on DEI and wokeism, and I'm like, yeah, you don't even know what this stuff means. Can you shut up?
Yep.
Like, I'm really tired of
he
hearing
really
your
does
voice.
not like trans people. All the whole nine yards. He interrupts Jimmy constantly and hates on trans people, and it's not really doesn't make the show better.
He constantly interrupts.
So I was just sharing this.
Pretends right wingers have.
Go ahead.
Yeah, pretends what? Uh-oh.
I might be lagging, so yeah, he pretends that right wingers have like legitimate talking points.
Yeah, it's very strange. It's very strange the way he like. I don't even know how to call it, but he's like one of the ones that helps Jimmy cap for Trump. Like, oh yeah, totally the people around him are advising him really, really badly. They're really doing him a disservice by lying to him.
They told. Yeah, he called himself Tulsi and RFK as anti-establishment, even though they're like literally the establishment.
Yeah, he tried. They did sell. They sold Tulsi. They were selling Tulsi up, right?
Now she's kind of all, where's Tulsi? She just dropped out of the narrative. She's in the background now. Still working for the administration, from what I remember.
Oh, and the last time I do still look at Jimmy Dore
Well, her
because
goal.
I know who he is now, so it's I take it for what it is. But they were saying how the um, the best thing for Tulsi to do would be to resign, but maybe she's going to stay on because she's like the only adult in the room left. What? Okay, sure.
She's a cultist. If you watch any of the stuff that Blue Moon Red Wine covered, she's part of a Hindu Vatu cult that wants to basically genocide all Muslims.
That's crazy.
Like that's it. Like she grew up. Yeah, she grew up in a cult, and I forgot the name of her leader. Like that, like I said, Lucy would know all this stuff. Maybe they can help me out in the chat. But
that is insane.
Yeah, I miss Lucy.
It's not good.
Sorry, go ahead, Abby.
No, I was just thinking of how I just lost my thought. What was I about to say?
Well, and then I was gonna say while you got try and retrieve it, we were talking about holy wars before. So in Iran, they're definitely feel like they're fighting a holy war. In Russia, they're convinced they're fighting a holy war. In the U.S., now they're convincing the population it's a holy war. And in India, seems like Tulsi's op is to get that holy war going. So it's the apocalypse. It's the whole thing about, is if enough people believe in it, then we can simulate the apocalypse. Like I was saying, like the Chinese room metaphor the other week or whatever, last week. They're really trying to simulate. They think if they can have surveillance over all these religious groups, then they can maybe manipulate them into believing that it's the apocalypse.
I think what I was about to say was damn, I lost it again. What is wrong with me? You know what it is? I'm trying to buy airline tickets. My sister-in-law was calling me. My brother's graduating from college, and she was reminding me because all this stuff has been going on that I got to get tickets, so at least my mom could see him walk across the stage. Because yeah, but anyway, we were talking about Tulsi, and what was that? Oh, the crazy part about this whole hating Muslims thing is the Muslim religion is actually more aligned with Christianity than Judaism. So I just don't understand it. It's like, have you even tried to read about anything about the Muslim religion? Like, or is it just what you've been taught, or did you go look for yourself? You know what I mean?
Well, I think
Rondo could speak on that.
He's talking, but I don't see.
A lot of these Christians are being brainwashed by the pulpit that they get.
This audio keeps going in and out.
Yeah, you keep talking. I'm gonna shut up and let you talk. Go ahead.
Man, I'm out in California. I don't know what's going on.
But yeah, Karen, I'm still lurking. Yes, I am. Yes, I do. But go ahead, Cowboy Kitty. Hopefully it works.
Yeah, a lot of the religious entities in this country have decided that they are going to take money from Israel and spew their bullshit. So people just follow what their preachers and their pastors tell them to do. I mean, we've seen
You are breaking up, and I think I know what's going on with your lag time. Are you listening to us on the actual YouTube and not in the StreamYard? Because if you're listening to us in the YouTube, it's going to be a long lag time because the YouTube is farther behind us in StreamYard.
I'm
So
in.
if you, mhm.
Maybe I'm gonna log off and we'll try this again next time. This is my first time trying, you know.
Are you watching us on YouTube though?
If it's gonna be this goofy, you know.
Yeah,
Are
we
you-
had a problem last week with Fiddleford. Okay, have a good night. I'm sure he'll still be here in the chat with us. But
So if you didn't hear us, if you're listening to us on YouTube and trying to talk to us on the link, you're gonna have a long lag because it has to stream to YouTube. So there's a long lag between what we're saying on the actual StreamYard and how it comes out on the YouTube channel. So I think that's probably what it is.
unless it's something different, which we have to figure out if it is. But it would be nice if it was that same problem because that would be a simple solution. So.
I wonder what he was saying though, but
Yeah. I think he was saying all these Christian communities are willing to take money and just like narrative propaganda from Israel and then turn around and spout it at their congregations. And a lot of unwitting congregation people are just kind of lapping it up. They're not really reading their books and going, hey, wait a minute. This isn't Christ-like at all. What's going on here?
Mm.
No worries, kitty.
To me, the Muslim religion makes more sense to me because the whole God is like Jesus is God's only child, and you got to go through him to get to God, and he rose from the dead 3 days later, and you have to like the tenet of that religion is you have to believe that to be a Christian, like that full stop. If you don't believe Jesus Christ rose from the dead after 3 days, you can't be a Christian.
Yeah.
And if you don't believe you got to talk to get to God, you got to talk through Jesus. You can't be a Christian. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. Why is there a middleman? Why? Who said I don't have a direct connection to the universe? Why are you trying to tell me that?
This is funny that you say that. Isn't that supposed to be what like the whole Protestant Reformation stuff was about? Ostensibly, originally, it's drifted probably pretty far, but the Catholic Church used to say you have to go through me, the intermediary, to get to God. And the whole thing about Martin Luther, not Martin Luther King, but Martin fucking Luther from way back in the day. He was all like, I don't think I need you to tell me how to commune with God. I think we can do it, a little bit more personally. And that was this whole, you can't do that because that would disempower the church. And that ended up in the second split, because the first split was with the Russian Orthodox, the Greek Orthodox, whatever. And then the Protestant split with the Catholics was more about that and other things, I guess. But interestingly enough, though, there's the Zionism kind of is present in both. I'm pretty sure it's more Protestant than Catholic, but I have to do more research on it. But I think there's Catholic Zionists too.
I'm trying to see because I had a pretty good review of the history of the religions, how they split off into different factions and stuff. I'm gonna see if I can find it because I found it to be pretty interesting.
It's worth refreshing our memories if we need to on it.
Yep. Let's see if I can find it.
Because that's what I'm probably going to do my second article on when I get around to it, is this the research into the connections between like the Reformation, the Restoration, whatever that is, the early early Christian Zionism back in like the 1600s, at the beginning of everything. You know, this current goes back pretty far.
Don't wait on me. If I can't find it right away, I'm just gonna let it go.
Sean's saying the membership of the society tends to be composed of persons holding conservative or libertarian political views, and many of those associated with the society have exercised considerable influence. Which society is that? The Philadelphian Society? Okay, let's look that up in the meantime while Abby's searching. Philadelphian Society.
I think Tucker Carlson said the Bible is Black history.
What, recently?
I've seen him say that, yes.
Kitty says, I'm used to pretending to be a ridiculous person. It's hard to try and be super real life. And the lag wasn't helping. No, it wasn't. But we'll get to hear you. We'll sort it out. I'm glad to see and hear from you guys. Hopefully, one by one, we'll get all of you up here. We'll see and hear from all of you. And we'll prove that you're not a bot.
You know they're not a bot.
No, I know. Might be trolls, but they definitely ain't bots. So the Philadelphians.
Dang, I can't find it. That sucks.
That's okay. This is what they're asking us to look up. The Philadelphian Society was a 17th century English dissenter group. They were organized around John Portage, an Anglican priest from Bradfield, Berkshire, who had been ejected from his parish in 1655 because of differing views, but then reinstated in 1660 during the English Restoration, which is what I'm gonna say I need to do the second article on, and like Romanticism and how the rejection of the Enlightenment and the road to fascism and stuff. So Portage was attracted to the ideas of Jacob Boehme, a Lutheran theosophist and Christian mystic. Interesting. So theosophy has a much older history than we kind of recognize, because this theosophy stuff is connected to this like the Nazi fucking occultism stuff, the Theosophical Society. We should check out those. I bet you they still got YouTube shit or whatever. I remember I was looking into some of that shit way back in the day when there was like getting Graham Hancock videos and stuff fed in. But yeah, that's interesting that there's a connection between the Theosophical Society that was kind of important to Nazi propaganda, and then this fucking Christian dissenter stuff that leads to Zionism in the West and Christianity. It's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So the other says, and the Christian mystic was. So the Gnosticism, Christian mysticism, or whatever, kind of gets touching on that, like the secret society stuff. So.
So remember how you were saying they're all saying that that the war is holy war, but the West isn't saying that. Well, Pete Hegseth tried to compare the soldier that they claim that was rescued to Jesus. Did you see that?
What's that? Soldier claimed to be rescued by Jesus?
No, they were like comparing the soldier to Jesus
Oh, no, I didn't see that.
because he was rescued on Easter Sunday and he rose out of the ashes or some shit. I don't know.
It's like pilot rescue story nonsense.
Yes.
Oh my god.
And then I forget that lady. So Trump's, it used to be his spiritual advisor until he got arrested for molesting a 12-year-old girl, which he only got 6 months, by the way. So yay for our justice system. He's already out, but now I forget the lady's name, this white lady. They were trying to, it was supposed to be a private event that wasn't streamed, but evidently they don't, whoever was supposed to be videoing it streamed it. And she was comparing Trump to Jesus Christ. Did you see that one?
No. That's where I must be, whatever I'm doing is working as far as keeping out of the slop algorithm.
But that's why it's important to stay in there, because then you said something like,
because I'm missing the context,
it was
not understanding things as much.
Yeah, because you had mentioned like it's a holy war for this person and that person, but not the West. And I'm like, oh no, it's absolutely a holy war for them. Absolutely. Kim Iverson did a well, I can show it to you real quick. I mean, I don't know that.
Definitely,
She's
right.
something else too.
People on the right, it is a holy war for them. But I'm saying, like Trump himself, even I don't think he's
just letting them. He's just doing whatever he needs to do to keep these people on his side, right?
Yeah,
look at these people.
What they need to be useful.
Yep.
Its plan is what they're reportedly saying. This came in from Jonathan Larson. And he says here, at more than 30 military installations, U.S. commanders told troops the war on Iran is a Christian war. The Military Religious Freedom Foundation tells me it's been inundated with complaints from more than 110 service members. One NCO said their commander told them today that the U.S. war is to bring about Armageddon and the return of Jesus. This is what's going on in our military. We're supposed to have some sort of separation of church and state, I thought, but apparently now if you join the military, you're going to go and die for Israel because it's God's plan. The MRFF, which is this is the Military Religious Freedom Foundation, and they are logging these complaints, and they've received over 100 of these complaints. This is one of the complaints saying here, this was just published yesterday. It was published today, but it was a complaint from yesterday, March 2nd, saying, Mr. Weinstein, thank you for taking my calls and the calls of some of my colleagues as to what happened earlier this morning with our combat unit. Please protect my identity and the identities of those I'm speaking for, as we discussed. Our unit is not currently in the combat zone, AOR, regarding the Iranian attacks, but we are in a ready support function where we could be deployed there at any moment to join and augment the combat operations as participants. I'm and then it says NCO rank withheld, in our unit. This morning, our commander opened up the combat readiness status briefing by urging us to not be afraid as to what is happening with our combat operations in Iran right now. He urged us to tell our troops that this was all part of God's divine plan. And he specifically referenced numerous citations out of the book of Revelation referring to Armageddon and the imminent return of Jesus Christ. He said that President Trump has been anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark his return to earth. He had a big grin on his face when he said all of this, which made his message seem even more crazy. Our commander would probably be described as a Christian first supporter. He has been this way for a very long time and makes it clear that he desires all of us under him to become just like him as a Christian. But what he did this morning was so toxic and over the line that it shocked many of us in attendance and at the ops readiness briefing.
So you see this picture? This is from Turning Point. Turning Point Action. So this is Judeo-Christianism. Shabbat Shalom. That's an oxymoron within itself. So
this is I was talking while muted, but this is the plan that they keep saying that there is no plan, but they've been building this narrative for a very long time. Now they're playing it through, even though it seems like they have no idea what they're doing or whatever. They're just very fixated on this very long-term plan. It's like a centuries-long project, this Zionism, Christian Judeo-Zionism stuff. So it's like now or never, as far as they laid all the groundwork. Now they have to try and treat Trump like the savior to kind of lock it in, I guess.
Okay, so I want you to see this one. People are saying that that rescue story is not real. Like how did that person walk 110 miles and then up a mountain to radio to be rescued?
This is the thing about materialism versus idealism. If you're really a materialist, are you going to be able to honestly believe that they're capable, as a person was capable of what they claim has happened? It's an idealistic story that these soldiers are capable of such superhuman feat.
They're gonna make a lot of money off of this feel-good movie. A lot.
Still asking themselves, right?
Like the army person, that movie they made about 9/11, and the military person that rescued all those people. It was actually a black man. In the movie, it was a white man. And I'm like, y'all couldn't find a black actor to portray him more in reality. Like, that's just fucked up.
People just like to do that and then act all whatever, innocent, like, oh, it's got nothing to do with replacing a black actor. I just wanted the white person there for other reasons. Sure, if you say so. Like, I'm supposed to take your word for it.
Or it's about the story, not about the color. It's about the story. Meanwhile, you can't even have a black fake character without them freaking out. Like Ariel, like, mermaids aren't real, right? Like anybody could play a mermaid. It doesn't really matter. Like
no, but it has to matter for some people for some reason. That's pretty telling that certain people had to object to that.
Yeah, or the witch in
It's
Wicked.
cultural appropriation.
It's like,
Are you serious? Are you fucking? Do you hear yourself? Do you know what kind of a history of your own people that you're, whatever culture you think you're defending?
Right.
All that white people do is culturally appropriate. It's only fair that other people get to do it to us. But I guess.
But it's not even. But it's a character. It's not even a real person.
No, but then the people aren't even recognizing that they're if you like bring it out in the open, so you're defending white supremacy. Then it's like, no, that's not what I'm doing. So why does it matter if Ariel is white or not? It's got nothing to do with white supremacy, though. Like, are you blind to your own? Do you hear yourself talking?
Right? They were pissed about that lady from Wicked, and it's like, first of all, she's green. It's a green character. You just happen to know that this is a black woman, but they're green. And aren't you a Christian? Why are you concerned about witches anyway? But anyway, let me play this for you, because this is damn hilarious. Oh wait, before I do that, let me read this one. What's funny about The Little Mermaid is what the actual story was about. These people are mad about Ariel being black. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So here we go.
Iranians are still asking themselves right now, how did the Americans do this?
No, they're not.
One downed airman evaded capture for more than a day, scaling rugged ridges while hunted by the enemy. When he was finally able to activate his emergency transponder, his first message was simple and it was powerful. He sent a message, God is good. In that moment of isolation and danger, his faith and fighting spirit shone through. You see, shot down on a Friday, Good Friday, hidden in a cave, a crevice, all of Saturday, and rescued on Sunday. Flown out of Iran as the sun was rising on Easter Sunday. A pilot reborn, all home and accounted for, a nation rejoicing. God is good.
Support journalism.
Like,
Support
bro,
her.
what? Oh, that was PBS.
Make PBS public broadcasting again.
Are we in hell?
Well, it depends on how
That's a
religious
real
you are
question.
about. No, that's what I'm saying. No, we have to reject materialist worldview. This is where I find it's hilarious that everyone's those godless communists, anything but letting the atheists win. It's okay, so let's just completely throw the baby of reason out with the bathwater of atheism and embrace wholeheartedly all this fucking insane religious whatever reactionism, you know.
Yep. Yep. Hi, CBC.
What's up,
In the
CB?
place to be. We're pinned to the chat if you want to come up and join. I mean, we're pinned to the chat. The link is pinned to the chat. The link is pinned to the chat. If you want to come up and join. I'll tell you what Iran did say. I know you're tired of these, but I love them. I actually really enjoy these because one,
Lego videos.
yes, but let me tell you why. Because they do them this way because one, they understand how. Well, I would assume they understand like how Americans are. They don't really read that much, most of them, and they need something like short and engaging, and entertaining. So I think they do it for that, and I think they also do it so it's put in a way that younger kids can understand. So they're changing the thought processes of the young indoctrinated, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure it's very effective, you know, as far as critiquing propaganda. And their cause is just, and their propaganda is actually using, like, they recognize like I think the first rule of propaganda should be the propaganda that uses truth is more effective than propaganda that uses only lies. And
Okay, well, let's look up the definition of propaganda because
right. It comes from a church, whatever metaphor, or the word comes from like a church origin.
is a systemic, deliberate.
Sorry, go ahead.
The systemic, deliberate spreading of information, ideas, or rumors, often biased, misleading, or one-sided, to influence public opinion, manipulate beliefs, or promote a specific cause, political agenda, or leader. So I don't consider it propaganda. I consider them telling the story of what's going on over there. I'll believe them before I believe the American government at this point. So I'm not convinced it's propaganda. I think they're just trying to explain to the American people what's really happening.
Yeah, but I don't think that's a good way to. I'd say there's nothing
You
wrong
don't
with
have to.
calling it propaganda. It's just war propaganda, for it. Like we tend to label propaganda as inherently negative. And that's more maybe like a libertarian kind of thing about like
Mm.
people should never lie to people about anything. We should always just everyone should be a truther, you know?
Well, it says often biased, misleading, or one-sided. So let's see if I could find a better word for it than propaganda. Because I just kind of feel like it's more
Whether
like a.
they have
It's
to
more.
defend their position, their narrative, and I feel like there's a kind of inevitability to propaganda, especially if you want to be like in charge of a state,
In charge of the state. What do you mean?
like a nation state. If you want to have a government needs to have its messaging for its own people and for the rest of the world, and some of that's going to just be truthful. This is what we believe, and some of that is going to be. We may feel the strategic objective of giving misleading messaging to be necessary for the national security kind of thing,
So, Rondo says propaganda is advertising and marketing, but it specifically says that there's a bias. It's misleading.
Misleading is
And
maybe
that's where I am
right.
giving
Bias is
pushback.
maybe we should focus more on the bias. I think it can be misleading. It's because there's more negative and positive propaganda, the way to put it. But what it is at the end of the day is media designed to influence somebody, whether that's
Well,
for
all
better
media
or
is designed to influence somebody, so
right.
everything would be propaganda if that's.
Some people try to make the argument that everything they make the reductio ad absurdum, whatever fallacy that's saying everything is propaganda, general whatever oversimplification, hasty generalization. People do that thing with class when we trying to talk about class too. They're saying it's class reductionism. Anytime where we're being overly reductionist, that's a fair critique. But so because not everything in life is political. That's another way to put it too. So not everything in life is propaganda, but that's not exactly saying how much is propaganda, how much is political then. Because I think there is a great deal that is propaganda. And maybe we want to minimize that, but we have to do it in a way. We can't be idealistic about thinking by us limiting our propaganda, we're going to limit propaganda as a whole, when you might be ceding ground to your adversaries who are happy to continue propagandizing while you choose not to, just like we are happy to not make money while everyone else is. And we suffer the choice of maybe we're right, maybe we're wrong to do that kind of thing, right?
Okay, well, I'm going to. I still have pushback on it unless we're going to call everything propaganda. I mean, we could call what we do propaganda if you're going to use that.
People would.
term,
Some
I
people
think.
would. That's where I think we want to make sure what do we believe about what we're doing. I think what we're doing is not propaganda. Some people would, like Rondo saying, what y'all do is propaganda. I think Nick Cruz made this choice too, to say sometimes he sort of spoke out of both sides of his mouth sometimes, where he would claim to be a propagandist, and that's fine. He's doing the honorable thing because communism is good, so communist propaganda is good. But at the same time, you would also try and claim to have like journalistic integrity. I'm an analyst, whatever. I analyze the propaganda so I can tell you what's the truth, not the bullshit. Well, now we can't believe you as someone who is actually not a propagandist, just a truth seeker, because you've made a claim openly on your past live stream that you are a propagandist. So we have to figure out what the fuck we believe, right? Before we tell anyone what to believe, obviously. So
Okay, so then I guess my question will be, well, then what is our bias? Because I don't think we're trying to give bias. Well, I guess if you want to be really, really technical about it, we all have biases. So maybe we're looking at it through the lens of our bias. But
then that's
I still have a little.
So as far as what happens, the consequences, material consequences of treating everything as propaganda doesn't it result in, so then if everything's propaganda, nothing's propaganda? Isn't that how it usually goes with that thing? If everything's fascism, nothing's fascism. If everything's gay, nothing's gay. There's a valid limit there.
I don't know. The word has such negative connotations that I think that's where my pushback comes from.
Well, so this is where I was saying about the to look up the origin of the word. It comes from some church thing, I forget.
We're speaking in absolute. None of us can at the end of the day, right? That we all have like blind spots. So even if we're not trying to speak biasly, we might not be privy to some information that causes us to speak a bias that we weren't trying to speak, but spoke it anyway, if that makes sense.
Actually, this is great that we're talking about this right now, because as far as research for the second article I got to get around to, I'll probably write like 3 articles a year. I hope you guys are happy with that. But I'm saying, reading this, I'll share my screen, reading just a Wikipedia blurb about the etymology of propaganda, because we were talking about the Reformation earlier, when we were getting the advice about the Philadelphian Society. Propaganda is a modern Latin word, blah, 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 meaning to spread or to propagate. Thus, propaganda means the things which are to be propagated. Originally, this word derived from a new administrative body of the Catholic Church created in 1622 as part of the Counter-Reformation, called the Congregatio de Propaganda Fide, Congregation of Propagating the Faith, or informally, simply propaganda. Its activity was aimed at propagating the Catholic faith in non-Catholic countries. From the 1790s, the term began being used also to refer to propaganda in secular activities. So it's interesting how the historical materialism kind of clarifies the trajectories of this, this stuff. Because we have to have counter propaganda to the Zionist propaganda, do we not? Or are we going to say theirs is propaganda and ours is secular,
So Rondo says, isn't that what I just said about propagating ideas? And
yeah, exactly.
Well, I feel like there was a little context missing that needed to be said to kind of bring it back full circle. That's just my.
But if we take the religious context away, then there's nothing. It's neutral, because we have, maybe we should, our stance on propaganda should be that propaganda is neutral. It's neither good nor bad. It's like a gun. It's in the hands of those who use it.
We could say that, but that's not how the word is used universally. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's like, for me, it's like a nail against a chalkboard, because we could say that and have that understanding, but
whether we believe that doesn't mean that people are gonna take our
interpret
word
it that well. People, I don't think people interpret that word that way.
No, that's like the same thing with communism. As much as I think, like, people talk about this all the time too, as much as I think we need to keep using these terms to preserve their meaning in their youth, their modern usage or whatever. Some other people are just recognized. The more you try to use it, the more the people have been brainwashed to specifically react to that word. You just have to figure out how to give them the information without those words. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But then, as far as what you're saying, if propaganda is neutral, and you're saying, but people won't, even if that's the truth, people will still see what we're doing as propaganda. Isn't that kind of like?
I didn't say that.
No, I'm saying going through a little thought experiment. Wouldn't it be ridiculous if people then say, because we claim that propaganda is neutral, so whether we use it or not is not necessarily good or bad, it's up to you to decide, kind of thing. Well, people would say that is now your propaganda about propaganda, or whatever. It's like a negation of negation thing, right? That's just your propaganda narrative about how
propaganda.
You're woke on propaganda, aren't you?
So Pete Hegseth was saying how Iran was, I can't remember what he said, something about imagine what they're thinking or what have you. And this is telling you exactly what they're thinking. He said the samsara loop. I don't know why I don't see comments anymore, but whatever. Okay, so this is what, so after he said that, I guess Iran was like, no, we'll tell you exactly what we were thinking. And so they put this out. I don't know if you guys have seen it.
Yeah. I like the music.
Cost you 100 million.
More than that, actually.
One pilot lost the C-130 and Black Hawks for one pilot. $100 million just to save one guy. World's strongest military. Look at you cry. Yeah, you talk big, drop bombs, act like you run the sky. But one little rescue when you see 130 die. Black Hawks hit hard, flames in the Persian sky. 100 million gone for one pilot, that's the price. You call us little Iran, but you bleeding equipment. Special forces running, helicopters getting hit. All this chaos for one man in the dirt. Pathetic as military. We laughing at your hurt. One pilot. Lost the C-130 and Black Hawks for one pilot. $100 million just to save one guy. World's strongest military. Look at you cry. Sacred defense. One pilot. 100 million. We're waiting for the boots on the ground. Please come back. Yeah.
Okay, let me pause.
Yeah, you know what the samsara loop is? I think Rondo's just sharing a little link about that.
I can't pull it up. Let me see.
Can you see it if
You
I
could-
share it?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
That's weird. Yeah, samsara loop, that's interesting. And as far as that's like a new little rabbit hole that I want to kind of see if there's any connection between the negation and the negation, which is like a Marxist sort of thing, little theory thing I don't even want to get into right now. But if there's any kind of counterintuitive connection between negation and samsara, that would be really cool if I just discover that through this conversation. Or yeah. Anyway, sorry. The samsara is the rebirth.
Wait, you're not sharing it.
Rebirth.
Hold
It's
on, you gotta add it to, wait, hold on, you're not sharing it. Hold on.
Right. No, I hadn't called up the link. I was just saying.
Oh.
If you haven't, do you know what samsara is? It's like the cycle of life and rebirth, life and death and rebirth that we're trying to break out of to get to nirvana. The life that we're trapped in.
It's like the reincarnate. You continue to reincarnate until you reach an enlightenment and get out of the loop, the trap.
The loop is samsara.
The earthly trap.
Yeah. I like the idea. There's a nice poetic kind of ring to it, but if I want to be materialist, I kind of have to question but is that really how it works? And that's where it's frustrating, because there is no materialist answer to the mystery of death.
Well, when I go, I'll make sure I'll let you know, okay?
Yeah, please. That's a good point, Macy, about, is that what the band Tool has taught us? They were some wise guys. Probably did a lot of drugs, might have affected their wisdom, not in the worst ways maybe, but who knows. Bit of a Russian roulette way to get wisdom. Are we nearing the end of this one, or we got anything more in the chamber?
I mean, I got more, but we can end it if you want. I'll put up a couple of interesting things.
You want to keep going? If you got some more, go ahead.
It's kind of changing the subject. We've talked about this in the past. I just thought it was interesting. It's completely changing the subject to minimum wage, but I had pulled this up about Kanye West, and remember when you guys were saying that what's his name, Kurt Mexican
Metzger.
I don't know why I'm calling Metzger. I don't know
because his name is hard to pronounce, I guess. So Kerp. The P has to pop for people to understand. I'm saying Kerp instead of Kurt.
Is his name Kurt or Kerp?
His nickname is Kerp, like Magikarp, you know?
Oh, I don't even know that.
That's what people are. I've always seen him. People. What's funny, what I like about Kerp is the way that everyone in the chat, every time they're talking about him, they like make up funny little variations.
Funny little variations of his name,
like that have to do with movie titles and stuff. That's creative. Good on the people for that.
The chat is always undefeated. But somebody has said they think Kerp is Jimmy Dore's handler, and I was like, wait, is Kurt? Is he Jewish? I know his girlfriend is Jewish.
I'm kind of
or his girlfriend was Jewish. I didn't think he was Jewish.
If he is, he's one of those. He's been trained to be. I guess this is probably what they do. If you know what spy school is actually about, they probably train people how to come across as complete morons, but they're actually like fucking crafty, you know. Otherwise, I don't think he's got the fucking. I don't think there's enough going on upstairs for him to be able to do that kind of thing.
He does have some knowledgeable information under his belt that a lot of people might not know, but like his analysis, his social analysis is
whack,
lacking.
Conspiracy brain kind of thing.
His emotional intelligence is just not there for me.
I think we agree on that.
Okay, so this is the person that was Kanye's handler. They tried to make Kanye go crazy. He went crazy for a little while, but listen to this.
The story stood until the other day. Nobody believed Kanye West. Then West posted something remarkable on Twitter, which for some reason virtually all of American media ignored, which is odd because media outlets are not usually in the business of ignoring remarkable things, but they did. And what he posted was a picture of a text exchange that he had with Harley Pasternak. Pasternak was explaining that West had better stop saying, quote, crazy stuff. In other words, he'd better get back on script, or else he would be severely punished. Quote, second option, if you don't shut up, quote, I have you institutionalized again, where they medicate the crap out of you and you go back to zombie land forever. Play date with the kids just won't be the same. End quote. Try if you can to imagine a more sinister threat than that, a more chilling threat than that. Do what I say or I will turn your brain to mush. I will destroy your relationship with your own children. I will send you back to, quote, zombie land forever. Effectively, I'll kill you. Now, keep in mind, this is from West's, quote, trainer, not his physician. This is the guy he'd hired to help him do squats. A trainer? Really? Did they talk like that at your gym? Probably not. So what's going on here exactly? Well, according to his bio, Harley Pasternak, who is not denied writing these texts, once worked for the Canadian military, where he participated in experiments that measured the effect of various drugs on the human mind. Is that training relevant to this story? We don't know. We do know that based on this text exchange, which again, Harley Pasternak has not said is untrue or fake, on the basis of that, law enforcement agencies definitely ought to be looking very closely at Harley Pasternak, who, by the way, apparently has dozens of other celebrity clients, some of whom seem to be out there campaigning. Based on these texts, this looks like a crime. Why is no one investigating it? The fact that no one is investigating it tells you a lot.
And so I want to be very clear that I have had conversations with Ye about what was.
Say again?
Saying, why is CIA Tucker talking about it, knowing that they're not investigating it? It's weird.
I think this was around the time, like, he was on his way out of Fox News. So, in my opinion, they allowed him to do all this stuff. So when he left, it looked like he got fired, and so his credibility shot up, which it did. I don't trust him.
Well, as far as Kanye, whatever, like, this is nothing new for the poor people. They do this to everybody. And so the bourgeoisie are not, this is one of the ways to keep their own class in line. If you're not careful, we'll fucking excommunicate you and we'll treat you like the poors.
Mm-hmm. So Black Life asks me all the time, there are so many, why? Can you see the comments coming up on the right hand side?
I can see him. You can't see the comments at all anymore?
That's interesting. Yeah, so you're gonna have to do the comments at the end. So Black Life it really bothers her. She's like, why won't there's so many Black millionaires and billionaires in the entertainment industry and the sports industry and or even in, like the business sector, why don't they get together and like the amount of money they would contribute won't even hurt their bottom line and could lift up Black communities all around the country? And I said, because if they did that, they would lose their wealth, their cush lifestyle would be no more if they tried to do that. Like when Bill Cosby tried to buy, I forgot what media station it was, the media conglomerate, then they ruined his life. So they're allowed to be as evil or as kind as they want to be, but you better not talk.
Yeah, they
You
collect
better shut up.
on them.
Or yeah, well, I mean, with him, like those people, that was so like I don't even know if I believe that. It's like what they did to Michael Jackson, and all those kids recanted and said our parents forced us to say this, but he never did anything to us. He was nothing but kind, and he would save us from going to these places with these bad men. That's why he created Neverland.
Right. With Michael Jackson, I think there's room for investigation and vindication. I haven't really thought about Bill Cosby. I guess it's possible. We should look into it. It would require real investigation. But this Epstein stuff, it makes it worth looking back because we're taking the prosecution's word for it, that the evidence is all valid and everything. But we know how corrupt they are.
I forgot what Sean Combs was trying to do. He was trying to do something. I can't remember what he was trying to do, but that's when all his stuff came out. Because they were like, nah, you're not getting none of this. Like, you stay in your place, you sell your little liquor, and shut the fuck up. You know?
Yeah. There's also the Noam Chomskys and stuff, where even though they had a lot of apparently positive public contributions to meaningful work kind of thing, it doesn't necessarily negate the fact that people have personal issues still.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, who else was it? You could see how Jay-Z was running interference on Colin Kaepernick. We're gonna give you this position to curate the Super Bowl stuff, but you gotta try to squash this Colin Kaepernick thing.
What's up,
Because he was like, you're still talking about Colin Kaepernick? We're past that. Past that. Who are you? You're not speaking for the entire community.
You ever watch the Union of the
I'm
Unwanted?
Volunteera. No.
They were just
never heard of it.
Charlie Robinson is a libertarian kind of guy, well known in the independent media.
Is this a YouTube? Okay.
So Union of the Unwanted is more like a libertarian right wing kind of, not a Marxist union, anti-communist union, right? Put it that way. So, but he was just I was just watching them for fun a couple days ago, and he literally just brought up the whole trans in sports thing. And what were you just talking about? Why am I bringing this guy up even?
I was talking about Colin Kaepernick.
Because for Colin Kaepernick, he brought up that the extremely racist talking point about that being like terrorist, domestic terrorism, because he's doing a knee thing. He's like doing what's stochastic kind of terrorism with the Black Lives Matter stuff. I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? I genuinely didn't understand because I don't follow enough of the right wing bullshit.
Oh, is this a right wing person?
Yeah, but he's a libertarian, so they're not the conservatives. They're not as bad, right? You know.
No, that's not true at all.
Some libertarians are more. They're socialist libertarians are a different kind, I think, than these.
You know who I didn't think would be on my bingo card in 2026? Nick goddamn Fuentes.
That's another person I would be happy not to have to hear about anymore. But I guess I got to know who this guy is. What's on?
I mean, lately. I mean, don't get me wrong. He's racist. He's misogynist. He's transphobic. He's homophobic. He's all the things. And lately, I'm like, damn, agreeing with him was not on my bingo card.
About what?
Just the whole Iran thing, the Zionist thing, all kind of stuff. He really be spot on about a lot of stuff. Just like Tucker seems to be spot on about a lot of stuff too now, but that don't mean I trust you or I like you. And he can't stand Trump. But I think he used to be a MAGA. So there you go. Maybe he's backtracking too, trying to go to his next grift.
Now MAGA's apparently like the honeymoon's over and they're all against Trump now, the real MAGA. And I think that'd be a good thing for you to, it's good. We'll be talking with Indy tomorrow about the right wing, left wing anti-Zionism. And Nick Fuentes is probably the prime example of how they can say things that really do come off like anti-imperialist and whatnot, but it's really important to recognize that we are not there. We cannot be allies with them.
I wouldn't be an ally with him. No.
We can't even have, I think, like there's an argument that can be made for temporary strategic, not even alliance isn't the right, like strategic cooperation. I don't think we can even do that.
Maybe it'd be like, okay, you fight for it over there with your people, and I'm gonna fight for it over here with my people. We fight for the same thing, but I don't want you to think I'm all up in your face, all willy-nilly being your friend, because I'm not. I'm just trying to get this done, just like you are. Because I know after we get it, if we came together after we got it done, you would turn on me as fast as you could throw me.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it might seem like we're fighting for the same thing, but at the end of the day, we're not actually.
No. Because I'm pretty sure he tried to find a way to make it where whatever we're fighting for together, that only certain people would benefit the most out of it, which is something they do a lot in those spaces. They figure out a way to make sure the benefits move upward the hierarchy.
Yeah, I think an interesting thought experiment might be if Israel actually was abolished tomorrow and all of the Jews had to go somewhere, how would we deal with that? What would be the difference between the left-wing approach of dealing with that versus the right-wing approach? Because the left or the right-wing anti-Zionism is like the more Nazi anti-Zionism. What they want to do with the Jews after the abolishment of Israel is not the same thing as what the left would do, I think.
Mm-hmm. Volunteer said, turn on them first, problem solved.
If only it were that easy.
It was that easy, yeah. Yeah, if only it was that easy. Interesting. All right, I did have another song. I had a song to go out on. I think I might have played this before, though. But it's been a while, so I don't think it really matters.
Yeah, sounds good. I think we might as well get wrapping up soon. If we're going to be having an interview with Indy tomorrow at 1, we might want to get some sleep so we're not too tired.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Rondo said they would go to whatever second passport they hold.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of these people already have their escape route plan to go to Argentina if they need to.
Oh, for sure. But I think what the Nazis would like to see is a repeat of the situation that happened in World War II, where we had like boatloads of Jewish people trying to go from port to port, and they're like, we don't want you. Go be someone else's problem.
What time is it? See? All right, I'm still going to be up because I'm going to be just trying to see what's going on with I got to check Truth Social and see what that idiot is talking about.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll just keep tuned to what everyone else posts, the thing that everyone takes umbrage with.
Charlie Macy says, I just solved my own problem by taking myself in the chat, by talking to myself in the chat.
Yeah, sorry if we're not talking to you enough, if you're not having enough people responding to you.
I don't think that's what she meant, but yes, that too.
Sometimes that's what I have to do, as much as I want to do the socialist, let's work together. When push comes to shove, a lot of my problems I have to figure out how to deal with myself.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we can respect some of the anarchist philosophy in the materialist, how to get from point A to point B. You know, ideally we want to apply socialism, but materially we have to do a more individualistic approach to get to a collective approach. We need to figure out whatever contradiction to solve first, right?
Yeah, Sean, they tell you you're in the airplane, you got to put the oxygen on yourself first. You can't help anybody else if you're not helping yourself first.
Yeah. But then I find out what happens a lot with this, like self-care, mental health kind of advice is we end up getting kind of locked into the self-care only. And that often happens just because we're trapped. We're materially not in a position to do much more than help ourselves. But we don't want to just, like, self-care is not about being selfish.
Mm. I wonder who Rondo's talking about. I think I'm gonna. I might have to, before the next show, I might have to restart my computer, and that means everything I set up, I'm gonna lose.
Yeah.
I'm not happy about that.
Well, maybe
we might have to do something else Thursday, and so give me time to like find all this stuff again.
I'm guessing Rondo's talking about Mr. Fuentes there. But anyway, are we getting out of here?
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Exactly. And then they vilify us for being disabled.
Oh, he was talking about Jimmy Dore.
Oh, okay, good.
Oh gosh. It's Jimmy.
Maybe he'll see the light one day. I don't think so.
I mean, he saw it years ago, and
Yeah,
I don't know what happened.
how do you stop seeing the light? I thought Christ was forever.
Like Bill Maher, like how did you just change up on us like that? Like how is that possible?
Oh, I don't think Jimmy's got the blackmail on him. I think it's something different, something more like giving up.
Oh, even Alex Jones has jumped ship too.
Well, Alex Jones, I think for sure is more the blackmail, like do this or we destroy you. With his
Alex Jones is talking about the 25th Amendment. Like we need to implement that now. I said, Alex Jones, what?
I don't know. He's tied in with that David Icke kind of the LaRouche sort of conspiracy nonsense. You know, he's too much probably a CIA asset for us to really listen to anything he has to say. It's just entertainment at this point.
I read David Icke's books years ago. Not all of them, probably about 2 of them.
Now, you know I hate the British monarchy, but I think some of the way that we're just trying to dehumanize them by calling them lizards and stuff, whatever, getting people to really buy into that sort of stuff. It's not really that it's too irrational. It's not like I'm saying, like it might seem like they're fighting for the same things as us, but they're really not. Trying to discredit us by taking our class narrative and turning it into some nonsense about lizards.
I don't know. Sometimes I felt like this during the Bush era. I was like, I feel like if he just opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue, it would be split in two, and it would be long and just be slithering. He just gave me reptilian vibes.
That's how psychopathic they are. But I think that's one of those things about like making it about good versus evil instead of the materialist analysis, or whatever. It's like by making it so specifically about how they might really actually be like a demonic whatever lizard, instead of like, you can't admit that this is what human beings are capable. Like evil comes from human beings if you let it.
I don't know. All right, so hey y'all, don't forget to come tomorrow, 1 p.m. Central. And then of course always Thursday, we might have to figure out something else to talk about since I have to restart my computer.
Yeah.
And the guy that I want to come on that has done more, or I haven't done any like census records and genealogy records. We keep missing each other. I'd like him to do that part.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to get to that conversation. It's been put off a few times.
Forever.
Yeah.
We
But
didn't talk.
this Thursday, I don't know if we're ready for it again. We'll figure it out. We'll talk tomorrow.
Okay. So hey, everybody, like, as always, take care of yourselves, your family, your community, and each other. And look, I don't think it's going to happen, but if something crazy goes down tonight, I don't know, we might have to jump on a stream or something, because I don't know. Or jump on a bigger stream just for the camaraderie of it all, because we're going to need each other, you know?
Yeah, well, there's definitely some threats that are supposed to be followed throughout today. Even if it doesn't happen today, I'm sure it's going to be happening. These, they really seem very committed to carrying out these like unprecedented mass war crimes, trying to make a region completely uninhabitable. These threats about taking out an entire civilization because they're bastards kind of shit, like, this is ridiculous. It's
Unhinged.
It's time to start standing up or whatever, because we have the right to do so, and not acting like they have the right to do whatever they want. And if we object or stand up against it at all, we're some kind of criminal. There is no law they have to enforce against us that grants them any right to behave the way they are. But we're trying to get out of here, so.
So yeah, let me hit the thing. Good night, everyone. We love you, comrades. Just stay just the way you are. You're perfect.
Yep. And remember, if we treat life like it's a game or a race, the war will be endless.
Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, home of the slave. The Grand Imperial Guard, where the dollar is sacred and proud. Let's swing it hard now. Smoke and mirrors, stripes and stars, stolen for the cross in the name of God. Bloodshed, genocide, rape and fraud, written to the pages of the law, good Lord. Cold content and latchkey child ran away one day and started acting foul. The king of where the wild things are, daddy's proud. The Roman Empire done passed it down. They imported and tortured the workforce, never healed the wounds or shook that curse off. Now the grown-up Goliath nation holding open auditions for the part of David. Can you feel it, y'all? Nothing can save us. We question the rain. We got rushed in and chained up. My fist raised, but I must be insane. Can't figure single damn way to change it, y'all. Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, the home of the slave. The Grand Imperial Guard, where the dollar is sacred and power is God here. Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, the home of the slave. The Grand Imperial Guard, where the dollar is sacred and power is. All must bow to the fat and lazy. You obey me, and why do they hate me? Who, me? Only 2 generations away from the world's most despicable slavery trade. Pioneered so many ways to degrade a human being that it can't be changed to this day. Legacy so ingrained in the way that we think we no longer need chains to be slaves. Lord, it's a shameful display. The overseers even getting raped along the way because their children can't escape from the pain, and they're born with this poison, this hatred in their veins. Try and separate a man from his soul. You only strengthen him and lose your own. But shoot that sucker if you walking near the throne. Remind him that this is my now gone. Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, the home of the slave, the grand imperial guard where the dollar is sacred and power is God. Yeah. Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, the home of the slave, the grand imperial guard where the dollar is sacred and power is God. We ain't giving money to these bums on the corner with a sign bleeding from their gums. Say it's because we don't support a crackhead. What you think happens to the money from our taxes? Government's an addict, except they got $1 billion weed killing brown people habit. You know what it is if you listen to Ali. It's free Palestine from the river to the sea. Man, I'm still hustling backwards. At the end of the year, add up what they subtracted. 3 out of 12 months, my salary pays for that madness. Man, that's savage. What's left? Forget a big ass plasma. Check out where they made Dan Rather point his damn camera. Only approved questions get answered. Stand yourself up for that national anthem, y'all. Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, the home of the slave, the grand imperial guard where the dollar is sacred and power is God. Yeah. Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, home of the slave, the grand imperial guard where the dollar is sacred and power is. Oh my God.